Hey guys, welcome to the WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Championship Day 2, a special event presented by PokerTalk. And the prize pool for today's tournament is completely sponsored by WPT to celebrate successfully bringing the first ever international event to Thailand. Today, I am joined by WPT Global Ambassador Jordan Banfield. Jordan, how are you? How are you doing today?
Hello.
How are you motivated for today's action?
Yeah, sorry, you cut out there, but yeah, no, I'm here, I'm excited, and let's get this show on the road.
Just doing an announcement now. You can hear the blinds at 10,000, 20,000.
Alrighty, guys and girls, play your A game. Let's have lots of fun. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Dealers, shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Action has just begun. So,
go,
like I said, today's prize pool is actually sponsored. The entire prize pool is sponsored by WPT to celebrate successfully bringing the first ever international event to Thailand, which is pretty special.
Yeah, which is so exciting. It's their first ever tournament, correct? If I'm wrong?
Yeah. So I think, if I'm right in saying, it's poker has just been basically ruled as a mind sport, which is why it's been allowed to come to Thailand. So
Right.
yeah, it's the first ever international event, and yesterday's action was pretty insane. We had some crazy hands, some crazy bubble hands. There was certain players that didn't like to click that fold button, which obviously is what you want to see. Reduces the action,
absolutely.
and we are super excited. So we've got 292 people remain. There was 2,337 entrances. So obviously all the day ones combined for day 2 today. We have the first place prize being 11,477,000 Thai baht, which I'm not too sure exactly what that is in USD, which you can probably find out in a second. But the overall prize pool, like I said, is entirely sponsored by WPT, and it is the prize pool 75,488,000,000 Thai baht. So, yeah,
it's
impressive first tournament and championship to have in Thailand, and super excited for today's action, Jordan.
Me too.
About you, Jordan, do you want to maybe explain your story, how you got into poker, what you do, kind of the content side of things, and obviously your new role with WPT Global?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I started streaming, for the people who are watching, around the same time as Lucas, maybe a little bit after.
About 4 years ago, I started.
Yeah. I was then brought on by 888 Poker. But all before that, I used to play it as a fun game with my family. And like we would just do it at holidays, Christmas, you name it, and we do it as a family game. And then one time I was like, I want to take this more seriously. And I got into it a lot more. And Kevin Martin, a good buddy of mine, got me all started. Obviously, one of the goats in the game, which got me
100%.
Got me better into the game, got me started, and here we are.
So how did you know Kevin then? Because I knew Kevin just from watching a stream, and obviously content creator. I remember he had a stream house with Jamie Staples, Matt Staples, and Jeff Gross back in the day. That was one of my earliest memories that inspired me to get into streaming. So was that kind of similar for you?
Yeah, actually not really. I saw some of his clips as highlights. I knew about that stuff, but I never really got to see it. What got me into it was actually his girlfriend. So his girlfriend worked at the same restaurant as me and my girlfriend. So we ended up meeting mutually. He's not with her at the time, or right now, sorry. But yeah, that's how I ended up meeting him in person, and we were at one of his barbecues, and become better friends. And then he was like, "Yeah, dude, you should try it." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna try doing the." It's called the graveyard shift. It's the overnight shift, which is morning for you. And I used to grind it so much, and it got me into the game, and it was so exciting at the time, and it still is. And then talking to companies and everything, it's just such a surreal experience. I'm sure for you too, doing the 1,000 hours. Is that what it was? Or 1,000 days?
Yeah, so that's what got me into it. 1,000 hours in 100 days. Yeah. And that's the thing. we're both pretty new into poker, but we both just wanted to give it a go, and that's why I was just mentioning on stream yesterday, man. Like, if you have any goal or any dream in life, my attitude is you live one life, man. Go for it. Like you were pretty successful before poker, right? You were, I think you were were you doing kind of personal training or working in a restaurant, like you said? But I know you're obviously really into, like, you built up a big following through actually the gym and obviously having really good physique and stuff like that. So obviously you could have been happy with that success, but it showed you've kind of translated that to success in poker, right?
Mm-hmm. But what I want to say, chat, is that Robin or Lucas, however, how would you like to be?
Lucas, they've got thingy here, but obviously those that don't know, like, so Lucas Robinson, but I'm known as Robin Poker, so you'll see me as Robin Poker in the chat. So it's either one, probably Robin. I mean, most people know me as Robin Poker in poker, so I think we'll keep it simple and say Robin.
Okay, sick. So yeah, what I wanted to elaborate on is Robin did this 1,000-hour challenge, and sorry, is it 1,000 days or 1,000? No, it has to be 1,000 hours. 1,000 days is 3 years.
100 felt like 1,000 days. 100 days, like 3.5 months.
All I want to say is, like, I streamed when he was doing it, and he just had to do it all the time. Like, I was like, that would be so mentally exhausting. So kudos to you. That was such a feat. But yeah, anyways, we're all talking about our old days of streaming, but let's get into the action here.
Someone in chat said, Robin, do you know Paul Worsley from Liverpool? He took down the Goliath last night for £300,000. His total live earnings to £2,000. He told Tower in his interview he had 600 quid in his bank account. Wow. I mean, that is very impressive. So there's this tournament in the UK. It's kind of like the kind of main event of the UK called the Goliath. I think. Patrick, what's the buy-in for that? But it's not too much. I think maybe $150, £150, maybe $200. So yeah, a guy from Liverpool called Paul Worsley, congrats to him, won that yesterday for £300,000. And it just shows that poker dream's still alive, man. Like, me and Jordan obviously showed a different way of, like, the poker dream still alive and getting sponsored and working with poker companies through streaming, which obviously, if you do message either one of us on any socials, we can definitely help out with that. But yeah, I mean, just like Paul's just showed down, a normal lad from Liverpool just playing poker as a hobby, and he's just won 300,000, which is life-changing for most people, man. So it's absolutely, it's the beautiful game that we love. And again, like, obviously we're going to crown a champion in this WPT Prime Exhibition Championship tomorrow. We'll be playing to a winner. So yeah, who knows that this might be life-changing for the winner or people that make the final table in this event too.
Absolutely. So we do have King Jack suited here, raising. Big blind, is he going to defend? Like, at this stage in the tournament too, the money's starting to get pretty significant. I think we're at like 60,000 baht, which is, like, for me in Canadian is like 2,500, somewhere, give or take. So yeah, it's getting very exciting in the tournament. Ooh, big flop for here. Again, if I butcher the name, I'm trying my best, but yeah, like I said, we'll try our best to.
Yeah, I think the best thing is just it's just trying to pronounce the easiest name. So like Zhang and Yong is probably the easiest out of these two.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, sorry if we do butcher any name. Obviously, Thai or I think I know there's a lot of obviously Chinese kind of people players in this tournament. Obviously, a lot of Chinese names. So apologies if we do pronounce them wrong. It's definitely not obviously our first language.
Because you're in Europe, do you have you guys tend to be multi. You can speak multiple languages.
Lingual.
Can you speak any
Yeah. I can't.
It's not bilingual. Is it multilingual?
Oh yeah, multilingual. So no. I think. So I live in Malta right now, and a lot of them actually speak. There's actually Maltese is the main language, but a lot they are basically all speak English. So a lot of the older generation speak to each other in Maltese, which is actually a combination of multiple languages like Arabic and Italian and English. So that's pretty crazy. But then a lot of them speak Italian because we're just under Italy and Malta as well. So, but yeah, I think I'm debating to choose between Italian and Spanish because, like, I think Spanish is probably the second most common language behind English, but then probably, I mean, there is a high Spanish speaking community here in Malta, but I think being by Italy and everyone speaking Italian thinks Italians kind of probably makes most sense to learn. But yeah, I think obviously I was just in Canada for the WPT Montreal event. Everyone's speaking French there, and I was in Brazil and everyone's speaking Portuguese. So just like kind of speaking some of the language and seeing how happy people are, and you making an effort to speak that language, like it makes me want to kind of learn a new language, to be honest.
Yeah, so you only know English then? Wow, you're a rare breed.
Yeah, I only know English. Yeah. How about yourself? Do you know any French or anything?
I did French when I was like, grade 4 or 5, and then just lost it. But yeah, I want to get back into French.
I didn't realize. I thought it was just certain areas in Canada are French, but a lot of Canada is French speaking. So.
25.
Oh yeah. It's more out east where we were, but I'm out west, more towards Vancouver, and there's a lot less French there. But nonetheless, there is French all over Canada.
Right.
Hello, sit open.
So I've just
just
saw what the actual first prize pool is. So 353,000 USD for first. So like we just talked about there in terms of the Goliath winner 300k. Yeah, it's going to be close in this one. So it is going to be for a lot of people life-changing money, which is going to be it's going to be great to see.
Absolutely. And like you said, these funds are provided. Is there a buy-in for this tournament? It's a free roll, correct?
So this wasn't a free roll. I think the first event was a free roll. So this one actually people paid in. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Obviously, there was certain qualifiers. It being like a package kind of event. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if we've got a list, whether we can get a list of qualifiers potentially that's at the table, or because I know someone asked that yesterday. But yeah, that much money up top is it's gonna be fun over the next couple of days to see the action. You seen all in here 60k. I think that's 3 big blinds under the gun +2. Queen 8 suited seems standard. Again under the gun +3. King Jack suited just calling seems standard again. We did have Whit Watson yesterday, or Whit Wasson on at the featured table yesterday. Feels like a new-ish player. There was a certain spots that he felt a little bit uncomfortable in. So, but did make the money, did make day 2, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays today. Do you see button flats, King Jack off, and it looks like the big blind's going to come along as well with the 3-2 suited. An extra 2 big blinds to call. Feels like he's probably priced in with a suited connector. Makes a lot of sense. No one really picking up anything on this board. 10-10-4. King Jacks both still chopping. What's the chance, do you think, that these King Jacks actually will make it to showdown now and actually chop this board? I mean, we've got obviously the King Jack off in position. Maybe at some point they take it down and get the King Jack of diamonds to the fold, but don't think that'll happen on this turn card. The King Jack of diamonds does now pick up a flush draw.
I like big blind to stab here.
Yeah. I mean, the big blind has a lot of strong hands here. Maybe he thinks that like not bluffing with the missed diamonds is any good, but yeah, you're just never gonna have any showdown, are you, with the 3 highs? So.
Yeah.
Problem is, there's no dry side pot though. There's no side pot. It's just a dry side pot, given the Queen 8 suited was all in. So
right.
I think that's probably why bluffing's not the best, because you've obviously got to beat the all in. And we do see the lady at the table does bust. Queen 8 suited versus the King Jacks who chop the pot. So let the people know, Jordan, you've just recently won while I was in Canada for the first time, you just won a WPT Global event in Montreal at the playgrounds. Let the people know what buy-in that was, what event it was.
Yeah, so I think it was event number 5, and Robin and I were in Montreal, and it was the $500 8 max, and yeah, I ended up shipping it in Montreal, which is super exciting. Yeah, I was there from the 20th. They had a series going till August 3rd, like it ended yesterday. I was only there till the 29th, so not even be able to play the whole schedule and be able to bank one is honestly amazing. So kudos to Playground 2. It's one of the best. It's such a sick room. Like I went back to play there's a series in my city right now, Calgary, and just the transition from such world-class service to, like, even Alberta, they still have good service, but there's just no match. Like, if you guys ever are in, I mean, I'm not unsure of where people are watching, but if you ever go to Playground in Montreal, it is a very fun casino.
I mean, I know it was a WPT event, but how it was run and stuff, like, it did remind me of other WPT events I've had. Like, you can see here that the dealers are incredible at this event, which is the same in Montreal. The closest probably I came to it was maybe playing at the Wynn in Vegas.
Oh my God, I was going to say that too. I agree.
Like, yeah, as one of the best run kind of places to play poker in Vegas, and yeah, it was on my bucket list to play at Playgrounds, and it definitely lived up to expectations. Mm-hmm. Yes, we are in the money. There is a comment. We are in the money. Let me just see now how much everyone's locked up. Did you know how much everyone's locked up, Jordan?
Yeah,
so far.
I think we're on 2,500. If correct me if I'm wrong, but I think. Or no, sorry, 60,000 bought. No, 60,000 bought. Sorry, I'll go by bought for.
Yeah, so 60,000 baht, close to 1,850 USD. So we'll convert it. Obviously, people from watching all over the world, the universal kind of currency in poker, in my opinion, is USD.
And do we know how many are left? I knew we started at 293. Do we know?
150.
Right now, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah,
we'll be close to probably
around.
like 270, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you see the pocket queens opening under the gun here? Meow with the 550k stack. We do see an all-in with the queen jack off from Young. They have just under 20 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken. This is a wild and big shove. Gets snapped from the pocket queens. Meow is going to be in great shape versus the queen jack off. I mean, it's definitely not.
You look at the equities; he's got 13%.
Yeah. This is why, like, if you were going to jam here, guys, I think you'd use queen jack suited. If you were going to, like, I prefer just a flat, but just so if you do get it in versus queens, you have a little bit more equity. Saying that, he does flop the gut shot on the ace, king, 4, 2 clubs board. Does have backdoor clubs as well. 5 of spades, 10, no luck. Does need the 10 and the 10.
The 10 and 10
survive.
only, yeah. Oh my God!
New feature. I need a 10.
Oh my God!
Wow. Meow has got to be sick to his stomach seeing, number one, someone make that play, and number two, that specific run out.
Oh my God.
Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That's Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you can see Meow is just not very happy, and that's, yeah. Oh, you can just see there's a grimace in his face. You've just got to laugh. If you don't laugh, you'd cry.
Yeah.
Deep in day 2, man, in the money, life-changing money up top. It's, yeah.
Life-changing money up top. Loses to 2 unders.
Patrick and Chat says, how's online been going, Lucas? Yeah, online's been going well this year, mate. I've not had many major scores this year, but I think I updated the profit and loss the other day, and I'm roughly 20,000 in profit for the year. So yeah, it's been going steady. It's a lot more steady this year. Obviously, had that. I had on WPT Global, I had a $64,000 score last year, which so that was a bit more kind of up and down and a bit more crazy. So this is a bit more the way I want it in terms of just not too many losing months, just gradually winning, which is obviously me and Jordan both play on WPT Global. We know how soft it is. We know the fields are soft, the fields are low. So it's just when you've got a combination of that, it's just super low variance. And how have your year been getting on WPT Global so far, Jordan?
Oh yeah, likewise. I have to look at my profit and losses, but I don't know how much I'm up this year. But I actually have to check.
But since you've played on WPT Global, right? You've been absolutely.
Oh my god, guys! I'm telling, like what Robin just said, how it's like the most important thing for poker, and a lot of people don't understand this, is game selection is maybe, other than bankroll management,
it's the most. 100%.
Game selection is. Yeah, like you can, like let's say you put money to it. I wonder why WPT is such soft field. So I'll just wait for the commentator to talk, and then I'll continue on. Lines are going up, but yeah, going back to that, game selection is such an important one when you want to be successful in poker. Like, you can look at a tournament and be like, oh, it's a $22 buy-in versus. Anywhere really, but it really comes down to game selection. If that field is a harder field than, say, like I want to give an example of WPT Global, where it's just soft. And Patrick, why is WPT so soft? I'd probably say like the mix of demographic, maybe. They do.
There's not many countries that can play, right? And it also, because right now, I think you can only play 7 tables max plus. Like I'm mostly open and saying I work with WPT Global. Like the software, they've just had an improvement in the software, which makes it so much better. But previously, the software didn't almost allow you to multi-table with other sites, so you didn't actually have a lot of the good professionals in the world playing because they just couldn't. Right? They just couldn't multi-table because obviously the best professionals in the world play like up to 20 tables. So, but now, to be honest, I mean. Yeah, I think you can agree, Jordan, that it has got a little bit more harder the last probably, I guess, few months, given that the software's updated. So, yeah, anyone that can play in WPT Global, man. Obviously, you can either use my link, you can use Jordan's if you just drop us a message on socials, and I'd highly recommend it, man. It's now the tournament structure's better. If you play cash games, the cash games are meant to be insane. I don't personally play cash games myself, but yeah, I'd highly.
Oh, actually, this is a pretty funny story, chat. So the reason I got on to playing WPT Global is I saw Robin smashing it. Like he was winning. Oh my God. I've just seen him winning way too much. And I was like, whoa, what is happening? And then I was like, I need to check out this site. And I did. And then I started smashing too. So it's like, it goes to show that, like the game is still soft on WPT Global. And if you notice anyone like crushing in a high frequency, jump on there too, because you don't want to miss that train. But yeah, you actually got me playing Global because I was like, he would be in so many hands, and I'm like, this does not happen on other sites. What is happening? Oh, it's funny.
I didn't actually know that. That's class. And then now you're working with WPT Global. It's class.
Yeah, thanks, Robin.
Should have took a little percentage in your winnings, man. I'll be fucking be minted.
Yeah. So guys, I do work for Global, but did you probably talk a little bit about yourself and your last? You streamed yesterday, or commentated yesterday?
No, I haven't streamed yet. Oh yeah, streamed yesterday in terms of commentating. I'm back streaming on my own Twitch channel on Thursday on WPT Global. But my kind of deal is I work with Poker News. I'm a Poker News ambassador, and one of our main kind of affiliates is WPT Global currently. So I'm not working with them directly, exclusively, but I do stream the most on that site, and obviously create content on social media, and go to kind of live and create content and stuff like that. So but yeah, it's just my first kind of commentating role in general. So yeah, it's exciting. It's fun, man. I just love, I mean, same with you probably, Jordan, like I just love the game. I love speaking about it. I love kind of analysing hands. I love kind of seeing how different players play, and especially if you play live, like which I'm delving more deeper into, actually seeing people's whole cards here and kind of getting population reads and seeing how people play. Like last few days, obviously you don't know when you play live. You don't know. You can't see people's hole cards unless they show them down, right? So here you can see people's hole cards, and you kind of start to get little tells. So like last few days, there were certain people that were limping their weak hands and like raising their strong hands, and because you could see the cards, you could see that was true. And I almost had that tell from certain people, but you never know fully because you obviously, like I said, you don't see people's hole cards. So yeah, it's definitely something you can take away from watching these streams, guys. Obviously, from an entertainment point of view, but obviously as a if you want to improve and your game and maybe you want to play your first live poker tournament as well one day if you've not done one before, or your first WPT event, then yeah, this is asking any questions in chat to me and Jordan is a really good way to start.
Big fan of
Is good?
Young opening under the gun here with ace-5. It's just such a weak hand, but it can take down pots, and especially late in tournaments, people tend to be a lot more tighter. So changing your dynamic to being a little bit looser too it's always fun to see. But we do see a jam from the button.
Meow after losing that massive pot with the pocket queens does jam. I think the plans now have gone up to 15,000, 30,000. So I think he has roughly about 7-8 big blinds. Mystery hand. We don't know what he's got.
How much?
And this is what I was talking about with Wassin yesterday. This should just be a snap fold. Oh, Meow does actually have queens again.
Nice.
But yeah, I think he's just trying to make sure, take time and decisions. I mean, there's your shot clock, which is fine, so you can take the full 30 seconds, and you obviously do have time banks. But this is what I was talking about in terms of the inexperience from what I've seen from a couple of players, and he does make the good fold.
Yeah, I could see an easy fold here from Young. Oh, he does call after flatting king queen.
Meow does get it all in with the queens again, this time at risk versus the king queen. Didn't need to fade the 10 last time, just need to fade the king this time.
No ace. No ace.
Hear him saying no
Forward
ace.
comes the 10-10 queen.
Ooh.
I mean, I think that's going to lock it up. 99% chance, and does lock it up on the 10.
Yeah.
Really? King 10.
I have check.
Almost did.
Queen's no luck first time, but yeah. I think there was justice in that one. Queen's winning the second time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meow back up to 505k.
You like the king?
So Patrick in chat asks what's going to be my next live event. So as well as being a Poker News ambassador, I'm actually a Sigma Poker Tour ambassador. So Sigma normally is they do kind of these like e-gaming events in countries, and yeah, they done one in Brazil, they're doing one in Malta. So yeah, I'm actually next going to be playing in Malta. And my next actually 5 or 6 events are going to be in Malta. So I'd highly recommend anyone to visit Malta if you don't know where it is. It's a small country just below Italy. It's really hot all year round because it's actually just above Africa as well. So, but yeah, the poker scene here is incredible. It's just so much fun to play. The same with that, I'd love to go to Thailand to play in future events. I'd highly recommend
absolutely.
Malta. So yeah, so we've got that in September, and then they have their standard events here in Malta, like the Malta Poker Festival, Battle of Malta, stuff like that. So yeah, really looking forward to that one. So anyone that's coming for any of the events, give me a shout. I've rarely got into paddle. I don't know if you have yourself, Jordan. I know it's a new big thing right now. So yeah, I'm hopefully going to try and set up a couple of paddle competitions for these live events.
Paddle competition. I have no idea.
Yeah, have you never heard of paddle?
No, not at all.
You should look into it, man. It's kind of a mix between like squash and tennis, But it's this
Okay,
kind of
gotcha.
new thing that people are playing. You're mostly playing doubles. You can't play singles. So my best mate's just actually moved to Malta, so we've been playing that every Saturday morning.
Nice.
So yeah, it's been really good. It's actually been getting too hot to play though, because it's getting up to like 40 degrees Celsius here in Malta. So.
Oh my god, that's insane. Hopefully you got AC.
Lee? Yeah. I mean, you need it here, 100%. Do you see Lee open the A6 off, which is fairly standard from the button? We do see where Wasson flat the small blinds with ace jack off. I think the standard play here would be to jam all in with less than, I think he probably has around 6 big blinds, right?
Wow, he just calls.
Just calls. Is still ahead, but this is why you just want to jam all in here, guys, with 6 big blinds, because you're just facing too many hard decisions from the small blind best button. You have a very big jamming range from being out of position, just because although you have the best hand here with the ace jack when they have a6, it's pretty hard to realize your equity being out of position, because let's say Lee c-bets or bets again on the turn or jams river, it's very hard to see a showdown with the ace jack high.
What is the half-hour delay purpose? I think it's a pretty standard thing when any type of commentary. Like if you notice in Vegas, a lot of the like big events are always around a half an hour. So I think it's just a standard of across the board lay.
But it's just so people on the actual table can't see people's whole cards.
That too.
And and now obviously can't then be given information by friends type of thing. So just obviously to keep they keep it in the integrity of the game. Same with when we stream on Twitch. I stream on a 4-minute delay. I don't know what you stream on, Jordan. It's just so again keeps the integrity of the game. So one, people can't see your whole cards, but you don't actually give away information in certain hands.
Ooh, interesting river.
Yeah, how do you get this lower?
Interesting to see what Witwassen does here. Does go for the check, which I really like actually. It's going to be a river where it's going to hit obviously the button open range a lot, plus they can potentially bluff. This time we see that he does actually have an ace, so he's probably going to be all in given the pot and Witwassen. Wow, he actually checks and actually saves himself 125k.
Which one?
It's so crazy.
I mean,
6 bigs call at the small blind. I love it.
Yeah, he's actually can't believe it. Yeah, he's like, how do you have ace jack off, and how have I just not got it all in and saved that amount of chips?
Yeah, I can't force.
You can see here that Tanupat is the chip leader on the table, 36 big blinds. Wait, what's in after that? Hans gets up to the 14 big blinds.
其实他们用时间长，对吧？他超时间的。
不是他这个我，
是。
他一直。
WSOP 我也去了，我让我朋友给我送的现金。
But yeah, so obviously we talked about WPT Global, guys. We've also got Club WPT Gold, which there is a link in the description. So if you guys want to, or what I'd suggest is I'd just use the link to Club WPT Gold. I think at the moment it's only America you can play from. So if you are watching from the US, and obviously WPT Global, there's different types of countries you can play from. So I just type it in on Google, WPT Global, and this should even if you try and access it, it should tell you if you can kind of access it and play from your country.
Mm-hmm.
See Nolan here, King 4 offsuits under the gun +1 from Lee.
Which is
Jiangnan is debating the call, does actually make the fold, which is interesting. I think probably the fold just because of how many people are left to act behind.
For people watching, again, with Lee going in for 4 bigs, with King 4. This is where, at this point in the tournament, where patience is a pretty big factor. Like, I do understand that he does have a king in his hand and he's super short, but You kind of need, I would say maybe King 4 suited would be one of a good all-in, but again, it just gets you in trouble because you don't have a lot of fold equity, and this is how Ace 8 comes along. Oh, and big blind wakes up with Ace Jack as well here.
It's a tough one in life because you have the big blind and the big blind ante. So
Right.
if you know you do have 4 big blinds, you're actually going to lose 2 big blinds. Then when you get obviously in the big blinds in 2 hands time, so
Yeah.
does flop good with the King 4, but we do see an Ace 10.
The worst turn for Lee.
Does not get there on the river. We do actually see the bet from the Ace 8. Big blind almost makes an action of not too happy about it, but does pay it off, and the Ace Jack is going to be good. Oh, actually, no, sorry, they hit 2 pair
Ace
on the river.
Yeah, on the river.
I didn't see that. So you know what? Like, that's normally a snap call with the Ace Jack, but the fact that he actually almost made a grimace and wasn't too happy, he was correct.
不能赢还是怎么样？
That is very unfortunate. Li Cheng does get eliminated, so we do lose another opponent from the feature table. So I wanted to know how to get to live table. It's just kind of random. They just pick at random kind of who is at the live feature table, to be honest. So obviously you can't choose on what table to watch. It's only one at one time. So I think they mix it up every couple of hours type of thing.
What do you have?
I remember a funny story about that. We're playing the WSOP main event for the first time with my dad, and I get a text. We're in like day 2, and I get a text from my dad saying I'm going on the featured TV table, and I was like, "That is crazy!" And he was like, "I'm
That
on
is
there
crazy.
with Maria Ho and Mike Madisal."
That's crazy.
The dream.
Did you meet any of the goats when you were in playing the main? Because I saw you there too. I think that might have been one of the first times I met you in person. But did you happen to meet anybody?
That's a good question. That time I didn't, but most of mine I met obviously when I done Game of Gold. That was obviously a crazy surreal experience.
Yeah, speak about that.
But I think I did actually go over to Maria at the time, and kind of my dad introduced me to her, so she already knew me on Game of Gold, which was pretty surreal. So
Yeah, that is cool.
who's like the best or the most famous person you play poker with?
Oof. I played with Maria Ho. We were at the same table in Europe. Where were we? Barcelona. One of 888's live events.
For the rest of the tournament, we're 800?
I think that might be it. Honestly, like the most famous. You said play with, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't think I've played with anyone more famous than her.
or in terms of
Jungle Man was like 2 tables away from me, and I was kind of like, oh, that is so cool. I was kind of starstruck, but other than that, I don't think I've ever played with anyone bigger than Maria Ho. Yeah.
没有队里的时候借用了。
As
I
a
think
fun
even
question as
Buster
well,
did.
who is the most famous person, either that follows you on social media or that you have in your phone book, your phone contacts?
Oh God. Most famous person. Is this unrelated to poker? Just anybody?
Just anyone, yeah.
Oh God.
I'll give you time to think. I've got a random one. I've got Paddy the Baddy, UFC fighter, obviously from Liverpool as well.
Oh, cool.
I've done a poker event one time in London, and he was like the special guest. So, yeah, got his number and went to a Liverpool FC game with him. He's a big Liverpool fan, which so am I. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't texted him in a while. He's got a little bit too famous for me to do so. So, yeah, obviously, hopefully he's going to be fighting for the UFC belt next year. So, which is obviously great to see, a local lad. To see an all-in here from the King 10 suited on the button seems standard. Round about 8 big blinds, something like that.
浪费时间。 干嘛那么快？你们的马也不
7 big blinds, I think, if the big blind's 30k. My maths is
Yeah, the blinds are at
this is the
30
one
now.
thing I struggle with when I play live is trying to just basic maths like that. Obviously, we're used to
it is
online playing the
such-
big blinds. So.
Yeah, it is such a big difference playing from online to live. A lot of the time, I'll be at the table having out my phone to use as a calculator, just to like convert the chips to blinds.
I mean, you can do that, right? Obviously, you can't use kind of poker apps or anything like that when you're playing, but that's something I'd suggest people to do is if you're not used to kind of the stacks and live, like trying to play in big blinds is definitely, I mean, that's the way you study, that's the way to kind of think in poker. So if you're watching and you don't think of it in big blinds, then I'd highly recommend to do that in order to get better at the game and just kind of simplify everything. So, but yeah, I just in between hands just use a calculator, obviously. Not able to use it while you're in a hand, but yeah, kind of using it in between hands is something that I still do myself. So
Yeah.
see Lee here with just over the 10 big blinds, ace queen offsuit, one's like a +1. It does go for the all in. I think min raise is fine. I think the jams are fine.
Both pretty standard, yeah.
EV's gonna be close. Yeah.
15k, 30k.
Guys, we unfortunately don't speak in Thai, so any messages, any questions that you have for us, then please translate into English would be great. I mean, I can get Google Translate out and I can kind of do that myself, but yeah, just so your messages aren't ignored, please, if you could put any questions in English, that'd be great.
Discipline fold by the small blind with the ace 10 there.
Great fold.
比问5分。
加速速度还是涨，根本就那啥。15000。
25000。他这个他妈2个小时才休息一会儿。
So thinking back to that question about most famous person, it's not great, but I think I follow and she follows me as Rachel Riley. She's overseas here in North America. Big Brother US is pretty big, and she was like a big celebrity for Big Brother US. And one time she messaged me a few years back trying to get me on her show, but she didn't know I was Canadian. And I messaged back like, "Oh, I want to play," and she's like, "Oh, I thought you were American," and yeah. So and she's actually on Big Brother US right now. So I think that would probably be the biggest quote unquote celebrity.
Did you go on Big Brother?
No, I was close. I did the application process and got like to the semifinal stage, and I was so amped. But no, they ended up picking somebody else. This was a few years back, probably like 5 years. Yeah.
Have you done any kind of TV programs or would you in the future?
I would, and I haven't. So I always try to. If there's like I'm probably gonna try to apply for Amazing Race Canada with my. Well, we're kind of busy right now, but one down the road, we love watching Amazing Race. So that or Survivor. Yeah, I'm always applying here and there. If like, hey, an application pops up, I'm like, I got nothing to lose. Let's go. But yeah, I would definitely.
After doing Game of Gold, yeah, I didn't need to apply to more actually. I applied to Trade UK, but apparently nearly 1 million people applied for that.
Wait, you
so
applied for what, sorry?
Traitors UK.
Oh yes, cool.
But yeah, I'd love to, man. I'd love to. More like I don't think I'd like a Big Brother. I'd like more like a kind of a task-based one, kind of thing. I don't think I could be without my fiance and dog for 3 months or whatever it is on Big Brother, or a month or whatever.
Yeah.
So I've done that challenge of 3.5 months of kind of putting my life on hold. So you've got an interesting question in chat. For a decent player, what could be the percentage of tournaments where he/she finishes in the money, and what about a professional? So from my knowledge, it's roughly 15% of the time you finish in the money. And obviously, if you're a good professional, maybe that bumps it up to maybe a 20 to 30%. It all depends, right? It all depends on the field. It all depends on, obviously, yeah, kind of what edge you have in the specific tournament. So I think maybe 20 to 30% could be more realistic for online tournaments. and then maybe probably live in these big fields is roughly around about 15%. So this is what I say to people, man. It's like, I remember having a conversation with a UK cash game professional in Vegas. We were both playing the main, and I just was interested, man, because I've never played cash games. I was like, what's your percentage of winning sessions when you play cash games in Vegas? So I think at the time he was playing maybe 10, and he said 85% winning sessions. So that's the complete opposite of tournaments. So this is what I mean about, like, if you don't like variance and you like a little bit more of a almost kind of sustainable way of making money, if you did want to do it professionally or on the side, I would suggest cash games. But for me, I love the story, I love the romance of tournaments, but obviously it's crazy. Like, the mindset you've got to do to be a professional poker player. Like, I've luckily I say luckily because I've never relied on poker winnings to kind of pay my bills and stuff, and I don't think I could because of the crazy variance and kind of mental game you've got to have. So that just shows, like, you've got to almost get used to winning. Almost got to get used to losing more than winning in playing tournaments. If you're kind of not enjoying that aspect of it, then cash games is probably more for you.
You essentially got to be a sicko.
Yeah, you've got to be crazy. But like we talked about there, though, like, when I started playing the smaller field tournaments, specifically on a WPT Global, just not only my win rate, but just like the variance and like the months, like, used to go a couple of months maybe without winning, and obviously I wasn't too good of a player back then when I was playing on the kind of bigger sites, but yeah, I mean, it's just so much better on your mental game, like not going a couple of months without winning, and when you're just seeing you're winning month by month, it just makes it so much easier to kind of do it as a profession. Oh, do you see the? We actually see the open from the 6-3 suited, the jam from the ace-2 offsuit from Mayao, and the small blind Lee wakes up with the ace-king offsuit.
Ace-2 is in a lot of trouble here. All right, where can I see the prize pool now, says Dozy?
So someone's just said the prize pool can be seen in the Facebook of WPT Prime. Okay. So let me just try and confirm if that's true.
Aerobic system.
I mean, I can tell you guys what the actual prize pool in general is. So the actual prize pool is 75,488,000 baht, Thai baht. First place is 11,477 Thai baht, which is roughly 353,000 USD.
A lot of fun.
And I think we discovered the min cash is 1,850 USDs, which is 60,000 Thai baht.
Lee is using a ton of his time banks here. I'm actually concerned that there's no way he's folding this, but maybe there's a pay jump.
All in.
He does take it full on. Yep. Oh my God! And big blind waking up with tens. Wow. Oh,
I have no idea what Witwasson's gonna do. From the play I've seen the past couple of days, he just puts his whole time banks in the mix. I think taking time on this decision is gonna be a good one. It'd be funny actually, the fact that 6-3 suited has just got an easy decision. But imagine if the 6-3, if the cutoff here's actually got a strong holding. Like Witwasson here, you know, he's not going to have top of the range because he's very obviously showing he's very uncomfortable. So I think he's fairly lucky if he does end up going all in that Tanupat actually hasn't got a very good holding.
How many blinds do they have right now? We're at 40 or is it 30 still?
I think it's still at 30, so...
Yeah, so 10
Yeah, so we got Meows, Jams. Jams probably about 13 big blinds, small blind rejams, about 10 big blinds. So, to be honest, I can't see a world where this folds. But like I've said, Witwasson, does actually fold.
Wow.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's like it's kind of better to be safe than sorry. But yeah, he is going to be showing the bad news.
Would you fold like 9s, 10s?
推上家，
你这30万，
Someone does actually
4多。
guess his hand.
Called his hand.
Is the ace king's actually the one at risk?
哇，我操！
Wow, we do see
Oh
the
my
ace,
God.
2, 3, 2 hearts flop.
Oh,
King on the
turn.
10. Queen on the river. Lee does double up to 740,000. Meow is left with just 120,000.
And Big Blind's just so happy right now making that fold with the 10s.
Yeah.
Pocket 10.
It's a great fold.
31
Yeah.
他赢了。看上蹦个 king，什么？我
Yes
A2，他 AK。
And that's why you just gotta like,
我都
yeah, you've just got to trust your gut, man. Like I was saying it on yesterday, like what you mentioned before, Jordan, is about patience. It's about patience, but plus trusting your gut. Like if you are a bit more of an experienced player, and let's say you think in theory that's a call, so let's say a solver tells you to call there, it's just in your gut, man, and just being like, you know what, like something doesn't feel right here, and obviously, yeah, he trusted his gut and does make the fold. I mean, it was an incorrect fold pre-flop, but obviously he would have lost post-flop, so he's still in the tournament.
I will elaborate on this exact situation, how this transitions from live to online, guys. Like so, like Robin said, it's a pretty standard call with 10s. Online, you're loving that spot. In live, I would say like the ranges actually deviate a bunch, even though it doesn't say it. And like, let's say you're using some type of solver, you kind of still need to be a little bit tighter. I was in a spot in Montreal where I had 10s and 2 guys jammed and they both had like 7-6 bigs. Like this is the final 2 tables, and like GTO solver is like that's an easy call. Maybe when you're that deep, it might be a fold. I'd have to check the ICM scenario, but I ended up folding and would have lost. So it like he said, like Robin said, it comes down to like that. I guess that gut feeling, and again, I am typically tighter live than online. So again, I love the different dynamics between live and online as well. Like you can see near the end, you can see big hands making big laydowns, etc., and all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
We had a
a
good mix of people playing tight on the bubble, but then some people just didn't care. They were just playing, obviously, a lot of a bit too many hands and a bit too crazy. But again, that's what makes live special, man. I think obviously
it is a special
online
game.
you don't see it as much, but live it's just like everyone's playing this amazing historic event, first ever international event in Thailand, and yeah, if everyone was just here not having fun, was playing like a robot and playing close to GTO, it wouldn't be fun, man. It wouldn't be fun to commentate on. It wouldn't be fun to watch. So the fact we've got all people from different backgrounds of poker, different abilities, it's going to be a great next couple of days.
For sure.
So we do see Zhang open undergun +2. Lee now, I've just heard the raise, does make the 3-bet, which I think's fine. I think this hand, actually, I think most people actually do 3-bet here with the ace queen suited, but I think it actually prefers to play as a flat. But again, in theory, but I had a kind of spot yesterday where I was like, a hand should have flattered here to get queen jack off to kind of fold. It's a 3-bet, but the queen jack off actually did call in this scenario, so it'd be interesting to see what Zhang actually does here. So because if obviously if queen jack off actually is going to be calling here, then obviously ace queen suited prints money by going for the 3-bet. This is why I always say, well, like just obviously expanding on the knowledge from Jordan there. It's kind of like, it's fine to learn theory in GTO and obviously study, and maybe if you get a coach and stuff, but get yourself in the games. And the best thing you're going to be doing is playing as much as possible, getting that intuition, getting that gut feeling. And yeah, this time the Zhang does fold the queen jack off, but we saw yesterday that someone actually called the queen jack off in a similar spot. So it's all dependent, man. It's not having a specific strategy versus everyone. It's actually having a specific strategy versus each individual and each hand. So that's what I highly recommend.
And that's what makes live so exciting, guys, is that you are playing, like what Robin just said, is you're playing every individual completely different. If you were a more in tune player, you will sit down at a table and be like, okay, this person's a little bit looser, this person's a little bit tighter, and you have to change your strategy constantly at a live table versus being online. Online, yes, I do understand there is that that factor does come into play, but typically online players tend to have all the, I wouldn't say they all play the same, but a lot closer than they do live. There is a big shift in skill set in person than online.
You're just going to get more professionals online, because that's the thing. Like, so the top professionals in the world probably aren't going to be in a tournament like this because they've got to choose one live event. Whether it's online, they can play 20 tables. So you'll see them in the lower stakes tournaments because, again, online for them is about putting in volume and practice. So that's why even though it's a big buy-in, the same buy-in online would actually be seen as a high roller. But yeah, you're just not going to see many of the top professionals, obviously, because you've got to travel to kind of pay to go into it as well. So, really interesting question here. Says, is it hard to not give tells/hints with our behavior on live for people who only played online? What would you say to that, Jordan?
Is it not to give hints with our behavior on live for people who've played online? That is a good question. I don't know, actually. I would say, like, is it hard to not give/tell hints with our behavior on live? On live, are we talking about in person here? Or are you saying online? That's where I'm slightly getting confused.
I think what he means is, so when you're used to playing online, is it then hard to play live, not give away any hints/tells? So for an example, like I was obviously used to online, and then when I played Game of Gold, which is something I'd obviously highly recommend people watch if you haven't done so, you could see that there was a lot of spots where I was playing against the best in the world, like a Daniel Negreanu or a Charlie Carroll, who's known to kind of almost stare people down and give away and have a lot of live tells. I personally didn't want to cover up. I personally wanted to have fun. I wanted to do table talk with Daniel Negreanu. But I know for a fact I give away a lot of tells. There was a certain spot versus Daniel Negreanu where he bluffed me when I had a straight, and he made me fold. There was a spot where Charlie Carroll actually called me with queen high, and he was correct. So what I would suggest is when you're playing against top professionals and experienced players, I think covering up, maybe just putting, I don't know, maybe putting a mask on or maybe putting some sunglasses on is going to be, maybe even it makes you a bit more comfortable playing against them, I think is fine. But you can see here that when you're playing against, let's say, non-professionals or not the top professionals, most players aren't looking at you, so you tend to not really give away. I'd say what the majority of people pick up on and tells is actually size and tells. So yesterday, for instance, there was a guy and he was limping his weak hands and he was raising big with his strong hands. That is the biggest tell that you can give away, in my opinion, while playing poker, both online and live. So I wouldn't worry too much about not giving away tells in terms of like your kind of pulse or your eyes and stuff like that and wearing sunglasses. Personally, I don't do that myself, but yeah, it's kind of size and tells, because what happens is when you limp your weak hands and raise your strong hands is you basically, when you raise, you put your hands up and tell everyone, guys, I've got a strong hand. And when you limp, you may as well announce to the table, guys, I've got a weak hand. So yeah, that's something that I'd highly recommend to kind of look out on when you play live. So I don't know the actual buying in UK pounds on the prize pool, but the first place prize pool in this one is $353,000 US, which so I think is probably close to, I guess, £300,000, something like that.
Which is a ton.
Yeah.
Show hand. Just show hand. Oh, same hand.
Ace-8 kind of running into it here with 3-bet in the jam from small blind.
Okay.
Jack's looking pretty good here if he can hold. He's going to need an ace and an ace only to win the hand. He does not hit the ace. And Lou going for that double up, which is always amazing deep in tournaments. Day 2. Very exciting stuff here.
Young still has 815k, so
Yeah,
I always say when you lose pots, it's the small ones you want to lose when you've still got a big stack.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he's still in the tournaments. It's all good.
It's a break, right? This is 30 seconds. But they said like 2 hours.
So I think we do have a break coming up soon, guys.
Next level break.
Oh yeah, soon here. I think in the next couple minutes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
last
think we've
hand,
got one more hand, last hand, and then we'll.
Because we are way ahead of schedule right now, instead of rating 7 levels, we are going to take a break after this level. So once this hand is finished, 15 minutes break. As a reminder,
15-minute break.
if you're not allowed to stay in the tournament area, please make your way outside the barriers. Thank you.
We just did see the announcer suggest that we're actually ahead of schedule here, so yeah, it's potentially should be a little bit of a shorter day to then set up for a big day 3 tomorrow.
The mic now.
And if you guys can, man, the 337 that are watching, if you guys could smash that like button, subscribe to World Poker Tour. Again, your guys' support is much appreciated.
And any questions, man? We've had some really good questions in the comments. Obviously, me and Jordan were fairly new and yeah, early into our poker career. But obviously, we used to streaming on Twitch. We used to obviously working with poker brands. We used to. I mean, I've not won any big live poker trophies. Jordan definitely has. So, but yeah, if you have any questions for us, then do definitely feel free to put them in the comments.
And what's exciting about you and I, Robin, is we've almost started at the same time. I'd say you started a little bit earlier than me, but not by much. And our stories are so different. Like, it's really cool. Like,
well, it just
Robin
shows, man. Like
went
the poker
PG
dream's still,
and,
it's still like the poker dream's still there for people from all different backgrounds, right? So like, obviously you're in Canada, I'm in the UK, and like I now live in Malta, and it just shows, man. Like if you do want something, then you can go and get it. And because what I used to think about actually the poker dream wasn't alive, because I thought to get sponsored and to kind of play all these big events, you need to be a big name, you need to be playing all these high stakes games. So we've shown that you can come from just playing micro stakes, man, and building it up. But we do actually have a 15-minute break, guys, so we'll be back in 15 minutes time.
See you guys in a bit here.
Players, unless you're playing against some of the rest in the world.
Ace Queen suited here for Shishan.
It's not a bad hand to see. Oh, we've just been talking about it. Just get it all in with your top premium hands, and yeah. Oh my goodness, Lee.
Oh
wakes
boy,
up with pocket tens in the big blind. This is gonna be action.
And you gotta wonder if Xiong pulls the trigger on the jam here over the top of Andrew, if Xiong can ever get away from this Ace Queen suited, I have a pretty good idea that this cold 4 all in is probably going to mean business. Of course, there's hands like 10s the Ace Queen suited is doing well against. Andrew can certainly be shoving hands that the Ace Queen suited is dominating. It's not a spot that I would like to find myself in, should the jam come through here. Now, I do believe that Sitting here with the Ace Queen suited, he apparently took down a bracelet this year. So if there's anyone on the table qualified to get out of the way here and save himself a stack, it's probably him. And see from the body language there, he's not thrilled.
I think in theory it's going to be a call, unless there's obviously one, massive ICM pressure, or two, you think the big blind's just like not jamming many hands here, which obviously most people don't, but unless you think they're really, like they're not taking tens here. Yeah, it's a super close spot. I think ace queen off's always going to be folding, ace king off, ace king suited always going to be calling. So
I know that Zihong's range is going to be strong. Ace Queen suited is probably going to be doing just okay against that cold 4 all in. But Andrew could be jamming hands like Ace 10 suited, for example, which would have this Ace Queen suited doing pretty well in the 3-way all in. But we do see he gets out of the way and
it's a great fold.
we give himself a pat on the back seeing that Ace King.
I think that's the discipline you see there. Like he's won a bracelet. I think that they're the type of plays that you need to make to do well in these in these big tournaments. Like I think most people are just all in, like 15 bigs you're seeing, ace queen suited. But given the action, we also, you know yourself playing live, is 10's gonna hold. It does. Playing live, like you get a lot of reads on people, right? You're playing against them for hours on end. You kind of get a good gist, and
the plethora of options we have to fine tune our study. It's pretty easy to find a way to prove yourself right. If you make a play that's not great, you can find a way, you can find assumptions you could make to make it the right play, but that's not how you improve at poker. The way you improve at poker is you try and prove yourself wrong. And if you can't, then you know you made the right play. And if you can, then you can make a better play next time. Proving yourself right every time is just going to mean you keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And the field's getting tougher these days, guys. People are starting to get pretty good at poker, and if you're not improving, then they're going to catch you.
the king 10 suited open from the hijack big blind defense seems fairly standard. To see, wow, a very good flop for both players, but the 10-9 does pick up two pairs from the big blind. I think more than likely, Corey, we are going to see a c-bet either in, well, we're going to see an all-in at some point in this hand, obviously given the stack sizes, yeah, which we do straight on the flop. And I can't see a world where king 10 makes the fold here, which it doesn't.
Yeah, Tan gives it a second just to take in the situation, but does make a pretty quick call once he gets all the information, and rightfully so. I mean, this is an incredible flop for his king 10 suited, and off this stack size, you're actually thrilled to get the money in here.
100%. Big blind should be defended a lot with like 9x, 10x here. That's just going to be jamming given the stack sizes, so pretty unfortunate that they do get it in versus a worse hand, versus a better hand, and the 10-9 does hold. 10 did pick up a decent amount of outs for fam, but yeah, the 10-9 does hold and get the double up to 197k.
None quite as prestigious as a WPT Prime one. I've got a few on the shelf. I've got a number of just from local series, some Australian poker tours, Australian poker leagues, a couple of other small local leagues around the place that run some smaller field stuff. I was lucky to pick up a trophy a couple of days ago, actually. There's a local poker room where I live in Brisbane called Empire Poker. They're running a series at the moment. And I went down and put a bullet into the $1,100 No Limit Hold'em Challenge and managed to take that one down for just over 11k after a heads-up deal. And
amazing, congrats,
man. Might not be as hey, thanks, dude. Trophy's maybe not quite as pretty as the WPT Prime one, but it's pretty flash looking. Got a whole Phoenix thing going. This is the theme of the room up there.
Love that. That's more than me anyway. I asked the question because I've never won a poker trophy, so getting more into live poker now. We do see, I think, a three-way all-in here. The big man just slides over his chips into the middle in the rack. Love that. Can't see his hands just yet. There we go, the ace queen.
Oh boy.
This is a big pot. Yes. Ace king, ace queen, pocket fives. I think the ace king and the pocket fives are at risk.
Sisyoung with the fives will be feeling reasonably good, seeing that he's just got to fade 3 different overcards to win this 3 ways. Still just 40% equity. Be a pretty big hold if he's able to do it.
Wow.
Not looking good.
Ooh.
Oh, King River. Yu Cheng gets bailed out. He gets it in pretty good shape.
The fact that you are forced to be on a table with 8 or 9 different people, potentially from around the world, have conversations. Obviously, you know, especially when you're in a live poker, like a TV table, there's not much conversation going on. But in general, like, this normally isn't what live poker's like. Obviously, you've got to be a bit more serious when you're on the TV table, when you're playing for big money. But in general, like, the people that I've met from all across the world playing poker, it's just amazing. Something that you don't get online. Obviously, when you play online, you can see the different flags, you can see the different countries from people all over the world. But yeah, you can't have them conversations. You can't have them stories. Like, meet people that you'd never meet, and it's just it's amazing.
That's right.
See pocket kings here open. Lee from the cutoff. Big blind. Looks as though they are going to make the call. I think we can see sometimes an all-in here with the ace-7 off. These offsuit ace-x do tend to love a jam as the cut-off on the button. But again, if you think the cut-off's not open and wide enough, then I think just flatten here is reasonable. And it does connect. We do see a 9-7-6 rainbow flop. We should see, obviously, cut-off. Lee is probably going to see bet. I think you can have some big sizes here. I think mostly small sizes. But we do see the trap in the check. 5 of clubs on the turn. I think this is why I just prefer the c-bet on the flop, because he just needs a lot of protection. Like, big blind now is going to have a lot of straights, going to have a lot of 2 pairs, and you just put yourself in an uncomfortable position with kings here on a lot of turn cards that you just don't need. It's like, you just c-bet this, you take it down a lot. If you face check raises, it's fine. Let's just get it all in. So.
And one other consideration here when we are holding the kings on this flop is not only is there turn cards that can cause our hand to no longer be the winner, but there's also turn cards like this 5 of clubs where even if we are ahead, this now significantly reduces our capacity to value bet our hand. It's pretty hard to take kings for an all-in when it's 4 to a straight, and now there's a paired board. Henriksen is going to make a bet here, and is probably...
I think this is like bluff. Yeah, I think given that the 8's if there wasn't an 8, I think you could block here for value with the 7, especially when it goes check on the flop. But I think given the size, given his actual hand, I think he is actually bluffing here with the a7. Again, just really tough spot with kings from what we talked about on the flop. That's why I don't mind the aces here checking on the flop if you are going to check, but kings is just going to be, even aces, like, there's too many, they're going to have too many pairs that are just going to get it all in on the flop. There's going to be too many bad 10 cards, river cards, like we've just seen here. But yeah, it's just super difficult because it's actually hard to put the study in because every tournament's different, every bubble's different, every table's different. It's just I think in these spots it's almost putting them reps in, getting yourself deep in these money bubbles a lot. Obviously online you get yourself into a lot of these versus live, but the money bubbles are actually going to be bigger when you're playing live. So it's almost, yeah, it's like the ace 5 suited, you can see he wasn't happy. Now you can see he's even more unhappy. Oh, facing an open, pocket 9s, but does go for the all-in, which I think is reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, this one's brutal because you're shoving knowing that you have virtually zero fold equity. MC playing about 36. Oh no, blinds have ticked up to 16, I think. So he's playing about 25 big blinds to start the hand, 24 big blinds. So he certainly can afford to make this call without a premium. So Andrew's just got to decide, is he happy to actually run his equity with these nines on the bubble? He's decided the answer is yes, and he will be getting some good news, assuming this gets all the way back around to MC.
I think we're just going to be seeing some Hollywood in here with ace-10, yeah, just trying to obviously use a bit of time bank to get closer to win the money. I don't think that was ever going to be a thought with calling ace-10. Yeah, like you said, no fold equities, just make the call.
Club's a non-factor here.
It's one of them where you like lucky you've got a club, but then you look they've got a club, so it doesn't really mean anything.
Is clean. Anderson's has gone from 2.1 big blinds all the way up to, what's this, like 16 now? 17 bigs? Guyu here with the ace-king suited will certainly be getting involved.
Oh, I must have missed it by about 10 seconds here. We're back live.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Championship Day 2. I am Lucas Robinson, aka Robin Poker, here with Jordan Banfield, and we are straight into the action here. 2 all-ins. Jack 6 suited under the gun with 150k. Rejam from the ace queen offsuit. Now the rejam, the jam here with the jack 6 suited seems pretty crazy, but I don't think they've got many big blinds, and obviously they're gonna next hand be in the big blind with the big blinds and the big blind ante. So
yeah, I think they got 3 bigs.
Exactly what the
more.
Yeah, it's probably something like that.
So more than mean reason.
So it looks as though we see the jam is 150k, and the ace queen actually tries to 3-bet, tries to raise more, but only puts 165k in.
It should only be a call here.
It's 110, and the blind is 40, right?
Yeah, 40.
Obviously the floor just trying to
Oh, blinds are 40, I think.
And you know, we make it 160.
Yeah, he can write 165.
165, so it's
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
So it's 50 more.
Is it over half? Is
Right?
it over
It's
half?
50
Okay,
more.
okay.
And the gap is 70.
Yeah.
So if he makes 160, it's over 50. You have to make the minimum raise. The minimum raise will be 220 minus a 40. It will be 180.
So it's
But
all
due
in.
to it's not enough to 180.
So he's all
compulsory all in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Compulsory on.
It's not enough 180, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be all in.
I mean, he's basically all. He's got 5k left, so.
Yeah.
170, 170.
他应该到18万才算真料，但他说过
If
了
you make it 140 below,
Yeah.
it will be a
I totally forgot about it. We're all very short stack. I'm seldom in this situation. This is a turbo structure.
Big blind has the 8-9 suited. Close spot, given they've both got 4 big blinds. He's already got 2 big blinds in the middle. Yeah, he does make the call, which yeah makes a lot of sense. Already investing basically 2 big blinds with the big blind ante. He's got another 3 big blinds to call, and they've got a decent stack. So 9-8 suited, the hand that's going to perform fairly decent 3 ways.
Ace of club. Ace of club. Thank you.
Absolutely.
No, but 110 in the middle though.
Ace queen ahead, 40% as we can see here.
110 in the middle.
9-8 suited, even though obviously it's only 9 high compared to the jack high, does have 34% a hand that can make straights, can make flushes.
Ace of club.
We do see a board of the 10 King 2 rainbow.
Ace of club, please.
Ace Queen still ahead.
Ace of club. Okay.
Ooh.
Ace of spade 10 does now pick up some out, the 9-8 of spades.
Ace of club.
Jack 6 picks up the queen as well. And we do see the holds from the ace queen. Ace queen eliminated Meow. Obviously got unfortunate before with the pocket queens, losing to the queen jack offsuits, and does now finally go GG's. We see a really good comment in the chat saying poker has exploded in Asia. There's an event now in Manila covered by stars, and another in Thailand, an APT event. Yeah, it's just what we love to see. Like there's actually, to me, seems a bit more of a poker boom in live. Online, there's obviously a lot of restrictions going around in certain countries, which isn't what we want to see to kind of grow the game. But live seems like it's booming all across the world, man. Like I said, I was obviously just in Montreal, which is an amazing WPT event. I was in Brazil earlier this year, which was just incredible. Yeah, live poker, man. I think that's why, like, you're seeing a transition from me personally into a bit more live in the content. But I think just in general, like, not only in the live poker space, but also the live poker content, like that's where the majority of the high views are coming from. And yeah, I had this discussion with Jordan in Montreal where, yes, we've come from a background of streaming and creating online content, but I think we're both slowly starting to transition more into playing more live poker and creating more live poker content, which, yeah, you can obviously follow me on Robin Poker on everything, and obviously Jordan Banfield on kind of what's your main platform for people to follow you on, Jordan? Instagram?
Yeah, I would say my Instagram. If you guys want to follow me, it's Jordan_Banfield. I post a lot of poker content, both online and live. So yeah, you can get a taste of both worlds for sure.
See the ace queen suited opening from the cutoff. Yeah, problem is with the operators is that happens a lot. You see, obviously, the ones in December, it's competition's good in all industries, in my opinion. But yeah, I think to grow the actual game of poker, there definitely should be a little bit more in terms of organization and a little bit more kind of, yeah, discussions between poker kind of operations. But because of that kind of competition and because they are obviously owned by different companies and stuff like that, it's getting that good balance between kind of competition plus almost not competing against each other and like you've just said then, putting 3 kind of live poker tours on at the same time. Cannibalization. Yeah, I mean, that's a word you could use. Like I said, I think it's actually better to it'd be worse to see no live events going on, right? It'd be actually better to have a lot of live events going on, and I think that shows that the demand is there for there to be 3 live events going on at the same time. Like I said, just in Malta, which is a very small island which I live on, there's so many live poker events all the time, and they have the kind of competition between the 2 main events here, or the 2 big series, and they compete at the same time. But again, that allows people to have options, and if people travel over from different countries, it allows them to have not just 1 event to choose, but 2 events. So I kind of see it
exactly
as I tend to see
the diversity is super important. Yeah, and like the diversity is super important. Like having all those different options is huge. Like having just 1 event spaced out is good, but at the same time, having all those different options, let's say you're traveling or not even traveling, you just want to have a lot of different options to go to. So even if they are at the same time, I don't know if it's it'll be taken away from each other. Like Robin said too, competition is good in the poker space, in anything really, but yeah.
The demand's there, and they. But let's say there's 2 series going on at the same time, and they can reach the guarantees and stuff like that. And it's just when, obviously, which has happened in the past, where there's been a WPT Championship in December, and another kind of poker operator has put an event on at the same time, and obviously put in big guarantees to almost kind of compete with that, and that's when obviously it kind of hinders when people have got to choose. Because yeah, let's say if they were going on in the same kind of, let's say it was Vegas, they were both going on in Vegas, then people could play. People wouldn't have to choose. People could play both of them. But obviously, with it being on different countries, which was the case, it's people have got to choose, and that's when it's not good. And that's why for me, in the summer in Vegas is just incredible, and nothing beats it in playing in Vegas, because you've just got every casino, you've got every almost poker kind of operator, almost having a lot of live events on at the same time, which you can kind of choose to play. You bust one tournament and then there's another tournament that's already running in a different casino.
I said I cannot know what the cards are, but
Which one?
it's too high. No, I said it's too high. I can see something, but I cannot see what cards here.
Yeah, it's another thing to
coming
kind
with
of
the
like,
race,
I'd
yeah.
suggest to look out for is when you are folding your hands or pitching your hands, just tend to not do it too high, because again, people can see it and give information. Do you see Whit Wasson in the small blind wake up with the pocket aces? Anton does make the call. We do see the prey.
Oh, wow. Oh, he didn't even call yet. He just flipped. He thought he called, so he flipped over his card.
Count first, yeah, just count.
You still want to count?
Count.
You still want to count?
Of course, I need the count.
Yeah, he said count.
200 plus, right? Yeah.
My God.
I mean, like I talked about before about Whit Wasson being a little bit of an experienced player. What I'd suggest, guys, instead of kind of doing the actions quick, just always ask the dealer. Always verify with the dealer in terms of what the action was or what someone said, because there's a chance that Anton actually calls there with the king 10 suited, but obviously once he sees that Whit Wasson has the aces, then he's obviously not going to be calling.
Because this is maybe have some.
Yeah.
It's not fair for other players, right? It's maybe you have friends.
Oh, you talk about count.
Yavar saying that's awful. Yeah, absolutely.
Right? You have to make sure
Wow.
verbally confirm with the dealer, right? Just wait for the dealer.
Yeah, like the Floors just said then, you just to make sure you confirm with the dealer. So yeah, I mean it's Pokemon. Whit Wasson's obviously a new player to the game. He's having fun. He's obviously getting excited when he has pocket aces. But I'd always suggest to just verify with the dealer.
100% no, I see aces.
It's okay, King 10-10 flop. Yeah, it might have been. He might have saved himself there.
He's so happy and sad.
Yeah. No, I'm happy.
He just lost value still. I
I
love
should be
it.
happy more than sad.
But again, it's experience, man. Listen, everyone makes mistakes. King 10 suited is
Absolutely.
calling, in my opinion. I don't know what the blinds are. The blinds now 80,000, I think, or is it 60,000?
Yes. It's 60 or 80, I wish. Yeah, and he had around 10 big, so it's.
We can see it in there. We can. Oh, it's actually 40,000. So yeah, I think.
Oh wow,
then it wouldn't
only
be a
40.
goal
He's
then. I
got
think
20
it'd be a
bigs.
little bit.
Yeah, no chance.
Annoying.
We do have a comment in the chat saying, "I was there and must say I impressed as a tie." That is what you just love to see. Listen, I know obviously I'm doing commentary for WPT. I know I work with WPT Global, but I can honestly say like I've done now I think 3 WPT events. I've done the WPT Championship in Las Vegas. I've done the WPT Voyage, which was actually a poker cruise, and then I've done the event in Montreal. I actually went to Paris as well, and honestly like. That's where the WPT gets the brand, the World Poker Tour. Like it guarantees that every event you go to, it's going to be super organized. It's going to obviously have good dealers. It's going to be an amazing experience. So yeah, I'd highly recommend, obviously, wherever you are in the world to get to one. It should be on your bucket list to play, in my opinion.
HDJ
But do you see
Games
someone? Yeah, let me know what your name is, man. Let me know, and we can the friend of the stream, I like to call it. We can root for you, man. We can, let you know, let the people know which one on the feature table you are. You see Jiangnan raise it up from under the gun, 8-7 suited. I like it. 20 big blinds, and then we see the call from under the gun 1 again. Tell me apart. I think you can 3-bet. I think you can flat. It's gonna actually get him more action though, because Lee just wake up from the hijack with the ace jack of clubs.
They say he's trolling in the chat.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think it might be because I don't think, if you noticed, I don't think they're allowed phones on the feature table. No one's on their phones.
Right. Oh, Lee with the fold.
Absolutely hates folding there. You can see the grimace on his face, but it's a great fold. It's an absolutely great fold. I personally wouldn't have been folding there, but yeah.
No, I think I would be calling as well.
I think you can just call, yeah. I think maybe he was decided he maybe thought potentially he has to raise there, but yeah, I think just calling. You're in position versus both players, it's fine. I think obviously he probably just folded because there's a lot of players behind, maybe some shove stacks, but yeah, ace jack suited definitely good enough to call there.
I agree with that. Definitely want to see a flop with ace jack suited. We are going to a flop. Agreed. Very disciplined. Fold. Yes. And this is what I was talking about maybe about 20-30 minutes ago. The difference between live and online. You would never see someone online fold ace jack suited, but in person, man, in live poker, it's just such a different game. You're gonna see, like I said, you're gonna see big hands folding here and there, and the dynamic is just really cool to see. All right, so 8-7.
We did
suited.
see him put a name Hashdev in the chat, so yeah, but potentially he's actually moving to the new feature table and after this. But I think we've got this feature table for the next few hours at least.
Okay, so under the gun does bet, and ace queen coming along here. Ace queen picking up a little bit more equity with that gutter ball. Wheel draw. I'd like to see what happens.
Both actually put up a good shot here, which was really interesting.
Absolutely. True.
8-7 now needs an 8, 7, or 6 to win this. But you can see here, like a bunch of outs have already been folded. Does only have the 6 outs. Ace queen high still good. Do see a check from Jiang, and we probably will see a check back. Ace queen definitely going to be good enough for showdown. Now we see a give up on the turn.
Does he go for a bluff here, or does he just give up?
Problem is by bluffing here, Jordan. If you agree, it's like it's what checks turn and then actually has value on the river. Like all your overpairs are going to be betting turn. Your 9x is actually going to be betting turn still. So you're not going to be value betting now with a 2, a 3, a 5. So yeah, I think it's really nice give up from Jiang, and obviously ace queen's just going to be good enough most of the time to just win this pot and yeah, scoop a reasonably big pot, 420k.
I would have actually liked to see a bluff on turn, if any, from 8-7, but
yeah,
nonetheless, yeah, you're not.
I think if you're going to bluff there, I think turn makes more sense than river. I think there's probably certain rivers you can bluff on, like let's say the flush trick gets there, or there's maybe the straight, certain one like 4 to a straight, but the 9's the worst card to bluff, in my opinion, because like you said, you're going to be betting your 9x on the turn, you're going to be betting on your overpairs, so there's just going to be so many misdraws there, and you've almost got to give up, but you've got to bet 10 if you're going to kind of... It's always nice to bluff with equity there, and the majority of hands that you're trying to get to fold out there are going to be ace-high hands, so just, yeah, betting relatively small or big on the turn there with the 8-high, with a good shot. It's going to be nice. So someone in chat, I don't know how true this is, saying, when I was fresh, I folded aces pre-flop against queens and jacks. Flop, queen, jack. no ace. I bet you've not folded aces since. Even though you would have won, sorry, you would have lost on that one. I bet you've not folded aces since. Have you ever folded aces or kings pre-flop, Jordan?
I'm trying to, obviously not aces, kings. I'm trying to think if I ever folded kings. Yeah, I think I folded kings once to a 3-bet, 4-bet.
Are you correct?
Sure enough, I was wrong playing on global.
Hey, I was exactly the same. I think there was a clip, you might have seen it, where I like Meet the Hero, I open under the gun, it goes like 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet jam, and I'm like, we're playing like 200 big blinds deep, and I'm like, someone's always just got aces here, and they had the opposite of aces. They had some crazy hands, but that was early on in my playing on WPT Global, and that's when I realized, I'm never ever folding a good hand on WPT Global again.
Yeah, no, don't ever. Ace king,
Four
calling
here,
the
at
all in
risk.
here. Nice hold.
Does not get there. Do you see Jiang Nan eliminated? GG's to him. Ace king does hold.
And he's just picking up
First
nice
over 1 million stack I've seen over the last few days. Turning part now does go up to 1.3 big blinds. I mean, we were harsh. That had 1.3 million. But really nice stack now.
Bit small, one big. 50.
Blinds going up.
Blinds are going up to 40, if I'm not mistaken. Or they were.
Someone just said 50 there, I think. Yeah, I think it's 25, 50 now. It's just gone up to.
Okay.
Ah, there he is. Harsh, yeah, there he is. So he's just got moved to the featured table, yeah. So he was correct. Let's go, man.
He's not.
I mean, now we've got a bit of a hero to kind of root for, guys. Hardev is
HDJ
obviously just being in chat. We love to see that. Yeah, he's on his phone now.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
The tournament director will come over to you first. Once he has busted you out on the system,
We'll give good luck out to Harsh.
Right over here, these beautiful ladies at the computers. Once you've done that, you'll be given a payout card, and then, and only then...
We did see Lee fold this exact combo before, after an open and a call, but does now not fold. Does open it up with the 16, 17 big blinds. Tanupat does defend, 10-8 off, seems standard to me. Do see a board of the ace 8-3. Ooh, do both connect. Do see Tanupat check. This isn't a board that you're going to want to be having many donk leads on ace-high boards. And we probably should see Lee c-bet small here, c-bet big. I think either play's going to be fine. I think c-bet small, given the stack distributions.
Absolutely. The dynamic here you want to see is, does Tanupat come along with middle pair? As you can, as played, is a pretty standard call, but like I said, with live dynamic, I wouldn't even be surprised if I saw a fold, but I think he will be coming along here with middle pair.
It just depends if you've got, and this is the thing, like in theory, you're not meant to fold here with 10-8, but it all depends. Like these guys have been playing against each other for hours, right? Maybe he thinks that Lee is never ever going to be bluffing here and he's only ever going to have an ace, but still, even if you think he's only going to have an ace, there's certain runouts that you can actually potentially turn your 8 into a bluff to get them to fold a weak ace. You can obviously turn an 8, you can turn a 10, which you can then win a big pot versus the ace. So but yeah, I think we're probably most likely going to see a bet and a fold here on the turn, but wouldn't mind, given the pot's 420k and Lee actually has only 590k, I wouldn't mind sometimes seeing a check here. But I think given the hearts are out there, flush draws, certain straight draws out there, I think just betting on the smaller of sides, which Lee does, and we do see a bet and a fold.
Flush draw. There. Okay.
Yeah, because I think if you bet small on the turn there, yes, you have 2 pair, so it's pretty hard for your opponent to have anything. Big blind, like he's just said then, like he asked the question, did you have a flush draw? And yeah, he did not this time, but just betting small and almost given the kind of, maybe bet like 30 to 40% there of the pot and giving a flush draw a bit more of a hard time. I think if you bet bigger than that, then a flush draw is just going to be an easy fold. I think we actually played a similar pot in Montreal where I'd done a size specifically to target your flush draws to kind of almost be indifferent. And yeah, I mean, obviously put you in a tricky spot. I think I had top pair and you had a flush draw. So it's trying to give your opponent almost an indifferent size and put your opponents in tricky spots to yeah, to not have an easy call. If I bet really smaller and a pot against you, it's an easy call, obviously with a flush draw, but then if I bet really big, then it's an easy fold. So almost doing that middle size sometimes is going to be the correct play. Whitwasson does go for the open. Does see a bit bigger of a min raise here. Does see the 130k big blinds is at 50k. Definitely could have just jammed here, I think, is fine. Has around about 10 big blinds. Min raise, I guess, is fine if you think your opponents aren't going to play too good against this size.
I think jamming's probably about the same EV, maybe slightly more. Unsure though.
Yeah, I personally would just always be jamming here with ace jack off. 10 big blinds is the gun one.
You just don't want to be calling off when getting jammed, so your hand's fairly strong enough, obviously, to be jamming for 10 bigs. So yeah.
Wow, but it actually does get harsh. Friend of the stream that was in here earlier. You can see he's uncomfortable. He does not like it. And again, this is why I'm min raising. Just if you just jam your stack in, I mean, by min raising, by raising opening here, non all in, he's got ace 4 off to jam into him. But you can see that he's uncomfortable. Like this is why you just put yourself in tough spots like this. If you are going to raise, you do need to call with under 10 big blinds. But like we talked about before, Watson's definitely a new player to the game.
And a very interesting dynamic because what is his jamming range from the big blind? Obviously pretty strong, but not with his exact holding. So it kind of, like you said, puts ace jack in the blender here right now. Very interesting dynamic.
If he does make the call, he's going to be in great shape for a big double.
Absolutely, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make the call because he's thinking of how strong a jam is from the big blind. Very interesting hand here.
He may talk himself into a fold, given, yeah, maybe he doesn't think harsh from the big blind. Actually, he does jam hands like this, ace 4 off.
Yeah, I would never suspect him to have that hand. Wow, what a fold. And what a jam. Wow, what a crazy hand.
I think if you would have told Harsh that he got ace jack to fold, I mean, he's going to see it in 30 minutes time. That Danny is in game, but like, I mean, he'll be seeing this right now if he is in chat, but yeah, that is pretty insane. I think he probably knew he had a strong-ish hand. Maybe he's jamming there for ace 4 for value rather than bluffing, getting him to maybe thinking he's got a king-queen type hand, a queen-jack suited, but yeah, to raise fold though with ace jack off and actually get the fold with ace 4 off is absolutely massive.
Robin, if you can just hold the fort for 1 minute, I'm just going to close the door behind me here. I'll be right back.
All good, mate. All good. Do see Anton in the cutoff wake up with the pocket nines, just under 10 big blinds. Does go for the all-in. Well, actually, leaves 1 chip behind. Puts 99% of his chip stack in the middle.
$42.
No bats with the fold, king 10 off. Harsh in the small blinds should make the fold with the king 8, which he does. See Lee in the big blinds with the king 6 off, makes the quick fold.
Ace queen.
No.
But yeah, guys, let me know in the comments, where is everyone watching from in the world? Put your flag in the chat. Put your location
Would
in the
absolutely
chat.
love to hear that.
We've obviously got me from the UK, but actually commentating from Malta. We've got Jordan from Canada, commentating from Canada. Yeah, let me know. I want to see. Let's try and get. There's how many people watching? There's like 300. 300 people, 408 people watching. So let's try and get 10 different countries in chat if we can. So we've already got 2 from me and Jordan. Let's see if we get another 8 unique countries in chat. That'd be great to see.
Should be super easy. Already got people coming in.
3
Paris,
so far.
Bali, India. Nah.
Team Harsh from India. I bet you guys loved the ace 4 hand there. You thought
That
probably
was
initially he
insane.
was going to be in trouble. Yeah, I need to get myself back to Thailand, man. I went to Thailand after Game of Gold, went to Koh Phangan, went to Bangkok for only a few days. But yeah, Koh Phangan was where I spent the most time, and actually Phuket as well. I was trying to stream from there, did do a few streams, but Koh Phangan was my favourite, man. Like, I'd done the full moon festival for my birthday with like loads of my best friends, with my fiance, and it was just incredible, man. Like, I'd highly recommend it. I mean, I can't remember much of the night because we drank so much alcohol, but yeah, that shows it was a good night. It's basically what it is it's basically a festival on the beach. So you've got all different types of DJs on this big beach. Everyone's drinking. I got that drunk where there's these guys doing like almost it's not tattoos, but it's like face paint, but you can get it on your body. So I got the Superman logo like face painted on my chest. My best mate got the 7-Eleven logo face painted on his chest.
We got a big hand here. Dealer open, or button open, sorry. King Jack calling in the small blind, I think, and big blind going with the jam.
I think we're probably most likely going to see a fold from Anton, and then I think Harsh is going to be priced into call versus the big blinds. Wait, Watson again doesn't make the same mistake than he did last time and put all his then show his hand. Does pick up the aces. A lot of Indians in the chat. India's somewhere I've never been, but I definitely, absolutely love the Indian people. Love the Indian food as well. It's some of my favorite foods in the whole world. So yeah, I'd definitely need to get myself to India one day. In question for the Indian people in the chat, is there any live poker tours in India, or has there been in the past?
That's a great question. I personally would love to know. And I think that I think there isn't, but I don't know. Oh, so Force does make the call?
Yeah, I just think Bryson getting too good of a price with the 4s versus aces. Whitwasson is at risk, is 87% favourite to hold here. It's a double up versus Harsh, who's definitely a fan favourite so far.
Picks up a nice little gutter ball, but bricks on the river. And Wits Hodgson finds the double.
Delton, Poker Tour in. Oh, nice. Okay, maybe I'll find my way to that Poker Tour one day then. Now I'm getting more into live poker. It's just my dream to go to as many and play in as many countries as possible. Jordan, we actually had a guy here from Canada on the featured table yesterday. And given that this is the first international event in Thailand, he made the money and he cashed in his 68th country in the world. He's got the most flags on Hendon Mob, and yeah, he's now got a Thailand flag on his Hendon Mob. 68 countries he's cashed.
That is insane. Kudos to him.
what would you say? What's the most unique flag you've got on your Hender mob in terms of you've cashed in? Would you say?
Oh, I've cashed in London and Barcelona. Where else? I think I'd probably say Barcelona for
Yeah,
a Westerner.
Barcelona's a sick one.
Yeah.
A lot of love for Harsh in chat. We love to see it.
Absolutely. Gotta support the viewer plus the person at the table. It's unreal.
One of my earliest memories was I used to live in the Isle of Man, and they used to do some like big kind of live events there, like UK PT and stuff like that. So they don't anymore, unfortunately. But one of my earliest memories was I used to, yeah, obviously from England, from Liverpool. It was my uncle was on a feature table, and yeah, railing him and just being so excited to see him run deep it was just one of my amazing first memories of poker. So it's just what it's about, man. When you've got friends or family or people, yeah, that you're kind of rooting for on a feature table like this in a WPT event, it's special, man. It's so special.
Absolutely.
Young does go for the jam with the king queen off, has just over 15 big blinds, and we will see the fold from Whitwasson. So Nupat still the chip leader at the table, 1 million chips.
And it's a crazy dynamic. Chip leader only has 20 bigs. So that just goes to show how shallow the depths are right now.
Yeah, the average stack now, definitely. I think average stack, if you can see in the background, there's 16 big blinds. So it's definitely gonna.
Great.
I think today's gonna be relatively quick. I think, obviously, given that the structure had to almost change to a turbo 20-minute blinds, it's definitely
It's
gonna get to today's action fairly quick.
You see a raise under the gun here with king queen.
I like it, man. I think most people do just jam. I think I'd done the similar play with 12 big blinds. I jammed when I was in Canada, and one of my friends who's a really good pro basically just asked me the question of, do you not think min raise folding is better? And yeah, I almost agreed with him. It's a hand that you're not going to love to see much action when you do jam, and if you do min raise and do see action behind you, you do get to fold, and potentially you just take it down like Anton just did, pick up a nice pot before you get in the big blind. So 840k is the average stack, 17 big blinds. Blinds are at 25k, 50k. That's a new player at the table, Maury. Don't recognize him. Onto the gun.
Ooh, Harsh waking up with
Ooh. Fan favorite, Harsh waking up with the pocket aces. The bullets.
Always what to see.
It's another good question. What's everyone's nickname for aces? American Airlines is my favorite, man. It's I love that one.
Yeah. You just hate to see all the folds when you wake up with aces. You're just like, please, somebody 3-bet me. Please get some action. Big blind, yeah.
Doesn't look like anyone's going to wake up with anything behind.
Yeah.
Harsh does take it down. Doesn't show. Keeps his image balanced. I like it. speaking about watch, there was a guy at the table that had a very nice watch on yesterday. I'm getting a little bit more into the kind of watches, and yeah, I kind of got my first one. So yeah, Harsh there with a very, very nice watch. Few
Do you know
nice
the make?
watches I've seen with. I don't know actually. I don't know. I'd have to see a close up. Yeah. I think yesterday someone had I think it was a Rolex. Don't know what that looks like. If anyone in chat maybe knows a bit more, but been seeing the last few days some nice watches, some really nice card protectors actually, some really fun ones. I think someone had like a bell card protector yesterday, so every time like someone either showed a bluff or won a big part, we saw a little bell kind of go off. That was really fun.
And Harsh coming up with the open with King 4 suited. A little bit wide from his position, but I like the aggression.
105. Thanks. Clock.
Alright, for the main event, finish your last hand.
That's up with easy folds. Murray in the big blinds. Does look down.
Once again, for the main event, that blinds are up. 30, 60.
Do you see a mystery hand? Which is fun. Mix it up. I don't think mystery hand's been a thing, but actually, there's maybe something I'll suggest to them for maybe tomorrow. Could be fun. I think throwing a mystery hand in sometimes is almost adds up a little bit of spice, and yeah, we can both the commentators and the people watching, we can try and guess what players have got. Could be fun.
Could be fun for sure. I agree with that.
Hash does take it down. I think now does take the chip lead on the table.
Keeping his aggression.
Blinds have now gone up to 30,000, 60,000, 60,000 big blind ante.
Yep, 30,000, 60,000. Yep. People are going to be very short. Like we said, I think the chip leader had 20 bigs. So the dynamics is just going to be crazy.
Do you see Young with the big raise here? I think essentially putting them all in. No, does actually
leave some
raise to
behind.
195k. Yeah.
I tell you, Patch is going to
Just take it down.
Yep. A little over a 3x open there with the queen jack off.
So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, guys, the whole of this prize pool actually has been sponsored by WPT, just to celebrate this event being the first international event run in Thailand. So yeah, incredible, big prize pool. Prize pool has equated in total to 75,488,000 Thai baht, and yeah, first place 11,477,000, which equates to roughly 353,000 US dollars. So yeah, the fact that obviously that's been sponsored by the whole of it by WPT in celebration of this being the first international event in Thailand is amazing. Very, very special. And obviously the first event was again the whole prize pool was given away for free by WPT. It was actually turned into a free roll. So yeah, obviously that has again started off with a bang in this tournament series, first ever international one in Thailand, and this event has carried that special aspect on. King Hyper in chat put all 3 ex-girlfriends of Harsh watching. Listen, at least he's got some supporters, man. That's 3 more people than maybe some people have got. Listen, and if he's got a good relationship with them still, and I mean they're not going to be getting any percentage of his winnings, I don't think. So I think Harsh won't mind them rooting for him as long as he keeps all the percentage of money that he wins. Oh, he's got his 4th. His actual girlfriend's in Thailand. Yeah, maybe he's not going to keep 100% then.
I love the troll comments. Michael Blancato says, "Sup, Jay? I'm here." Oh, what up, man? Thank you for coming in, watching this stream, Michael. Fellow, or not fellow, sorry, supporter of my Twitch channel in the chat. What's up, Michael? Ooh, cut off waking up with jacks. If I'm not wrong, I think it's your favorite hand, Robin.
Yeah, I was actually speaking yesterday to Corey, and it was the exact same for him. He actually called them the sexy boys, which is really funny. I asked him where that come from, and he just always called them sexy boys. So yeah, it's something that he started when he was commentating, and it's always stuck. So I call them the Jackies. I've actually got an emote on my Twitch channel just from my biggest... When I was doing the challenge, 1,000 hours in 100 days, it was day 98. And I got in the spot with a fellow streamer where we got it all in, jacks versus aces. They had aces, I had jacks, and we hit a jack on the river. So then we ended up winning $23,000 to end the challenge in style. So yeah, I'll always have fond memories of jacks. But I know obviously a lot of people do get into trouble with the pocket jacks, and... yeah, I prefer jacks than I was saying before yesterday, John. Like ace queen off is my dreaded hand. That seems to be the hand that I almost gets me into trouble and I lose a lot of pots with. I don't know about yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny how many pros and players that I know that call it the nemesis hand, ace queen. I tend to not. I'm glad I'm not. I haven't really faced that type of dilemma with them. I do understand the dynamic though. It is a hand where it just gets you in a ton of trouble, but nonetheless, I've been able to avoid those situations. I haven't had any big spots where I lost a ton with ace queen, but like I said, it's just one of those hands I can definitely see getting you in trouble. Just like jacks too. A lot of people are like, "How do you play jacks?" with all the memes and etc.
Jacks is probably the one, isn't it? That's got the most memes and that's got the worst reputation. Great fold there from the big blind, by the way. We did see like just over a 10 big blind jam, and the big blind gets away from sixes. Great fold.
And yeah, exactly. That is just where online it's a snap call almost. Not maybe not a snap call, but it's a pretty easy get it in. And just how the dynamic shifts from online to live. Like he just folds sixes for what was it? 10 big blind shove from cutoff.
10 big blind. Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool to see how much tighter players are in person, and I've seen this wherever I play as well. This type of dynamic.
Turning apart now. Did have the chip lead on the table. Potentially may take the chip lead again, following this hand, pocket queens, very nice hand. Does it open it up from the cutoff? $120k, so a min raise, 2 big blinds.
I do. Oh, big blind waking up with king 10 suited here. With 10 bigs, I would like to see a call here, but let's see what happens. Does call. Again, Robin, if you might be better with flags than me, but Tron says hello from, I'm unsure where that is, but
Thailand.
Hello, Tron. Oh, is that Thailand? Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know what? I'm really good with flags for the most part, because I actually had like a you know, when you're growing up, you have like colouring books and stuff like that. My mum got me like a book where you kind of have to put the stickers, the flags on each certain country. So yeah,
Oh, nice.
I'm relatively good with flags. Wow. Do you see Tanupat flop a set? Monotone board, so hasn't got the nuts with top set. Big blind can have a bunch of flushes. Wow, that is going to be trouble. That's going to be trouble. With Wassin now turning 2 pair. I guess the only thing in favour of his hand is that potentially there's straights and flushes out there that maybe saves him, but given that the pot's 510k, he's only got 450k behind. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to find a way out of not losing all his chips here, in my opinion.
And Tanupat going with a small sizing on the turn, with Watson just calling.
Make the call. I mean, I guess Jordan, there's going to be certain river cards that saves him. So like a spade, maybe an ace, maybe a jack. So I think that's the...
320.
Oh, wow. I mean, we saw this from him yesterday where he accidentally went to raise under the gun and actually limped with aces. So like I said here, like Whit Wasson obviously is an experienced player, and yeah, it's fine. Like he'll take the experience from this event to learn from future events, but yeah, he's I don't know whether this was meant as a raise or whether it was meant to as a call, but either way, we do get it all in here.
King, queen, maybe?
Pair 10.
Is gonna need some help. Needs
Yeah,
the 2 kings in the deck,
wow.
and we already see one of them's folded, so
You never know.
doesn't know it, but he does only have the one out.
If you win, it's your lucky day. Ding, ding. Ooh. Nice.
And that would probably be a card that saves him too.
Yeah, if he just called.
Yeah. Any jack.
But
any ace,
at the
and
end, Whit Wasson does go out through the cooler, does 10-2 pair versus sets. GG's to him. You know what, man? Like, I know he obviously made some mistakes before he accidentally showed his aces, but a really fun player to watch. Like, kudos to him. Like I said, he obviously is an inexperienced player. Like, you can see that there's certain spots where he obviously felt uncomfortable and stuff like that. But again, listen, we've all been there. You've got to be an experienced to and play these events to get the experience, and I'm sure next time he'll bounce back and be stronger. But the fact that he made it to day 2, he cashed, like that's
what a run!
I assume
What a
for one
run.
of his first events, it's an amazing first start. Mari now in the under the gun +2 does have round about 14-13 big blinds. Does actually make the fold. Very disciplined fold. Tanupat now, the opposite of that, now with the 1.6 million stack, does open it up in the hijack to the 120k with the queen at 5 suited.
And looking
Young
like an
in
easy
the big
takedown.
blinds.
isn't it?
Yeah, she probably should see the fall too with the 9-4 off.
5 seconds.
Wow, and we do see the call.
Oh my lord.
Little bit too loose that from Kong, but does call, and unfortunately does not flop anything for him. Queen 5 suited, most likely going to see a c-bet here and take it down. Oh, Jordan.
Nah.
Jordan. Jordan.
What?
Look what he's done.
Oh. Wrong chips.
Wow. No, he's just snap raised them and took it down with the 9-4 high. This is street poker, people, and this is what we love to see.
That.
He had a plan, Jordan. He didn't want to fall pre-flop because he had a plan. He's just going to check raise 80% of his stack and take it down with the 9-4 offsuit. That is absolutely incredible.
What a boss. Wow, that is actually insane.
This is where live poker takes on a whole new beast compared to online, in my opinion. Maybe he thinks, and again, it's all about that metagame, right? Maybe he thinks he's been playing tight. Maybe he thinks, like, right, the chip leader's going to be opening wide, which he was, Queen 5 suited. So maybe he thinks he can use his tight image to get away with that. But again, you've got to have some guts to do that on a king high board, man, with 9-4 high. You check raise 80% of your stack. Snap check raise as well, by the way. Incredible.
When you could just be drawing dead, but nope, nonetheless takes it down with a holding that I would have folded pre. Absolutely crazy.
It's now opening up with the 10-9 offsuit, which I don't mind. Hijack a little bit too loose, but yeah, if he thinks that people are going to be playing a little bit too tight behind, it's fine. Does actually get the Jack 8 off to fold in the big blinds.
I am absolutely loving these dynamics.
It's what we've seen yesterday. Like, I'll try it again. I love live poker. I've been loving commentating on this event because you see so many different types of styles combined into one table, and this is why, in my opinion, guys, that you shouldn't have a set strategy of how you should play poker, specifically playing live, because let's say you rock up to this table and you've got a plan to play super aggressive. Well, you're just going to get check raised by 9-4 offsuit from the big blind. But then some people then may fold Jack 8 offsuit. So, like, it's, yeah, you've almost got to adapt to each individual to kind of adapt to each hand. And this is why live poker, man, we're seeing a poker boom in live poker, and we're seeing, obviously, a lot of fun happening in these type of events.
And another thing, too, with this specific dynamic is them knowing that their cards are live is going to change the dynamic a bit for sure, because you're going to be either more inclined to bluff, like we just saw with the 9-4, and just because you're on camera, you might want to make some moves. Yeah, it just adds another dynamic to the game.
100%.
5-2. Oh, well, small blind. Sorry, not button.
325.
King 6 suited.
No, I did not claim that this is a free roll. Fritz, you obviously misheard me. I said that the first event was a free roll, that they changed into a free roll. This is not a free roll. This was a buy-in, which was 37,000 baht, $1,140 it was to buy into this. The first event was a free roll, so that was not my mistake. That was your mistake for mishearing. And yeah, Jordan doesn't know the Thailand flag. That's fine. Listen, it's life. Like you probably don't know things that we know. So yeah, listen. Positive vibes only in chat, Fritz.
Absolutely.
We don't want any negativity.
Fritz, I was actually more inclined to enunciate the names correctly than the flag. But
yeah, I mean, listen, you don't see the research we do. Jordan woke up at 5 a.m. to do this job, and you don't see the research that of our group chat of trying to pronounce the names right. That's something that we focused on the most. So yeah, listen, there's potentially certain people that don't do their job right, but me and Jordan are definitely not one of them. So can see Tanupat and Harsh, the chip leaders at the table. 23 big blinds, 21 big blinds. Young now over the 1 million mark. Because what I did mention is this was not a free roll. But obviously the first event that they did, they've changed into a free roll. But in this one, obviously everyone bought in, but WPT have actually sponsored the whole prize pool for this event. So yeah, that is the correct information. Biggest stack in the tournament, it was on Poker News. Obviously, you can get up to date on Poker News on this event. So obviously, me being a Poker News ambassador is something I'd recommend you could do. It was a guy from Canada called Philip Zukanik. The last update is he was chip leading with 3 million chips. Actually, we've got Amit now. Amit currently is the chip leader with 3,250,000. We've got Philip in second with 3,065,000.
फोन चाहिए डाल दिया सब जगह क्या स्टोरी पे
And Anton here with a difficult decision, thinking if he should just run his hand with the amount of chips he has, facing the open.
दूसरे फोन से कर लो दूसरे फोन से कर लो आप कैसे कर लो
It's a tough one, man. Obviously, under the gun opens, so it's going to be a very tight range. This time, though, Tonopat does have pretty much close to the bottom of the range, Jack 9 suited. So maybe Anton thinks that he's going to be dominated a lot here, even with a 7 offsuit. But yeah, I think he's just debating whether he has a little bit too many chips in order to fold. He's going to use another time bank. Something we mentioned yesterday, Jordan, was just the quickness of play in this tournament with the time banks, with the shot clock. It just makes a massive difference, in my opinion, both for obviously a play point of view, but also for and like watching it and obviously commentating point of view. It's just the action's been not only obviously incredible, but it's just super quick as well. Not having too many people time banking, even on the bubble. Obviously, that's when it's probably most prone to see time banks and people want to use their time bank to get in the money. But we've had no people called the shot clock on, and it's just been super quick, the action, which is great.
Yeah, and it's something I would love to see more with in live events, more time banks being implemented. I've been to both 100%. I've been to events where there has been time banks and events where there hasn't been, and always the time bank trumps the no time bank. It's just it makes the game much smoother. The game goes it's just the transitioning is just clean. Definitely recommend it being more of a universal thing when you're playing live poker,
especially like pre-flop. I think maybe post-flop I get a little bit more if you get maybe a little bit more time. Let's say you get a minute per decision, specifically on like turns and rivers. Let's say if it's a massive pot, and there's obviously a lot of information to take in terms of what the pot is, what the stack sizes are, what the pre-flop action was, what the action on the flop was. But pre-flop 30 seconds should be enough for kind of most players to almost make a decision. And then obviously, yeah, if you've got a really close spot, then you've got them time banks that you can use.
Absolutely.
They can't extend the level to 30 minutes or something? We're definitely at the final table by before midnight.
Yeah, so someone's just asked there, can they extend the kind of levels to 30 minutes rather than 20 minutes, because it is going very quick. But I think there's a thing of, because due to the law of only being able to play until a certain time, which, if I'm right in saying, is midnight Thai time, Bangkok time. That's the reason, I think, in the change of structure, and why things are obviously going relatively quickly so far. I don't know what to expect from Zhao Yang, man. It's like, now we've seen that 8-4 off raise, like, he sat there with 4-3 suited. I don't know if he's going to call or fold or rejam. Like, that's exactly what you want with type of players on the table, though. Unpredictable. Anton there just using his full 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Must be obviously pay jumps coming up, and again, like obviously, like, yeah, time banking to pay jumps is standard practice, but the 30-second shot clock just allows people to not use more than 30 seconds, so which is a good thing. Again, just quickens up the whole process. So the prize pool breakdown, I can break it down a little bit for you. So total prize pool 75,488,000 Thai baht. First place 11,477,000, which equates to roughly 353,000 USD. The buy-in was 37,000 Thai baht, which was roughly 1,140 US dollars. And yeah, I think the remaining people now are locked up. Let me just have a quick look for you guys. The remaining people right now, I think they're locked up 105,000 Thai baht. Next pay jump is to 113,000, 128,000, etc., etc. And then if you were to get to the final table, 9th place would be guaranteed 1,142,000 Thai baht. And like I said, yeah, first place 11,477,000 Thai baht, which is going to equate to $353,000.
I can't do quick maths, but I'm curious what the min cash is at the final table then. If 1 million, well, 9 million, yeah, it's got to be 50, 60,000, maybe less.
Yeah. I think it'd be roughly around about 35,000 US dollars if you get onto the final table, something like that.
Which is a great cash. Cut off here with what, 4.5 bigs? Maybe even 4.
I don't know if the big blind's 30-60 now, so 6, 12, 18, so just over three big blinds. Yeah, I think we'll probably see Anton make the all-in here. Obviously, he was debating earlier from the small blind with ace-7 offsuit versus an open. I think this time he's going to find the all-in. He's just obviously using his time bank, trying to potentially get a pay jump. Looks as though he's going to fold. Just raise, yeah. Puts in 90% of his chip stack, and the reason why you see people do this, guys, is when there's pay jumps like this, it allows them, let's say someone calls or rejams here, it allows them potentially to go post flop and then use a bit more time bank in order to potentially get that pay jump. So this is the reason why you see him do this, why you don't see him go all in. Obviously, again, certain pay jumps may actually be a lot of money for certain people, so it definitely makes a lot of sense, and it's obviously something that people do. We do see the big blind harsh.
Call with 8 deuce.
call,
There's a page.
which seems crazy, but Harsh has already put in one big blind. He's already put in one big blind for the big blind ante, so he's already invested 2 big blinds, and it's another, what, 1.5 big blinds to call. So, yeah, I think it's a spot where it's probably going to be an any 2 call. Does make the call with the 8-2 offsuit.
I'll count it out. 180.
It's okay.
I think Harsh did actually only call, so it does mean we are going to see a flop without actually seeing both show their whole cards. Does kiss the time bank. That's what we absolutely love to see. No. I think what happened was Harsh, like the
Harsh went all in.
graphic show. Harsh went all in. Yeah, he just used all his time banks before making the call.
Run it. Can Anton hold 58% to win this pot against fan favourite Harsh? You see a 9-3-3 flop, 2 spades, 5 on the turn, 3 Not
on the
gonna do
river.
it.
It's good for me.
Ace holding.
Anton does double up to 480,000. Harsh now does win a reasonably small pot, but still sat with 975,000. As you can see there, Harsh now does go to 3rd in chips in the feature table. Tanupat now chip leading on the feature table, but you can still see there 16 big blinds is the big stack. The average stack now getting very, very small. You can see in the background there, average stack 14 big blinds.
I'm a min raise, It's turbo.
Very turbo-y.
Unless it's 50% of your stack, maybe it's only.
If you show you aces, you might.
But you are correct with the card protectors. That
You
one,
don't have to think about it.
seeing that one on the right there looks really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, so the blinds are actually 40-80 here, so I think that actually all of them is like 2.5 big blinds. So.
Wow, these blinds are going up crazy.
4, 5, 6, 6.
Ace 9.
A lot of love for Harsh in the chat.
Yeah. Under 10 bigs.
Seems
here.
close, right, Jordan? Onto 10 bigs,
Very
ace 9 off. What would you be doing here?
I'd probably be
Just
taking
make the
it.
fold. Yeah.
Ooh, I would be out.
Wow. Anton now, after getting the double. With the offsuit ace, now does pick up a premium offsuit ace of the ace king offsuit. I assume is going to do the exact same and put 90% of his chips in. Doesn't have any time banks this time. But yeah, does put 90%, 99% of his chips stack in the
And
middle.
he's loving this spot now. Last time he had the ace 4, now he has a premium holding, so feeling probably
he's
a
got
lot more
6 big
confident.
blinds.
Which is, yeah.
Not much else to do other than to just go all in here with the ace king. Murray with the fold, king 4 suited. Tanubat in the button, 8-3 suited with the fold. Harsh now with the jack 10 offsuit, must look like a premium compared to the 8-2 off that he's just previously played versus Anton. Does fold though.
But can't call off. Better than 8 deuce.
Better than ace deuce?
8 deuce.
Saying better than 8 deuce, love it.
Lee now does wake up with jack 8 suited in the big blinds. Has only 775k themselves, so just under 10 big blinds. But I mean, they've already invested 1 big blind, but I think calling 5 big blinds here is a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Does make the fold.
You wanted a call?
And still, you don't get any action with the ace king, which you want, but you still do take down 2.5 big blinds there, which is massive at that point. It does now get up to 8.5 big blinds.
before this ace, before him winning the ace four hand, I think he only had what 200,000 chips. He's now probably up to like 7. Yeah.
One more. 如果有推位你会扣吗？
For everyone coming in, we are now up to 500 viewers, over 500 viewers. I'm Jordan Banfield, the ambassador, one of the ambassadors of WPT Global, and alongside me here is Robin Poker, or Lucas, from Poker News ambassador. So welcome in, guys. Spot's getting extremely picky here going forward with the blinds going up so much. You need to pick and choose each and every spot that you play. The chip leader at the table having 16 bigs, which is very shallow. So dynamics are very interesting going forward. People will be playing some hands super slow, losing time banks because there will be pay jumps. But Harsh waking up with queens here on the button.
飞8月6号后天，再打那边的 WPT。应该不一定，看看吧。对，不管你会哪个？对啊。22万
Just go for the open. Just raised to 220,000, so a little bit bigger than the min raise. Min raise being the 200k, which I prefer, to be honest, on these stack depths. But again, it doesn't matter too much. I just think you get a little bit more action just by min raising. If you are bluffing, you do lose a bit less if someone does jam behind. So I personally would just always min raise here to 200k, but again, it's not going to be a crazy difference. Like, let's say the 9-5 here, it's not going to call versus the 200k compared to the 220ks.
也希望他们可以开放过来打，因为
Appreciate it, Michael. Thank you for the comment in chat. Appreciate you, buddy. And again,
Mori is the little shortest, the small stack 8.2 big blinds.
8.2. How much did he have?
8.2. So he had about 800k.
Yeah. Okay.
820k. Yeah, big blind being 10k right now. It does actually say 80k on the sticks, but I did actually hear the announcer mention it's gone up to 50-100. So.
Okay, so blinds are 50-100. Okay.
他跟我说是，就是说，像我们只有2、3个月出来到国外来，我之前玩10天8天，平时在家里不敢打，因为你要跟政府合作做工程。了解。他就是跟我说，他是讲小公司他们刚刚开始，如果做生意很好，不管多好，就是到了他们就好像。
10 pound now with the ace-9 offsuits is going to open it up.
就是算是 control maybe the control your company I think 对，它会 control 除非你的 company
no, it is still 40-80. Sorry, my bad. So yeah, so Harsh's open there with 220k was big with the queens. So yeah, I'm not a major fan of that. You do want to try and get yourself some action. So yeah, nearly opening 3x there with the queens.
You don't need to. Yeah.
No.
再多一个 break， 再多一个配重。再下一个就要再break 15分钟，对，再 break 15分钟。哇，这个60 dB 的一只，这个就是一个。
See top left now, guys. 82 remain from the field, so we are getting deep in this one.
你的那个 GG Poker 很有名。有名的意思是，就是比较 popular 一点的 app。因为那边他们不允许。
Yeah, blinds go up in 1 minute time to 50. 100. We do have a break next level, so we'll play this last hand. We do see the big blind defense. We've seen ace 4-3 monotone boards. We probably just see a c-bet and a takedown here.
Could you imagine if he did the check jam like he did with this hand, like he did with the 9-5? Oh,
I mean, he's not getting the fold this time.
no,
That's for sure.
Goes.
对，我们算吗？我不知道，我可能对地理位置不是很熟悉。
Just lets it go.
Maybe he had a read, man. Maybe he had a read. This time he has a read that he's strong. Last time he had a read he was weak. And yeah, I mean, he was correct, so.
A43看成第二，A42没有办法。
We have time for one more hand before the break, guys. Will be... Yeah, one more hand, and then we'll take a 15-minute break.
Feel free, but as soon as the chip race is completed, please make your way out of the tournament area. 15 minutes break time.
OK。
我们是不休息的。
15分钟了是吗
？OK，no。
Not bad now. The chip leader may think about opening this one, but does not. Does pass.
Just Harsh try to go for a little steal here. Maybe the break coming into play. He does go for the raise, it looks like. Sometimes players just want to get on break and leave. But we'll see what happens here.
Mystery hand. Looks like Zan does have a close decision or a decent hand. Does put in all his time banks. That's normally an indication of, yeah, they know they're going to take a while to make a decision.
I'm all in.
Does make the all in.
Zan going all in.
Wow, Lou in the big blind just lets it go. That's a very, very disciplined fold. I mean, we don't know what Zan's got yet. Ace King. Wow, that is an incredible fold. Doesn't even think about it.
Yeah.
I feel gambling.
Just given that he only has 6 big blinds, right? He was in the big blind, so he's already invested 1 big blind. So the fact that he folds very quickly, maybe again he knows that maybe Zan's a tighter player. He's not going to ever have a hand that's going to be worse than King Queen there. He's not going to be jamming. If he thinks he's never jamming Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, hands that King Queen dominates, then yeah, it's fine. Going to be a fine spot to fold.
340 more to go.
500? More than I think.
7.
So again, it's good that Harsh asked there and confirmed the dealer actually said 500k, which I think was almost 500k more. I think she meant, but yeah, did actually recount 700k, and yeah, he does make the correct fold. Cool, right, John? We will take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back soon, guys.
This could be a dangerous one here for Lin. Ace 10, 24 big blinds effective. He's going to get himself out of trouble right away here with the fold pre-flop. Good discipline.
It's a great fold. I like it. It's one of them spots where it's like you can start to flat there on the button if you're because you know you're guaranteed to be in position from the hijack there. There's going to be a lot of squeeze spots behind. There's going to be a lot of shove stacks behind. So you're not guaranteed to actually play post flop in position. And yeah, ace 10 off. I think the highest EV play there would be is to just fold rather than maybe you can use 3-bet bluff sometimes. Maybe you can jam, but I think for 24 there, I think just fold is going to be great from Versen early position open.
Jonathan in the big blind, however, decides to defend with the 9-8, getting his discount, and he's found a pretty good flop for himself. 8-3-3, improves to the top pair, currently out in front of that ace-king suited. Spades could become a factor here, with that backdoor flush draw present for Wang here. Those aren't calling chips. Check raise coming in from Jonathan here with the top pair.
Yeah, close spot. I think you can call with this hand as well. I was actually going to say it'd be interesting to see if they do check raise here. I think always check raise and Versen late position open, but obviously Versen early position open, a tighter range. They can have more overpairs. They can have some better 8x. Saying that, the actual early position opens don't actually have the suited 8x because the bottom is the suited 9x they open, so you're not going to be too dominated from better 8x. It is just more going to be the overpairs. But yeah, I think they're playing relatively deeper, over 20 big blinds, so you tend to see here that 9-8 can just mix flop, and it does continue betting on the turn, which I think's important. I think a lot of people just probably check this turn, given the flush gets there, given there's an overpair, an overcard now to the 8, but a lot of what Wang's actually going to have when they don't fast play flop and raise flop or get it in on the flop, I think they're now going to be stripped of a bunch of flushes. I think they're now going to be stripped of a bunch of overpairs, and you do just get value from a hand like an ace-king, any ace-x with a diamond. There's now river the full house, which I think, again, close between check. We could block bet here. Be interesting to see if he goes for a jam. I think it'd be very thin. Problem is by the jam here is I don't think you get called by worse. I don't think then the likes of 7s, 6s, 5s is going to be calling, ace-king is going to be calling, and I assume he's going to go for the check call, but it's going to be a very, very interesting spot if we do see a jam here, which we don't. Ace-king just has too much showdown.
1,000 chip stack or even less. So for Jonathan to have picked up that many chips at this point in the tournament is very impressive. Certainly will bode well for him as we start approaching the money the tournament progresses.
And this is where you'll see the likes of experience play with them chips. People may have seen the previous day ones and saw, right, this chip stack will be enough for me to get in the money, so they might tighten up. But I think you'll see from Jonathan, I think you'll see the opposite. I think you'll see him opening up. I think you'll see him playing aggressive in certain spots because that's what the experienced and good players do, right? It's about accumulating as many chips as possible to try and put the pressure on the shallower stacks. And obviously, yeah, winning poker tournaments is the key is to build some big stacks. So.
Big Hyuk going for the double up here. The pocket 10s, he has pulled the trigger on a 12 big blind jam. A couple of decent hands behind him have already entered the pot. The question is, do they want to put in the extra 21,000? Lucky Man with the ace-9 does not. Over to Dimitri now with the king-jack suited. And he is going to make the call. Pretty good price and a pretty nice hand. And we are going to have yet another fair fight here. King-jack suited. Plays pocket 10s. Going to a flop. Big Hyuk going to need to fade kings, jacks, and diamonds. Wow.
If you just play a solid game, solid pre-flop, solid post-flop fundamentals, then your opponents are going to almost exploit themselves by playing too many hands, by calling king 10 suited there, by maybe opening hands they shouldn't be, or playing too tight. So I think just sticking to good, I always say, just get yourself some pre-flop ranges, stick to good pre-flop ranges, and yeah, it'll allow you to. That's definitely what changed my game. It's just using pre-flop kind of ranges. Like if you're playing online or even live, just write down your hands if you're unsure about playing pre-flop. And if you play a session, both an online or a live, you should get, let's say, 10 spots that you're unsure about pre-flop. Write them down or save them. I screenshot them online, and then after your session or before your next session, whatever works best for you, just use them pre-flop charts to analyze and see. Because obviously, like we said before, don't blindly follow kind of pre-flop ranges, but it's really good to get a base understanding of, right, I need to be opening, let's say, 50% on the button. But hang on, actually, if they're overfolding from the small blind and the big blind, maybe we can bump that up to 70%.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, when we talk about like mixing and keeping things simple, it's important. I say this to people all the time. You're gonna get much better results playing a decent strategy really well than you are from playing a perfect strategy poorly. And when you make it really complicated, you're going to screw things up. That's the nature of it. We're humans, we're not computers. So you need to be a pretty special kind of person to be recreating solver lines and ranges and frequencies with any sort of real precision. If you can find a way to simplify it and get close enough in a way that you can replicate consistently, you're going to outperform all the guys that maybe know.
Really good at them, because that's the spot you play the most, so that's the way you're going to make the most money. And it's actually what a lot of people are making mistakes from. They're either not check raising enough on the big blind, or they're not actually opening enough from the button. So yeah, that's again, just keeping it simple and studying the spots that you play the most and make the most money.
And right on cue, looks like we're going to have a button versus big blind confrontation here. Our lucky man with the 10-8 offsuit going to open up, and he's going to get pounced on. Kit with the ace deuce is just going to pull the trigger on a jam here. We are playing 1500 3K, so this is about a 20 big blind jam. Not interested in messing around. He's just going to put the chips in and get this pot taken down. 12.5% that the other flights seem to have been paying. So we've still got quite a way till we get there. King 10 offsuit from early position here from Jonathan.
A little bit of ICM creeping in now, given we're getting a little bit closer, but it's not going to be too crazy, in my opinion, given the average stack size as well.
Lucky man here with the ace-10 facing an early position open from the other big stack at the table. He's just going to go ahead and make the call on the button. Doesn't want to get this pot bloated too much too fast. He's going to see if he can use his position to take this pot down, but he's going to have to beat two opponents. He does have both of them dominated.
Yeah, I like it. Because you're just going to dominate, like we saw here, he dominates both hands. It's you're in position from the button, so I'd prefer to 3-bet this as a bluff if you're from the small blinds, if you're not in position, or maybe best hijack. But yeah, you're just going to dominate too many of Jonathan's hands and the big blinds, and then when this happens, then yeah, you're gonna end up getting some money from Ankit, even though it does go c-bet and it potentially goes call. So is there a world where Ankit gets away from it with only even 47k? I don't think it's possible on the flop. I think we're always going to see a call, specifically because he has a backdoor flush, backdoor straight. But there's a chance, if we do see more action on the turn, that Ankit gets away from his ace-5 here.
And this situation sort of highlights why defending the big blind against multiple opponents, especially when one is in early position, with these sorts of hands can be so dangerous, sometimes to the point where we should just not even defend this pre-flop. We've got a flop that's actually really, really good for ace-5. and you're still basically just toast. He has picked up the backdoor flush draw here, which he may not realize is any good, given that it is only 5 high, but if he is able to find it, he'll likely be taking this pot down. But because it's such a weak draw, he's not even able to see the river here. Lucky Man is going to take down the pot here with that turn bet. Okay, big blind and 5k ante. Try to see fresh off that nice pickup with the 8s. We'll pick up the king 10 suited here in early position.
WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Day 1C, line set, 2,500, 5,000, 5,000 big lemon. Again, Day 1C, line set, 2,500, 5,000, 5,000 big lemon.
Anke now.
Now
Very
this-
playable hands
this
on the
might
button.
be yeah, this might be a spot where flatting off such a short stack actually makes a bit of sense.
Yeah.
We don't do much of this, but I mean, Jack 10 suited on the button for 2 big blinds. It's going to be pretty easy to play this post flop. You either flop something and you can put the chips in, or you miss and you don't. And jamming is never going to get through. You just don't have the fold equity to play this as a 3-bet jam. So calling, leaving yourself 25k when the flop is really bad, and then putting the rest of the chips in when you do catch something you're willing to go with. I think it's actually a pretty good way to go here. And, oh man, and Kid's actually very unlucky here. He's got the flop that he can get the chips in on, but he's going to get it in against a superior flush draw.
Yeah, and there's no way Vikyat is going anywhere. We've got the the second nut flush draw. He's got a gut shot as well. Is it an unfortunate spot for Anke?
Pratik actually has
He
the
does
best
just
hand
call.
here, but I think the chance this king 10
Maybe?
suited here is pretty close to 0.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to see a jam. Potentially he finds a way to fold Anke, but I can't see it. He's only got 15.5k behind. He already calls 9.5k, so I don't see a world where he makes the fold. But we've seen stranger things happen already today.
We see the best hand hit the mark. Ankit, quick call, and he's going to see the bad news. That flush draw is no good. Jacks and 10s are live. Oh, all the 10s have been folded. That's pretty rough.
GG's for
Blank,
Anke.
blank.
Does it get eliminated? The usual that you really love playing.
I mean, my favorite is very much so the pocket jacks, the sexy boys we call them.
Yeah, same. I have an amount of pocket jacks in my stream. It seems an unpopular opinion, but yeah, I have exactly the same with pocket jacks.
Unpopular is certainly correct. I think if we had a poll of people's least favorite hand to play, pocket jacks would probably be far more popular in that question than in their actual favorite.
So someone in chat just put Jonathan's name is Danny. They used his middle name for some reason, so we should call Jonathan Danny. But problem is, if we do call him Danny, people may not understand who we're speaking about. So I think using the graphics and just saying Jonathan maybe is best for now, and hopefully we'll be able to get that updated. Ace King, best hand pre-flop, stays the best hand on the flop on the King 8-8-5 board.
Hello. We should be back here. Live from Thailand.
How are we, guys? Hope you had a good break.
Speaking as Jordan Banfield, WPT ambassador, alongside me, Robin Poker from Poker News ambassador. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Right away here, we see Ace King going all in. We do see some. Do we have new players here, Robin? Does it seem? Oh, Ace King and Ace King going to be a pretty standard all in as well.
Just a friendly reminder, no spectators in the tournament area. If you do not have a media pass, please make your way outside the barriers. Thank you.
Yeah, you're correct, Jordan. We do have a new featured table. We do have the 2 big stacks in the whole tournament on our table.
Wow, 2.9 million
Got
chips.
Amit, 3.5 million, and then we've got Philip Zukanik as well with 3 million. So
Love these names. Very hard to pronounce. Ashkenazi Amit. I might have butchered that. Apologies if I did.
A3 spade.
2 times.
Ooh.
Ooh. The free roll here with the Ace King of Hearts.
can we see a heart on the river? This would be sick. Which we do. Wow. Amit.
Similar scenario for me when I was in Montreal.
Continues the run good. Ace King versus Ace King. Yeah, I was just going to say, Jordan, you had this exact scenario in Montreal that led you to win the trophy, right?
Yeah, they gave me a good lead on the final table for sure. Sometimes you just need to run like that too. Down to final 75. Okay, so I might sound a little bit silly with this comment, but with the chat and the delay, they can see they could almost hear us in real time, but what are they watching? Are they watching our field of 75 or seeing the field of the delay?
Yeah, so they're seeing exactly what we're seeing, but
okay,
obviously if they go to a Poker News or any kind of updated social media, then that will be obviously in real time. So
okay,
when,
gotcha.
for example, someone
Yeah.
just mentioned about Harsh doubling up to 2.3 million, I assume that is kind of in game now of what's happening right now. But obviously, yeah, if you could try and maybe not spoil to what happens actually right now, guys, because obviously if you're watching what we're watching, but if you go to a likes of a Poker News, or if you have any friends in the field, please just wait 30 minutes just to maybe update on how people are going, because yeah, we just like when we stream, we ask for, if we do play a pot against someone, for them to just wait 4 minutes for the delay to catch up, just so it doesn't spoil.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good news that our friend is still in Harsh. Played very good poker on the feature table, in my opinion.
Yeah, much agreed.
Kind of feels like you with the Ace King versus Ace King, you end up winning the tournament. Amit now with the chip lead, over 4 million, winning the Ace King versus Ace King. Sometimes it just feels like destiny. Sometimes you just feel like it's your tournament to win.
Did you feel that in your biggest win on the 2200? Was there a point in time where you're like, 100%. Wow, I got nice.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
At what point
when I think back of my like big scores,
yeah,
it's a good question. Sometimes you just feel it, man. Like I remember my fiance saying to me on breaks, like, yeah, I could just see it, and yeah, I could see this determination, but I could just feel it. Like there was just something just meant to be. Did you feel the same when you were playing your final table the other day?
Yeah. I think I knew I had an edge too. So after the Ace King hand, I was like, I think I can steamroll to a win here. Sure enough,
there's 100% a thing of confidence, like, and almost some people see it as fake confidence, and I think I had a bit of that in Game of Gold, where there was a kind of a bit of a meme where I was telling Nikita on the show that she had a edge against Jungleman heads up without realizing that Jungle is one of the best heads up players in the world. But if I would just sit there and say no, like, you are not going to have a chance first, one of the best poker players in the world, then like what's that going to do to the confidence? Like what's that going to do for morale? Like, then she knows that she's going in with a massive like edge against her. So I think just having almost fake positivity, like some people do talk about that not being a good thing, I actually think it's a very good thing. So I think going into any game that you play with that confidence surely can just give you, if you don't have an edge in the actual play, it surely makes up for something in terms of that confidence, and you believing in your ability is definitely gonna be better than obviously not having confidence in how you play. Blinds down 50k, 100k. Average stack now is 13 big blinds, so we are getting very shallow. It's now chip leader, does open it up to 200k. Wang in the big blind, sorry, in the hijack with 3 big blinds, ace-8 offsuit. Pretty close spot, right? You know the chip leader's going to be opening fairly wide. You've got 3 big blinds. You're in the hijack. It's definitely a very, very tough spot. I could see either player being fine here. Yeah, I think versus the chip lead. I think if you see an open versus a smaller stack, I think then you're going to be dominated a lot. But you can see here, obviously, this time Amit's got Queen 10 suited, but I think actually Amit's going to be opening a lot weaker holdings than Queen 10 suited. And yeah, Wang does identify that and go all in with the 300k, 3 big blinds.
Yeah, I would take this play, specifically what you said too, because of the big stack. His range is going to be a little bit wider than, say, a short stack, so I would take my ace-8 here and go to the streets.
200, I raise 2, only 3.
Okay. Should be a raise. I call and he can also raise.
Yes. It's enough.
So snap, we see a race. Ace-8 off to double up, 54% favorite here.
Okay, 3 times. Wait, no, one or twice.
Yeah, they're asking if they can run it once or twice. That is unfortunately not possible in tournament poker. I don't think I've seen any tournaments that have allowed that just yet. Let's see, very good flop. Yes, and he does look it up. It's always nice to like just leave your opponent drawing dead on the turn. Not gonna lie, like
my God.
I feel like there's always a sweat, but like when you can lock it up on the turn, it's just especially when you're at risk.
Oh man, you're preaching, especially as a poker player. Yeah, the amount of times you have a good hand and they have just so much equity against that hand is, way too much to that you would, you'd much prefer to be, obviously, just getting it in nice and good, but very seldom is that the situation.
Don't you just feel like when you're on a bad run as well, when you're on a bit of a downswing, that even if you're getting it in like top set versus whatever, like you always feel like they just almost get there or they turn some form of equity when you're on a bit of a bad run.
Oh my God, if you could see my facial expressions right now, I'm just shaking my head laughing. It's so true. Especially when like your hands aren't holding. At one point, I don't like talking about like negativity with, not negativity, but just downswings in general, or like the bad beat stories, or it's not really, but like let's say you're not running great and you like, I think I was at a point where I'd look at kings, I was like, am I gonna even win this hand? Yeah, it's just crazy.
That's when it gets bad. But again, it's the mindset thing, isn't it? Like even with I felt the same when I was towards the my ends in Canada. I was only there for a week, but towards the end, I was like, I literally was getting in kings and first I think at one point it was like ace-3 off, and I knew I was going to lose, and I did. Like it's obviously you can't control how the cards come out, but when you
Yeah.
are in a bit of a run bad, it's so easy to get into a negative mindset with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so if anyone watching, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to write in the chat. Robin and I will both answer accordingly. So again, if you have any questions on anything, we'll do our best to answer.
100%. And you can see in the description below, guys, there is a link to Club WPT Gold, so you can click that link, see if you can play. And obviously WPT Global is a site that me and Jordan both stream on. We both do work with WPT Global in that aspect. I obviously work with them through my Poker News sponsorship. Jordan is sponsored by WPT Global, so you will see us at the tables, and we obviously highly recommend it. Me personally, I'm not the greatest of poker players, and I've been winning a lot, so yeah, I mean, if I can win a lot of money, if I can win a $2,000 buy-in for 64,000, I'm sure most people can. So yeah, definitely get signed up to WPT Global if you can.
We have a comment saying, just joined, who's the commentators? Yeah, so that is just what Robin said. It was me being Jordan Banfield, the ambassador for WPT Global, and then Robin Poker over here with also his first name, Lucas, Poker News ambassador. You guys can follow us on our social medias. Robin, which my Instagram mainly is Jordan_Banfield. Robin, yours? Or your biggest social media you like to use?
Yeah, I do have a personal one, but I don't really use it. Yeah, Robin Poker on everything. If you do want to, yeah, we're both content creators. We both stream on Twitch if you want to go and follow us on there. So I've just started streaming actually on YouTube at the same time as Twitch. So yeah, you can find me on YouTube where I do create content on there as well. Robin Poker if you just want to search it. But we do have an all in here. Lee at risk with the ace-4 off versus the king-8 off in Philip, who is second in chips.
King-8
does need some help. Yeah, also has the king of hearts and does eliminate Lee. Lee was fun though, man. Always has this really nice smile on his face. Always, yeah. That's what we want to see. Playing the game in a positive manner. Does still have that smile on his face as he busts.
We want Harsh on feature table, please. Well,
Listen,
if
you've
he
got to
keeps
give
up
other
his
people
game,
a chance, man.
maybe.
Yeah.
True.
If he keeps it up, he'll be on the feature table by getting to the final table tomorrow. But we've got to give other people a spotlight. Harsh has got too many fans.
Good point.
But I'm sure if he continues playing good poker and chipping out, we'll see him at some point again in this tournament. Andre now all in with the 500k.
500.
5 big blinds from the hijack. Ace 2 suited seems standard.
Has the blinds gone up after the break? Are we at like 1.2 or 120,000?
I think just
or are we still
100k.
at
100k big blinds.
100K?
Yeah, I think 100k big blinds. Yeah. 66 remain now in the field.
Getting to the nitty gritty. Ooh, we do see the button going. Oh my god, it's small. This is huge. Waking up with 10s. And now this is where a spot where I would like you're still. It's such a good spot to take because you're still. You got a nice stack. There's 2 short stacks going all in. This is a spot where you can just pick up a ton more chips and just take that lead. But we'll see what happens here. Because what do we have here? We have a 5 big blind all in. I guess. Oh, and he does go for it.
I think, yeah. That's where you can tell it's an experienced player. Maybe some people say I've got the chip lead. I don't want to risk 1.3 million, but he's aware that people are potentially playing a bit too many hands. He knows the king 9. Yeah, he maybe doesn't think it's as wide as king 9 suited. But yeah, he does make the correct call, and that's obviously how you accumulate a big chip stack. And let's see if he can knock 2 people out and win a 3.4 million stack, or if Cornell or Andre can double up here.
Oh my god. Almost flops them dead. Some backdoor equity, but other than that, wow.
Cornell now needs a king or no, and that's a no.
Good luck.
GG's to both.
Very-
Amit, very impressive so far. Makes the very impressive call with the pocket tens. And yeah, it does increase his chip lead to 5.6 million chips.
There is a pay jump.
Scoreboard, 5.6 million.
I mean, we're left with 4 people on the feature table, so Amit's just knocking everyone out.
56 bigs
Could
must be
even reach
loving
the.
it.
If Amit continues his streak here, we could get to the final table today. Like I talked about before, when you just feel like it's your tournament, I mean, playing good and running good is just, that's the perfect combination of winning poker tournaments, as I always say. 63 people remain.
I can sell one to you.
This is where it gets really exciting in a poker tournament. You love that deep run and where every hand is super important. This is what you dream
He's
of.
gonna be locked in, man. Like Amit there, locked in. He knows that he's gonna make. Obviously, he's out. Like he's risking 1.4 million of his stack, but knows it's the correct theoretical call. Does make the call and win. Increases his chip lead, gives him a better chance of actually winning the tournaments. And yeah, it's the adrenaline and the feeling is just, in my opinion, nothing beats it in running deep in a big live poker tournament. Like I've never won a live poker tournament. The biggest ever one I did was shop the daily deep stacks at the WSOP for $15,000 from a $250 buy-in, and obviously that wasn't a trophy for first, it wasn't a bracelet, but that was just incredible. That was one of my few years ago. That was one of my first ever live poker runs, and obviously Jordan took down a WPT trophy, WPT Global trophy in Montreal last week, and yeah, I'm sure Jordan can tell you the feeling of shipping and winning that tournament is just nothing beats it.
Yeah, it's an awesome feeling for sure. I actually should check my hand mom how many wins I have for live events. I must be at like 6, but I'm curious. And it's funny for me this year. I don't know. I was actually going to ask you what some of your goals are, but for me, before the year started in January, guys, I sat down and I was like, this year I want to try to get more accolades. I want to get more trophies. I kind of want to have more of a, just something to bring and have at home. And it's just funny how the things you work towards or even put out in the universe or all that kind of stuff come to fruition. So yeah, I now have 2 under my belt, which is an amazing feeling. So yeah, I'm grateful to say the least. But yeah, poker wins are crazy.
It's putting it out there. Like I'm not like fully into manifestation, but you hear a lot of successful people are into manifestation. I want to try and maybe get into it a lot more, but yeah, I definitely did manifest that win on the 2K. I was going through a bit of a bad run. I was going through a bit of hard time in my personal life, and I just I don't know. I think just putting it out there. Obviously, if you're religious or if you're spiritual, I think I think it all comes down to just being positive and believing either in yourself or your ability, or just having goals and having ambitions in life, man. Like you live one life and just go for it, man. If it's your dream to play in a WPT event, if it's like my dream was to, obviously still is to kind of win a big poker trophy. That's something that I'm gonna try and go for myself. But traveling the world and playing poker and even this, man, like I'm honored to be invited to do commentary. It's something that if you would have told me a few years ago that I would be commentating on a WPT event, like that is absolutely surreal. So yeah, I'm honored to be doing this. I'm sure Jordan is too. It's like I said, we're fairly new into this whole poker world, poker journey. So if you do want to follow both of us, we're not stopping here, and hopefully this is the first of many kind of events that we work together on, Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question for both you, Robin, and the chat. In terms of a live win, let's take out the main event, obviously, because that's the most prestigious.
It's been 6 minutes. Can you stop the time? We don't have to not.
Oh, the timer's still going.
It's a turbo event. If you're not ready to bring them to us and stop the.
He's making a really good point here. I was going to ask a question, but the time's going.
Yeah, man. It's a quarter of a level.
Yeah, I was thinking here. I actually thought they stopped the clock to do this, but they hadn't. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, this is the chip leader as well, right? Who's probably the one person that can afford to almost not play any hands for 6 minutes. But even him, like he knows as an experienced player, it's obviously the short stacks that are going to be hindered the most in this scenario. But
and because of his stack, Chad, he can put a lot of pressure on short stacks, and this is a spot in the tournament where he can really chip up if done correctly. So this is why he's trying to vouch to be like, can we pause the time? Can we get more players quickly here? What's happening? Anyways,
there's been a comment in chat saying the organization of this tournament is horrendous. So from my experience in WPT events, like they just run events like no one else, in my opinion. From my previous experience, I think the problem with this event has been, number one, it's been obviously the first ever event in Thailand they've done, but number two, I think there was definitely some complications literally as the event was about to start. Where this is why they've had to change it to a almost 20-minute blinds. They've got to be finished by a certain time. There was a lot of kind of restrictions last minute that were put on
by the government,
the organization, right? By the government itself. So, and obviously when you're dealing with the government, there's not much you can do about that. So hence why, like I mentioned earlier, the first event was actually, made into a free roll. To almost give back. Obviously, the whole prize pool is sponsored by WPT in this event, so obviously everyone bought in, but the prize pool as a whole hasn't been has been sponsored by WPT. So it's just a way for WPT to almost give back, to celebrate this first ever international event in Thailand, but almost of a way of like obviously apologizing for any issues that this event obviously has caused. But I think overall, man, it listen, from what I've seen, obviously I'm not at the event. From what I've seen so far, the dealers have been incredible. The actual action, the how fast paced the actual tournament has been in terms of the play. Obviously, it's been really quick in terms of the structure, but again, that's been put on to them by the government. So, in having to be done by a certain time, Thailand time. So, listen, they're trying their best, like I said, and I've done like 4 WPT events now. Like they listen to the players, they want the best for the players, they try and make it the best possible experience. That's why the World Poker Tour has the brands of that. Yeah, and as we talked about here in terms of it feels like it's Amit's tournament to lose here. He just continues picking up hands. We're obviously not going to see a fold here. Cutoff does go all in with the King 10 offsuit.
I like the call. I was just about to say I like the call. Yeah. Trying to get the big blind in the hand.
Less than 3 big blinds.
You're not too worried playing multi-way. Exactly. Where a lot of other players would jam it and just try to go for the extra 3 bigs. Exactly. Yeah, he does go heads up anyways, but nonetheless, do you like the call?
He who offers
Keep saying
always wins.
Want to run it 2 times?
I learned that. Except for now that I said it.
Seems like a fun player, Amit. Do you see Jack 4-4 boards? No help for the King 10, who is at risk. 2 of clubs turn, and the river brings the 7 of diamonds. GG's to seat 4. We don't know their name, but does cash. Does run relatively deep into day 2, and Amit now does increase his chip lead to 6.1 million chips. 61 big blinds.
Heaps.
Lines up now.
Sounds like the blind just went up.
5,175.
You mean 300?
75.
Thank you. Yep.
$125k now, the big blind's gone up to.
Ooh, big jump from 100, correct?
Yeah, I think yeah, 50k to 75k small blinds, 100k to 125k. Yeah, I think it's just the way the structure is. I've seen it before where it jumps from 100k to 150k in certain tournaments. So that's
That's huge.
yeah, it's huge. I'm at now opens the king 8 offsuits. Yeah, I mean, I think Amit is going to be priced in to make the call here versus the 600k jam.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't expect to call and be ahead here, but nonetheless, he is.
Okay, so we time. Shit. You're supposed to say no.
King 8 at risk. Does see a queen on the flop though to take the lead. Now Wang is an 86% favourite to double up. 6 of clubs turn.
This is mine, and this? No, this is yours.
And the 9 of hearts river. Wang does take some chips off the chip leader. Amit does lose, he does bleed. We haven't seen him lose many pots so far on the feature table.
Get a little bit extra life in his stack. Up to 12 bigs. Crazy. Or is that what he had previous? Maybe. No, that's probably what he has now. What would you want to win more, Robin? Or I guess I can ask the chat too, but would you guys prefer to win a bracelet or a Triton event?
My top 2, just gone based off what I grew up watching, it was WPT and obviously a bracelet. So it's on my bucket list to win both a WPT championship trophy and a bracelet. Obviously Triton being a new thing, I think that would be more almost prestige of saying you've beat kind of the best in the world, because to win a Triton you've obviously got to go through the best in the world. So that'd probably be third behind. Obviously you've got other tours and organizations, but yeah, I think for me winning a WPT and a bracelet would be the pinnacle. How about yourself?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on those ones for sure. Probably either bracelet or WPT would be sweet. Triton obviously being newer too. And that would be such a hard field, Triton. Oh my.
I wonder what's harder. What do you guys think, to win a Triton or a WPT championship? Because problem is with a Triton, obviously you've got the best in the world, but the fields are a lot lower, right? So you've got more of a chance because the fields are lower, but then the actual, obviously, the ability is going to be a lot harder. So I wonder if winning a large field WPT event would be easier, or would that be harder than winning a Triton? I actually think winning a Triton would be easier. Just given, I mean, it depends how many entrances are in a WPT event, but if it was over 1,000 and let's say the Triton's only got, let's say 50, I think if you were to run the numbers, even if you were, let's say, the worst player in the field in Triton, I think you're going to win a Triton a lot more times on average than you are at a WPT event. But again, it all depends, right? It depends if, let's say, a WPT is like unlimited rebuy and you can afford the unlimited rebuys, then maybe that gives you, well, that obviously gives you a better chance of winning the tournament. But I think if they were both a freeze out and you could only have one bullet, I think it would, yeah, I think the maths would still say Triton. But obviously the buy-in being a lot larger.
Oh, sorry.
Philip in the small blind here does go all in. We can see a snap from the big blinds. Reasonable by both parties. Big blind only sure. Just getting good. Ace queen versus the jack four suited.
Ooh. Picks up a ton of equity and turns a heart. Wow.
Chen Xuan did have the ace of hearts there, but could not river the better flush. GG's to him.
Sucker Nick.
Looks like the big stacks, man, are just continuing to increase and grow their chips. Philip now over 5.4 million. 43 big blinds catching up to Amit. Both of these two did come onto the feature table as the two big stacks, and they've continued to leverage their chip leads. As you can see, top left, guys, 54 people remain. 2,337 entrances there was. 54 people remain.
You can do. He has to put it in.
So everyone locked up now. 195,000 Thai baht, which is just over 6,000 USD. Amit continuing his aggression opens up the ace-4 offsuit onto the gun. No action so far. King 5 off and the cutoff does make the folds. This is something that I've actually wanted to see. So far, Philip and Amit, the two chip leaders, have been dodging each other. Ace 8 off does make the folds, which I think is reasonable. Big blind now does wake up with a lovely, lovely hand. Big blind special. I mean, if they do get it all in, they are going to be behind, but Jack 10 suited, don't think it's going to be going anywhere here. I think they have just over 2 big blinds. They've already invested 1 big blind, so they all in. Amit does make the call.
2 times.
Does continue his trend of asking 2 times or 3 times. Must be his lucky thing. I mean, it's worked for him so far, so. Ooh, do you see a 5, 7, 4 flop, 2 diamonds. 5 of clubs turn. 6 of clubs river. Amit does continue his run goods, does hold versus the Jack 10 of diamonds, fades in the Jack, fade in the 10, fade in the diamonds, and does.
But too many out problem.
Yeah, too many outs is a thing, man. It is. It's a thing.
Oh yeah.
51 big blinds, 6.4 million in chips.
Here. Yeah.
Still a long way to go, but I'm sure Amit is feeling very good about himself. I'm sure them thoughts and feelings that me and Jordan both said we had in our biggest wins recently are definitely probably going to be a thing. Feeling good, playing good, running good. It's a lethal combination.
Absolutely.
Okay, so got some information here, guys. So the tournament will play until 23:59, so 11:59 p.m. Thailand time, or until 9 players remain, whichever comes first. So
They didn't bring my time banks.
if maybe chat could help
it's gonna be
me
close.
discover what actually, yeah, I probably could just search.
All of them. I hadn't used them.
I checked. It's 10 past 10 right now for them.
From the
PM.
other table,
10 past
I
10,
had
yeah.
100%.
Okay,
I
so
hadn't used
yeah,
any up until
I think we'll probably be playing for another hour, hour and a half,
many did we
probably
get on day
something
one?
like that.
We want to keep 4 at level 15.
But yeah, it's going to be close. 52 people remain, playing down to the final table.
I don't remember 7 or 8. I think I have 7.
7-5.
I used 1.
Also 2.
Philip now opening up the cutoff, Ace7 suited. I think this hand can go two ways. Either fold or make the call. It's a hand that can make straights, can't make flushes with it being offsuit, but yeah, I don't mind that. Even though he covers, Amit covers, so he can put Philip under pressure. Both these opponents, with being first in chips, second in chips, both at the table, but I think they're two of the biggest stacks in the whole tournament. They're not really incentivized to play pots against each other without huge holdings. They obviously want to cooler each other, and that's why, yeah, for instance, Philip opens A7 suited, but yeah, we do see the fold with the 6-3 offsuit. Do you see Ben now under the gun +1, pick up the Ace-10 of spades. It's going to open it up. Just raise it up to 250k. Big blind with 1.3 mil. Wang does have just over 10 big blinds. Looks as though...
Did you have time banks? Sorry, you're in the hand. Sorry. You had time banks as well.
He does fold.
Yes or no? You have time banks?
No, this.
In chat, what is your favorite hand, guys? Comment in chat.
You use all.
Just curious to hear the different hands. For me, Ace-9 suited is probably one of my favorite ones. Obviously not a premium holding for your favorite hand. Like Robin, obviously Jack's pretty strong hand. Do you have a hand that's your favorite that's not like a primo?
Yeah, so like 9-6 of hearts and 9-7 of hearts, just for personal reasons. Those that know about the Hillsborough disaster, yeah, with me being a Liverpool fan, I kind of, yeah, that's what that is from. So every time I look down on them hands, I mean, it's not something that I'll open under the gun with, but I'm definitely trying to get in there, defending the big blind, or yeah, opening up when I can in late positions. I was just saying that yesterday, actually. It makes me laugh. Certain people that have their favourite hand being completely trash hands, and they actually just play it every time. So like I don't know, a 5-3 offsuit or something like that. Pocket twos actually should be one, but I don't really have that because 22 is my like lucky favourite number. I'm just oh yeah,
fair.
pocket twos. It's not a very good hand, is it?
Oh god, I hate it.
Big blind ante 150,000. Once again, blinds up.
But yeah, let me know, guys, and like Jordan just said then, any unique hands that are your favourite hands, get it in the chat. So we see an open from under the gun from Ben, 250k. We do see cut off flats. Hung now has a massive stack, actually, 5.7 mil.
Holy.
Lang does let it go in the small lands. Vincent is going to let it go in the big lands. Wow, I mean, we've just heard a crazy cheer there.
Yeah.
Must be a big rail. Or it's a side event, maybe the heads up in or something like that. Ace-10 6 flop should do it. We potentially will see Ben c-bet and Hong make the lay down. No backdoors. Nothing really going through him with the King-9 of diamonds on this flop.
300.
Do you see the c-bet, which I think I actually prefer the check here. Just keeping in hands like this King-9 of diamonds that are completely drowned dead. Maybe if you check here, maybe Hong never thinks that you've got an ace, and then maybe has a little stab trying to get you to fold maybe an underpair to the board, or maybe like a, I don't know, like a king jack, king queen. But yeah, do see c-bet and we do see folds, fairly standard.
We have three big stacks at the table, and everyone else betting in the middle, and then about 3 short stacks. So table very diverse right now.
50.
And Genji in the chat, we can't speak Thai, so yeah, English is our preferred, not even preferred language, but the language that Robin and I only know. So again, if we can keep it to an English chat only, much preferred.
Did just translate and someone said how many Thai people are left.
Okay.
If you go on Poker News, which obviously I'm a sponsor of, but obviously the biggest kind of poker update site, you can go on the 2025 WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition page, and there's a lot of information there. But if I quickly just let you know, let me have a look.
$675.
So how many people we've got left now? So we've got, what, 49 players left. I actually, this is crazy to say, I actually don't think we've got any Thai players left in the tournament. If obviously Poker News's flags are correct, we have 0 Thai players left in the field, which is which is crazy, man. If we would have had a bet, Jordan, I definitely would have bet on the over of 1, to be honest, of there being Thai players left. So yeah, unfortunately, there is no Thai players left in the field.
And King Jack taking it down with a 3-bet. Love that. I meant keeping his aggression high and taking down pots.
But yeah, what I'll do, guys, is I'll share the link to the Poker News page in the chat, which you can use. Don't know that it allows you to actually click on link in YouTube chat. I'm not too sure how that works, but if you just copy and paste that into your URL, yeah, it's got all the information there for you to use. But obviously, issue is we're on a 30-minute delay, and there is not a 30-minute delay on the Poker News update. So if you don't want to be spoiled, if you do want to enjoy this commentary and enjoy the action, then I would advise you not to go to Poker News if you don't want to see any spoilers. Did you see Amit Jam here? This kind of looks strange, but what you can do is when there's effective stacks under, let's say, 10, 15 big blinds behind, the best option sometimes is just to open jam rather than min raise and have to call off jams. So does have a hand here that does, yeah, like to open jam, covering every stack behind under 15 big blinds. And we do see folds.
Just taking it down. Love it. Hijack here with less than 10 bigs. Goes for the fold.
"46 people remain now, guys. Getting shorter and shorter. We will be playing down to either a final table or until round about an hour and 40 minutes.
Cool.
Ooh, just calling on the button.
Ben limp with the king queen offsuit. Small blind calls. Big blind checks.
Fun fact, Zuckernick Phillip is a Canadian in the big blind.
Fun fact, he doubles, he flops 2 pair. Multi-way. Only 9,
Are you foreshadowing,
8, 7
Robin?
I think it'd be hard for him to double in this hand.
With how many chips he has.
Do you see him take the bet and lead here? King queen off. Does have a good shot on 2 overs, but I imagine multi-way here. Any 10 being a straight.
Cool.
Does
still make the call. That should be it for Zan in the small blind. Does have second pair, but obviously 4 to a straight. Not too likely to be good. Now Ben probably thinks he needs a king queen or a 10. Only the 10 will be good, given that Philip has 2 pair. I would actually love to see a check here from Philip now with a full house. Allows Ben to bluff hands like king queen. He does.
Snap checks and he does not like that. Yeah.
Doesn't fall for it though. Does see a laugh from Ben. Goes the king queen.
I love it.
I love it though, man. I love the jack there. Potentially allow them to still value bet. A 10, allowing them to bluff. Like king queen there is pretty much bottom of the range in terms of continues. Like it should actually fold on the turn, so that should be bluffing. And this is why, like in theory, checking theirs probably makes a lot of sense, allowing them to bluff. But if people don't bluff enough, then maybe just block betting potentially is a thing. Getting them to fold, getting them to call somewhere, some weaker pairs. Potentially they still raise a 10. Potentially they have a weaker boat sometimes. So.
I think Amit raised ace-4 under the gun last time and was up against jack-10, so he does go for the fold though. Just thinking if he might try to take down the pot here.
I think given that there's now some bigger stacks that can obviously do damage to his stack, I think now tightening up a little bit. And also there's a bunch of stacks that you kind of just got to call being priced in if they do jam. So if that being the case, I think the ace-7 fold is going to be fine. Vinton's just thinking about doing a play with king 3 from the hijack. I think, the fold is going to be fine. Ben now. Pocket jacks. They're jackies.
300.
Does open them up to 300k. I mean, we did see that just jam with queen jack off before. Get there versus the pocket queens. Does meet the discipline fold now though.
King queen in the small blinds. Interesting. I think Ben had 25 bigs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think we've just seen Ben limp from King Queen off, so again, that I talked about the previous day. I think the most common tell when you do play live poker, and also online as well, is that people tend to limp their weaker hands, and then when they do raise, they've got the pretty much top of their range. So yeah, it's again, good players are going to identify that. Philip doesn't do anything other than just call here with the King Queen.
Ooh.
Queen 7-4 flop does outflop the pocket jacks.
Let's see how he plays jacks post flop here.
200.
Does go for the
200.
c-bet. Against small blind, I may have liked to check back here, but nonetheless does go for the c-bet.
I think I prefer the check first because Jack still needs a bunch of protection from like Ace X, King X. You can still get value from obviously West pairs. I think I prefer the check on the Ace or the King because what's actually Philip going to be calling a lot from the small blind is going to be the suited King X and the suited Ace X. So he's just unfortunate, obviously, this time that Philip does have a very, very strong King. Almost top of the range here for Philip, to be honest, because he's obviously going to be either 3-betting or jamming the Ace King pre.
Very
I
nice
guess this is what we
jack
talked
with
about
only one over.
Before, why people hate jacks, put you in difficult spots
Absolutely.
like Ben is right now. Even though the hearts now come, there's a flush draw possible, there's some straight draws. I think this is just going to be a board that, especially when someone flats from the small blind, you open from the cutoff, it's just going to have very few bluffs here. I think people are just going to be too... Yeah, even good players, I think, are going to be struggle to find bluffs. It's just going to be too value heavy, and yeah, it's pretty hard to beat any value there with pocket jacks. So Jordan, what have you got next? What's your next live event that you're going to be playing? Let the people know.
Yeah. Well, actually, I just came back from Montreal, and as I got home, because it's summer too, there's a live event in Calgary. It's called the Super Summer Stack or something like that. By One Casino, which is a big one. It has a lot of ring events. It's hosting a series right now, so I'll be playing online on Global mostly, and then on my off days we'll be playing the events there because they go till when do they go till? I think they go till the 17th. So yeah, got like 9 days or a little bit more than that playing the event here. So yeah. What about you, Robin?
Probably in a month's time. Yeah, we've got the Sigma Poker Tour here in Malta, so yeah, I'm an ambassador for. So those that are football, soccer fans, John Honorisa is also a fellow ambassador for the tour. So yeah, he'll be in Malta. So if you are a Liverpool fan, if you are Norway, potentially if you're from Norway, yeah, he's a bit of a football legend. So he'll be there. We'll be doing some content together, and he'll be playing. So yeah, if you've always wanted to maybe meet him, get something signed from him, or play poker against him, then yeah, now's your chance in Malta in the start of September. I mean, we talked before about Amit making a very good call with the pocket tens. This is going to have to be another one. We do see a limp from the hijack, so don't think he's going to be too worried about the limp from Ben. But obviously the 2.3 million jam from the small blinds he's going to have to be worried about. I'm going to bet that Amit's going to make the call. I think he's been very locked in. I think he's read situations pretty perfectly so far. This jam is, saying that, the jam is just under 15 big blinds. Just under 15 big blinds. Actually, just over 15 big blinds, right? Given the big blinds 150k. This is a difficult one. I don't think he expects him to have ace-6 off here. Maybe expects him to be jamming like the ace-9 off, the ace-10 off.
All in.
Does make, like I said, Amit's locked in, man. I think he's obviously he's got the chip lead, but he's impressed me the most so far. It's easy to say because we can see the chips, but see this kind of hands, but these are tough spots to make, man. Like deep in the tournament, we've got 42 people left, big field. We're locked up big money at this point, playing for big money. Amit's locked in.
Got to hold here.
Does have to hold though. Pretty good start. King 9, 7 boards. Rainbow. Ooh, 8 of hearts on the 10.
And
King
just
of
holds.
spades on the river. Like I said, the combination of playing good and running good is a lethal combination. Amit now is just below the 10 million chips mark. I assume if he does make the 10 million chips, he'll be the first person in this tournament to make 10 million.
And just look at the discrepancies in the chart there. 9.5 million, and some stacks have like 1.7, 1.2. And I couldn't see the second who was second in chips. I think at 5 mil, maybe even less. Just absolutely running the field.
מה זה פגעתי? מה זה פגעתי? אתה לא מבין, ואני הייתי נכנס איתו.
כן.
אם אתה לא היית נכנס,
כן, הבנתי, וראיתי שהתבאסת
שנכנסת. הייתי נכנס איתו.
King Queen, King Jack.
And you can see here, like, most of the, as you get deep in tournaments, it's mostly pre-flop as well, guys. So this is what I suggested yesterday in terms of if you do want to get better at poker, if you do want to get better at the game, the easiest, cheapest, and best way is get yourself some pre-flop charts. Obviously, you can't use them when you play, both live and online. But what I'd suggest is to save hands. So if you're playing live, to write them down. If you're playing online, you can screenshot or you can record them. And then on your next day off or before your next session, just study those spots you've saved using the pre-flop charts. Getting as good as pre-flop as possible. Just like we've just seen from the chip leader here, absolutely locked in the pre-flop scenarios, is hands down the best and easiest way. And also most, in my opinion, the most fun. Like if you're unsure on a spot, everyone wants to know if they're correct or not. Not only in poker, but in obviously decisions in games or decisions in life. So yeah, it's such a good way to study and a fun way to study, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree less, or couldn't agree more. Sorry, couldn't agree more. Oh my god!
Imagine if you just like couldn't agree less. Only do post.
Yeah, I don't know what Robin's saying. I
don't concentrate on pre-flop.
Oh man! Don't listen to me, guys.
Vincent takes it down, pocket deuces, does show. This is something, especially when you're running deep in tournaments, guys, I wouldn't actually recommend to show hands. I think Vincent there maybe shows to basically give off the tell that he's not opening too tight. He is going to mix it up sometimes. I think the whole strategy is to, obviously, when he picks up a good hand next, that maybe people aren't going to think he's like super tight. I think that's reasonable, but in general, I just think it gives off too much information. By not showing pocket twos open there under the gun, it means you can probably take certain spots that maybe people think you're too tight. So again, like we've seen previously with the 8-4 check raise from the big blind on the king high board, used his image to his advantage. I think trying to give away as little information as possible is definitely going to be best, in my opinion.
Especially in this state of tournament, you want to give off zero information at this point. You're so deep in this tournament that you need to be structurally sound.
Two nice hands, ace-5 suited with the limp. Philip is gonna isolate. Sounds like to the 600k, which think it's reasonable. In general, versus limps, guys, I would suggest 3.5 big blinds or 3.5x. I would isolate to in general, but obviously 3x is fine given that the stacks are so short here. I would definitely use the same size here to isolate.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing about 3x in here rather than 3.5x, and you almost give a better price to the big blind to come along, which this is doing to Vincent. But yeah, I mean, he does fold given he's only got 1.3 milli back. But I think in general, the whole gist of isolating is not giving the people in position, not giving people in the blinds too good of a price.
Call.
Okay, to the scouts from the mic, there is one Thai player still in, but he lists as being from America on here, as I believe he is based in Vegas. Nice. All right, so at least that's a player that the Thai people can root for. So yeah, apologies. Obviously, I was going off the flags that are on Poker News. Does this jam on the Jack 8-9?
Ace 5 having absolutely nothing here. Acting like he has a pair or something. Ace King's probably like, yeah, time banking and everything.
I think just wanting a little bit of TV time here, to be honest. I don't think there's a world where he's ever calling here with the Ace 5. Because even like the weakest holdings here that Philip's going to have is going to be this Ace King, Ace Queen. I don't think we're going to see him, I don't know. I mean, even like a Queen 10 is a straight now, right? 10-9's a pair, Jack 10's a pair. Bacon Bake says, sorry, didn't know your name, lad. It's all good. So my name is Lucas Robinson. I'm actually known as Robin Poker in the poker space. So you can call me Robin to keep it simple. Easier to remember. Do you eventually see the fold?
Ace King happy with that fold for sure. Little did he know he was ahead the whole time.
אחד, לשפיץ, והחמש שלו, אבל אותו צבע. ובא לי רק אחד. אם היו באים שניים, הייתי נכנס, אני פשוט נשארתי לי צ'אנס לשחק עכשיו. יאללה. פירק אותי כי אין לי כוח, אבל הקינג ההוא בייס אותי. Here, fly here.
There's a theory that circulates from certain players that the big stacks are the ones that constantly get the good hands. And if you're watching this feature table, you probably that probably does make you think the theory is correct. But yeah, the way Amit and Philip have been running so far, they haven't clashed so far, but they have been getting very good hands. But sometimes it's just the way it goes, man. When you're running good, when you're playing good, which these two have, it looks as though they are just kind of almost running over the field and getting a look. But yeah, listen, it happens. I put that theory in the same theory as the Earth is flat, to be honest.
Yeah, as you should. Like you said, like the cards just sometimes the big stack gets them as well, and then sometimes the short stack just runs it up as well. So sometimes
it's the same theory that streamers get run good as well. And it's like, listen, and it's like, listen, it wouldn't that be too obvious if the streamer got the extra run good? Like, who would that? If the streamer gets the run good, who does that benefit?
Yeah.
Just winning against all the other players, just basically so everyone else can't win any money. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good strategy from anyone. Man, when you're building up a stack like that's another feeling. Got all them chips in front of you. It's just it's a great feeling. Very, very good feeling.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Like we mentioned before, guys, if you are watching, please click that like button. We're on 94 likes. Let's try and get to 100. We do have 644 people watching, so let's get to 100 likes, man. That should be fairly easy. 6 more people.
$10:42 in Thailand right now, meaning we got about an hour and 20 minutes, give or take, for the cards to keep flying. I think Thailand has a rule where that's why we're finishing at 11:59 local time, Thailand time, because the government issued a rule that no streaming afterwards, or something along the line. So we do have about an hour and 20 minutes left of live action. Oh, we're at Robin. You just gave us a nice little spike. We're over 100 likes. 103 right now. 106.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Love that, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Do you see an all in from Ben? Does now pick up an ace jack offsuit on the small blinds. King 3 is going to make the call. Any king here, I think, is going to be fine given Ben's chip stack.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like you have a lot less than 72% here, right, with the ace jack versus the king 3.
Oh, absolutely.
Safe flop for the ace jack. Ace 6-5. Queen 10 does need to fade the king or the 3. Oh my goodness. Ben can't quite believe it. Is almost in shock, puts up his sunglasses and doesn't want to leave. Like, he's just like, listen, I was having fun. Why has he just hit that king on the river? I don't want to leave, guys. I'm having fun.
Yeah, we've all been there.
GG's to Ben. He was a fun player to watch. I'm sure we'll see him again at future events in Thailand. We do have, after that, Ben leaving the featured table. We'll have a new player entering soon, fairly certain. Blinds are at 100, 200k.
Oof. Steep.
Yeah, I think you can see behind there the average stack.
Very hard to see.
34 people remain though.
I don't think we'll get to the final 9 today. We'll be really close, but I don't think we will. Maybe, actually. It's getting close. Robin, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, an hour and 20 minutes. It depends if there's any breaks. I don't know whether there's any breaks in between, right, in terms of colouring up. So I think if there's no breaks, maybe. But I know, obviously, there's going to be a... yeah, it looks as though there's a break in 48 minutes, I think. Fairly certain, I've just seen, so... I think given that, maybe we won't make the final 9. Amit does raise it up with the ace-7 off under the gun 1. Zan now in the small blind, queen 10 suited, very difficult spot.
10 bigs.
Does make the discipline fold though.
That would be tough. I don't know what I would do there with queen 10. Maybe this deep you can let it go, but
First time we're seeing these two clash, by the way. 2 chip leaders, both on this table and in the tournament. This is what we want to see, man. 2 heavyweights clashing. But unfortunately, we're not going to see much action on this board. Philip, it's still ace high, king 7 9, 3 spades. Neither player having a spade.
Very close in chips. 8.2 to 9 mil.
Yeah, massive stacks. Amit does have bottom pair. Is going to see bet small and take it down, I assume. You never know. From what I saw before about the 8-4 off check raise, we just thought that was going to be a snap fold, and it was a snap check raise. So you can never predict what's going to happen in live poker, and that's obviously why we love to see it. That's why we've got over 600 viewers right now.
Appreciate you guys watching. I would say type your flag in the chat, but I am not great at knowing all the different type of flags in the world.
5 tables. 4 tables.
But if you want to just type your country, I can read.
20 minutes, 30 minutes. At least.
But yeah, if you want to type where you're from, where you're watching from, by all means. Amit, under the gun.
I'm gonna do, guys, just to do a little bit of a shout out, given that we've got a lot of people watching. I'm doing a shout out to both me and Jordan, our YouTube channels, in the chat. You can find obviously Jordan at Jordan Banfield on YouTube and me at Robin Poker. So yeah, if you could all do me a favor. I know I've just asked you to like some. I'm asking you guys to do a lot of things today, but really easy. If you could just both go on our channels, give us a subscription. We are both trying to add a little bit more kind of content on YouTube. I know Jordan, both me and Jordan do online short form content. I'm starting to get more into the long form live content. So yeah, if you could go and subscribe, that would be great.
I just commented in chat as well, guys, if you'd like to check it out.
One fold. 2 fold.
Vincent does go for the all-in from the cutoff, king 2 suited. I like it. Just take it down.
Let's go. Just taking the big.
6 for new player.
8.4 bigs.
I'm now sat on 10 million chips. I assume, unless there's obviously any other players over 10 million, I assume he's the first player over 10 million chips in this tournament. Looking at the Poker News updates, there is a player on 9.2 million. So I think Amit is chip leader currently in this whole tournament's final 31. Yeah, and there we go. We do have a new face. Jin Lu from China join the table.
In this box is small. This area. Thank you.
Using one of those time banks, Vincent, I'm sure there's probably a pay jump. As I believe the pay jumps at this point in the tournament are probably substantial too, or starting to get a little bit more substantial.
Speaking about watchers, we do see another new player enter. Nielsen Allen from Denmark has just joined. Fairly certain that's a Rolex. Nice watch there. We do see Vincent go for the jam. Leave one chip behind. I think, not too sure exactly how many big blinds this is, but feels a little bit too loose for me under the gun +2.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
Takes it
I think
down.
he did just go for the raise. That looked like an all-in for me. I didn't see.
Yeah,
like
me too.
Yeah.
No, it definitely wasn't all in.
That was an all-in rather than the min raise. Yeah. Just take it down though. Very nice pickup.
In 1 minute, the
Bang
next
under the
level's gonna
gun.
be 200. Ooh.
Wow, it's getting up, isn't it? It does go for the all-in. 4 big blinds, standard play with the ace-queen suited. Not a bad time to wake up with ace-queen suited under the gun, is it? When you've got 4 big blinds, you're going to be in the big blind next. You're going to be giving away 2 big blinds. You'll be left with 2 big blinds. Yeah. It's not.
It's always nice too when you're super short and jamming top of range.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Vincent, I think Vincent might have a favourite card, the 2. We've seen him jam the king 2 earlier. We've seen him jam the 2s. I don't think this is a spot though where he should be doing anything other than folding.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen crazy plays today.
That we have. He does go for the fold.
Alrighty, players in day 2 of your main event. Blinds up after this hand. New blind level 125,000, 250,000. Once again, blinds up after this hand. 125k, 250k.
Yeah, blinds up after this hand. 250k big blinds, getting up there now. I think after this level, we then will be playing. We'll be having a 10-minute break just to colour up. Last break of the day before we then head to the last hour of the day, or until we get to the final 9 players.
Go.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, 3 times.
Ace Queen in good shape here against a call in the big blind. Let's see if he can. Wow. Flopping him dead.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. I always say when you've got a big stack, yes, you're going to lose pots, but let's just hope the small pots, that they're going to be small pots you lose, not the big pots. So I don't think Amit will mind losing those 4 big blinds. I think actually, yeah, he was already in the big blind round, so there's an extra 3 big blinds to call. So yeah, they're the ones you want to lose.
Nice. See you. Bye.
sorry, blind up.
I need to. Gonna give me one of those green? Or what is that? It's 500. One of the stacks. You want to give one of the stacks, or you want to keep one of the stacks of green for 5? Oh. Like this? Yes. Mm-hmm. Cup.
What time is it for you right now, Lucas?
It is right now nearly 6 p.m. for me. How about yourself?
10 a.m. It's crazy the time zones right now. Thailand almost coming on midnight. I'm in the morning and Robin's in midday.
Philip now opens it up from the hijack, ace-4 off. Wang with around about 5 big blinds, or had he invested 1 big blind? Close spot. Does make the fold, which I don't mind. I don't mind.
ICM huge at this point. Well, I guess.
Yeah, pay jumps.
Yeah. They always say ICM's big at the start of the money, I think. But I don't know. At this point, too, it's huge.
So yeah, I did ask this question before, guys. Jordan did too, but yeah, let me know where you guys are watching from in the world. Like I said, we've got me actually commentating from Malta and from the UK. We've got Jordan commentating and from Canada. Obviously, we've got this event in Thailand. So yeah, let us know. Let's see if we can get the most unique country.
850.
Nielsen under the gun, I assume, has gone for the all-in.
With 2 bigs.
850.
Yeah, the display's slightly off there. He's got 850,000, not 500,000.
Oh, then the graphics are off?
Yeah.
Oh wow, SpongeBob.
Which equates to just over 3 big blinds. SpongeBob watches poker? That is I had this funny discussion the other day, right? Where I don't know why it was, but I was like, why does no one call SpongeBob Bob? Because he's a sponge and his name's Bob, but everyone calls him SpongeBob. Why does no one call him Bob? So Bob, welcome from Antarctica. Yeah, there we go. The graphics updating 850k all in, just over 3 big blinds. Vincent just taking his time in between hands, which is fine. Obviously, big pay jumps now, short stack. I wouldn't like to see this if we didn't have the time bank. Like, I know a lot of people do like to do that and do almost take advantage of people not calling clocks and taking a little bit too long. And again, that's one of the reasons why I love these shot clocks and the time banks is, yeah, just doesn't allow people to do that for more than 30 seconds. 30 players left in this WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Championship Day 2.
Getting to the nitty gritty here.
So yeah, so the buy-in was just over 1k USD. Players now, if I have a look, are locked up 323,000 Thai baht. Which, if I have a look on what that is just under $10,000. Which is absolutely massive. We are playing for big money jumps, and then obviously first is 11,477,000 Thai baht, which equates to just under 353,000 US dollars.
Sorry, Robin, what was the pay jumps right now you saw? Or you just mentioned?
So currently, all the players, last 30 players, are locked up. 323,000 Thai baht, which is 9,960 US dollars.
Wow, that's a good... Yep, these spots are getting very important, to say the least.
How much? One 175. 157. Oh.
Ooh, Vincent's going for the jam here. He's going to see the unfortunate news. I can't imagine Nielsen. Alan does make the fold, and is he gonna be shown? Oh, he wants to. No. He does show.
He says you'll see on the stream.
Devilish smile. Oh my goodness.
How many blinds did he jam? He must have had.
I don't think he jammed for more than 5, 6 big blinds.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That is. If he sees on the stream that the big blind folded the king 9 suited, yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll quite believe it.
Misclick, yeah. Who knows?
I mean, king 9 suited should be a snap there for context, guys. So the fact that he got the fold there with the 10-4 offsuit is absolutely crazy.
Nice little hand here in the cutoff for Wayne.
What is it, 24?
24, yeah.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah.
Vincent, the one now with the king 9 suited. It's funny how these things play out.
275.
How much is it?
1275.
thinking about it.
Oh.
Does make the call. So this is what I mean about like the snap call there. It should be a snap call blind v blind. We actually do see Vincent now. Like I said, it's crazy how things work out.
Absolutely.
He's not gonna be shown the good news though, unfortunately.
GG.
Wang has what, 6 bigs, I think? You can fold king 9 here.
Yeah, it's the same. Shit.
$5.2 5.2 big blinds. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's close. Like obviously, always calling king jack suited, maybe king 10 suited, king 9 suited seems a little bit loose.
Mm-hmm.
Give him 275 over those two.
Does not get there, Vincent. Wang does double up to 3.2 million. Pretty big at this stage.
Very, very big. Hi guys, can somebody confirm to me that tomorrow Turbo starts at 6 p.m.? I cannot.
I can get that confirmed for you in a few minutes. Let me just ask the team.
Wait, that's his, no? That's his. This is his. This goes here. Yeah.
Small thing. It's small.
No, it's not. It's not small. Small is in there. 250, 250.
That's fine.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I might do another play jump with that.
Yeah, I'll get that into a few minutes time for you, mate.
That's the spirit. Good luck, man. Oh, you're not leaving? Oh, I thought he was taking you.
No.
I just chipped you up. Well, then not good luck, man. Thought you were going to another table.
Oh, 27.
Thought you were faking with the time banks.
What's close decision?
Thought you were faking it for the pay jump.
You want to change?
No, okay.
Okay.
I'm in now, opening up in the 10-8 offsuits into the gun +1. Does seem loose, but I think he's analysed, obviously, the play from everyone currently at the table. Obviously feels like it's profitable to open here, given how tight everyone's playing. I like Vincent. We've had a few of these type of players the last few days that really don't like clicking the fold button. They just want to win every possible hand. They despise throwing away their cards, and yeah, definitely a type of player that makes it fun to watch.
Ooh, this would be very interesting to see if Nielsen goes for the flat here, or a 3-bet, or a fold. Either way. He does let it go. Wow.
I don't think that's going to be the same for Hong though in the big blinds. Pocket sevens. Just go for the call. I think call or jams reasonable. I think if he knows obviously Ahmed's going to be opening as wide as this, I think he'd prefer on obviously making the jam. But yeah, given that Ahmed opens under the gun +1, I think sevens making the flat here is fine. Does get outdrawn though. Ace 10 6 flop.
Oh, could you imagine the ace 10
Ahmed
hand?
continues. Yeah, I don't think he's feeling too good about that ace 10 fold now, to be honest, after seeing this board.
Mm-hmm.
Be interesting to see if we do see a call here from Hong. It is a very small size. I think pairs in general are something that you do need to continue with. Does make the call to the small size, which obviously I like. I mean, in theory, obviously he's very behind here, but I think in general, when Amit, the chip lead is going to be c-betting this board very wide. I think pocket sevens is going to be definitely a profitable call.
Let's just see what happens on the turn here. He does go for the check. He's in an interesting spot where he has showdown with a 10, but a weak 10. And he has to imagine what Hong's calling with on the flop. Very interesting.
Yeah.
He's going to have to show his 10-8 under the gun. Oh, and there's the... Oof, he's not happy with that.
I'd like to see them show the reaction of the ace-10. The guy with the ace-10. I don't think his face would look too good right now.
Not at all. Again, they're now going to be seeing that Emmett is... I suspect after this, Emmett will start opening up tighter, but we will see.
Yeah, I think Amit can value bet there with like the strongest the strongest 10x, so like stuff like king 10, queen 10, jack 10. But yeah, I think the big blind once they don't check raise flop and they just call, I think they are gonna mostly have a bunch of 10x and 10-8, obviously not beating too many of them. So, but it's close. It's close. Obviously, they still do have a bunch of suited 10x that they defend. That is, or like the 10-3s, 10-4s, 10-5s, 10-6 suited that you can still get value from. But I think just checking there, seeing showdown is still going to be okay.
Mm-hmm. I believe Vincent will be getting this one in for sure.
Yeah, like I said about Vincent, he definitely does not like clicking the follow button. So now he picks up an ace-7 off at that. We are most likely going to be seeing an all-in. They've got just under 4 big blinds. Does leave one chip behind. Honk now in the small blind, king 4 off. Does make the folds. Ooh, Jin Lu now in the big blinds. Does only have 1.9 big blinds. Sorry, 1.9 million behind. Maybe she feels like she's going to be priced in, or he has invested 1 big blind in the big blinds. Hand like 8-7 suited is going to have decent equity versus most hands. Obviously, we can see that versus this hand doesn't have... Even versus this hand though, man, like 65%. Sorry, has 35% versus the ace-7 off, which is a hand that dominates.
Yeah, she does go for the call.
Does just feel like
she's going to hate seeing the ace-7.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to feel like she's got a lot less equity than 35%.
Yeah. It just hurts when you think, when your villain has one of your outs and you think both your cards are usually live. 8 on the flop though. Gross.
King 8-3 flop. Vincent now to stay alive in this tournament does need the ace. And the ace only.
Save your time.
Turn. Ah, sorry. They're not seeing a turn now because Vincent's only saved 1 chip.
Right.
He's just waiting waiting for to try and get a pay jump potentially, which makes a lot of sense. Does now make the call. is showing the bad news.
Yep.
He's got 3 outs to hit either on the turn or the river to fade elimination in this tournament. Does not get there. GG's to Vincent. Very fun player to watch.
Yeah,
I assume
absolutely.
he is a fun player to play against. And yeah, GG's to him. Very nice run.
Robin, is there any way to check to see if Harsh is still in the field?
Let me have a look. Let me have a look. That was a good question. I don't think so, without obviously giving too much away, but from the updates that I'm using in Poker News, he doesn't look like he is still in, unfortunately. But I could be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong, obviously. Friend of the stream.
I could be wrong, but I think we will be going on a 10-minute break in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think just ahead before, just to colour up some of the chips. 10-minute break. We'll be back and then we'll play the rest of day 2. Yeah, really like this here from Amit. This is definitely a play and a thing where the small blinds here, given that they're covered from the big blinds, should have a lot of limp traps with top of the range, and it's something that most people don't. So I personally, I mean, he had a decent hand in the king 3 suited there, but I personally would be close to an all-in there with any 2 cards. Just because people just aren't playing balance, man. Like, you're playing out of position versus the big stack. It is very difficult to have those limp traps. I get it, but it's important because otherwise, like I've just said then, if you're not balanced, the big blind can just exploit you and can just basically, like you've got me, I personally would jam any 2 in that spot. So, yeah, it's... and again, if I'm going to be jamming any 2 in that spot, then it's good to have limp traps, because then you can obviously, yeah, limp trap the aces, the kings, the queens, the jacks there, and you're going to be in very good shape.
Ooh, see a premium hand in the hijack here with a big stack.
Tell you what, Jordan, the 2 big stacks have been getting some premiums today on this feature table.
Quick fold from cutoff. Oh, interesting spot here with H-Jack suited.
Be interesting to see how Amit navigates this one. Obviously, he knows Philip's a capable player. He knows that he also doesn't want to clash too much with Philip. So yeah, just make the call. I've been impressed with Amit today, man. Like, he's just... It's obviously a hand that you can 3-bet here, but just knowing that, I don't really love to see a 3-bet. Sorry, don't love to 3-bet and see a jam or see a 4-bet there with ace-jack suited. It's a hand that can just play even out of position, fine. And we do actually go 3 ways to a flop here. Queens, 10-9 suited, ace-jack suited. Big pot, bro, and Jordan. 2.1 million chips in the middle.
Wow.
I mean, Philip's going to know that he's going to have the best hands a lot here, but he does have to think twice about someone having a king, right? Even though he does have a full house, he knows no one's gonna have aces. But there's definitely a chance that, I mean, Amit obviously called here with ace-jack suited. We've got Wang calling with 10-9 suited. There's a chance that they potentially can have king-10 suited, king-jack suited, king-queen suited. I mean, Philip does block heavily the king-queen suited here. No one should have ace-king, so not going to have too many king-x. It's mostly going to come from the suited combos, which there's not going to be that many combinations of, given there's 3 kings out there. Philip does see a bet, though, and Amit does make the call.
Wow.
I tell you what, it'd be a disgusting river card. Jordan, a king.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
Does go check, which I like. Amit now is going to probably think potentially his ace high is good. I think when he sees the bet from Philip, though, I mean, from what I've seen from Amit so far, I think he's going to his ace jack high is no good. I very much doubt Philip's going to be bluffing too much into someone that covers him.
It's crazy if Amit actually had like queen 10 here and they would be chopping. How sick would that be?
It's just a sick turn, yeah, like you said. If any queen chops with the queens, and like, it's actually a disgusting 10 cards if you are queens, yeah. Especially because it's just so hard to get value. Like, you'd rather see a jack, you'd rather see a 10. Obviously, you don't want to see an ace.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, if he flips over a queen there, you're absolutely sick to your stomach.
You have it?
Oh, I think Philip took the lead there with that pot.
You're gonna make it wait 30 minutes? We're not. Oh, wait, it's redraw. We stay at the same table, or we?
No.
We alternate tables.
If we're on a different table.
Okay, break time, guys. We will be back in 10 minutes' time.
See you guys in a bit.
Queen Jack does now turn a flush draw from the big blind. I think, yeah, I really like seeing the lead here, even though obviously not got a lot of equity, but I think the big blind's definitely going to have a lot more 8x than the other 2 positions. I don't think under the gun plus one's going to open many suited 8x or offsuit 8x. I think button's not really going to be flattened too much 8x, so I really like the bluff here from Jonathan. I think bluffing with equity is nice, does not get there, but it is going to be really interesting to see if he does continue the bluff on the river. My guess is no. You almost don't want to block the misdraws. He does block the top of the king X in terms of the king queens, king jacks that calls. Maybe he doesn't think he's going to have too much king X, but after check and flop. So maybe he does. Wow, he does go for it here. That is absolutely sick.
Kudos
and
to
again,
Jonathan for pulling the trigger on this one. Certainly takes some moxie. Schwan now in the tank with the top. He played it as a trap on the flop, which means he probably has to make this call here, and he does, and he'll get the good news. He's going to find himself a double up. That will move him up to the top of the leaderboard along with Lucky Man.
But if you are an experienced player like Jonathan, speak of the devil, he now we've seen him play pretty aggressive, and now he does pick up top of the range. And this is why it's important, right, to play aggressive, because when you actually do pick up a hand like this, people are gonna, like we've just seen here, Chen now does quickly go for a 3-bet. versus Jonathan. They can maybe pick up that Jonathan's playing like a few too many hands, opening a bit wide, trying to get in as many pots as possible. And in Jonathan's shoes, when you do actually pick up the goods, you are just going to get paid.
I think this is a great example of a time when it's important to keep it simple. Jonathan agrees, pulls the trigger on the 4-bet jam, and we see a quick call.
See a bit more help on the flop. Queen 5-9, 9-10. Does it need an ace or a queen for that experience, for that hobby? But poker's actually, you should put it in the same category as that, but it's actually a hobby you could potentially be break even on, or you could actually be profitable on and make you money. A hobby that can make you money. So yeah, that's why I'm an advocate of just sharing my experiences, and I'd actually just start off by just only focusing on pre-flop, because that's what 90% of you players, like we see here, all these spots are all pre-flop, and me personally, I just recommend to get as good as pre-flop as possible. There's so many sites out there now that you can get cheap pre-flop ranges, you can get free pre-flop ranges. I just start off by learning pre-flop as much as possible in order to get better at the game.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at short stack, which is not that difficult to learn. We're going to hold that thought, because we could have a development here in this flop. Pratik has found himself quad sevens. We have an absolute jackpot here. But not only that, Chen has picked up a flush draw to go along with his 2 overs. This is not a hand that he is going to be parting ways with easily. Check, and the ace of spades on the turn. Fireworks incoming. Second nut flush. Plays quad sevens.
What's sick about this is when you hit quad, it's very hard to get paid. But not only is it a spade turn, it's an ace. So given that we're early positions as well, and both being very tight ranges, it's a sick turn, man. And when it goes check as well, like, Chen's not going to put his opponent on many better flushes. Chen's not going to put his opponent on many boats, on any 7x. So you are just thinking now, they've just got a strong ace if they're betting into you. And I can't see a world where we don't see them both getting it all in here, either on the turn or the river.
I mean, from Chen's perspective here, he loses to pocket aces, pocket sevens, and king 10 of spades. That's not many combos. He's beating, I suppose he could lose to ace 7 suited. So we'll throw that in there. What's there left? 2 combos of that. But he's also beating ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, ace 8. Bunch of other small suited aces. He could potentially be up against something like kings or queens with a spade. This clickback is very interesting.
I'm sorry to say this. I was gonna say you might have found a way to not get it all in by the river by clicking it here on the turn, and then next second he just jams. So yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, I mean, the click certainly looks a little bit suspicious, but I mean, again, Chen loses to so few hands here. We'd come up with the nickname even some time before that, and so I dropped it in there on the commentary, and people seem to really enjoy it, and it's really just stuck since there.
I like it. That's a good question actually in chat. What nicknames do you guys have for certain poker hands? So I call jacks jackies in my chat, the jackies. But it's always fun to hear certain nicknames for certain hands.
Looks like we're going post
open here. Ace 10 versus the pocket 7 seems standard from both sides.
5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind. Again, they want C blind, sir. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big winners.
Graphics are just a little bit behind here, or is this just... Well, maybe they're too fast.
Yeah, Big Blind was
There we go.
contemplating, I think, a decision to just make the fold. Do you see a 10 high board of the 10-3-2 hearts? Pocket sevens was in the lead. Ace 10 now takes the lead. Top pair. To see the C bet, I think sevens in general is a call in theory, even without the heart. This is a spot where, in general, on low boards, you're going to be good a lot of the time, even when the under the gun one does obviously have a tight range and does C bet. This time, not so good though. But it's a fairly easy decision if we do see a second barrel on the turn in terms of folding the sevens, I think. People just aren't going to have enough bluffs, in my opinion, in terms of double barreling here, especially when you're like that opening under the gun. They'd have to bluff like hearts only. I think it's even the ace 5 now gets there as the bluff, so I think just letting this pocket sevens go, especially with some ICM. But do you see he's thinking about it? He's trying to think, I think, about what certain bluffs our opponent's going to have here. Me personally, I just think people are just too value heavy in this type of spot. Having the 10x, having the overpairs, which you don't really have too much overpairs because you only flat pre. But I think you've just got enough. Like, I'd rather call a flush draw here than pocket sevens, having a bit more equity if we do see a call. And obviously we've got enough 10x. Does make the folds, very nice fold. More kind of exciting, makes it a bit more friendly. So when you see these like kind of almost characters of card protectors, it's like we talked about before, rather than everyone sat there in sunglasses, headphones, not speaking. Yeah, it just makes it a bit more inviting for, let's say, people come on along the stream and that is interested in playing an event like this in the future. Ace 10 suited should take it down here. Can't imagine the big blind's gonna be defending with the 6-4 off. Both playing very deep. Does look like we're gonna make the call here though. I think, yeah, I mean, quite loose. I guess he's thinking that the implied odds of a hand that can make straights, can make two pairs, they can put the pressure on post flop when they do cover them slightly, but that you do have to be careful with defending these type of hands when you are playing deep with your opponents. Yes, you do cover them, but they can put a massive dent in your stack if you're not careful.
We're going to see a donk on the flop here of 20,000. Adrian's ace 10 suited has completely whiffed this flop. No backdoor flush draw. Just the ace high, 2 overcards. But he's going to stick around for 20k. We've got 100,000 chips in the middle now. Repeat 9 on the turn. Fang Chen's going to fire a second time here. Bet of 30k. Now, this is not a flop that you're typically going to be donk leading on, especially not into an under the gun opener. And I bet this size, I'm not 100% sure what story this is telling. If you're going to double barrel here with a 9, you're probably going to size up and start trying to find a way to stack an overpair, at least win a big pot.
Yeah. Adrian's not going anywhere. He's definitely, yeah, doesn't feel like the story makes any sense. Although on the river now,
yeah,
does hit
Fang
the
Chen
miraculous
finds
5.
a way.
This is why I always say bluff with equity, but I felt like a little bit too little equity and the story didn't make too much sense on the river. So sick when you've made a good call on the flop, you've made a good call on the turn because you just don't feel like the story makes sense and they do just get there on the river.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be nigh on impossible to put your opponent on a straight here.
It just like his size on the 10 doesn't make sense, so he's probably removing 9x. A flush, like, would a flush draw donk lead and then bet 10? Probably not. But he does let it go.
Wow, well
Very
played
nice
by
discipline
Adrian.
fold.
Not to get the results that we're wanting.
Yeah, it like I went back to calculated aggression. It's yeah, I mean, again, we've just seen him open the 7-6 suited, now opens the ace-2 off from under the gun. Not going to be getting this through though.
Yeah, we saw tell you what with the ace-10 make the call just last hand. This time with the queens, we'll put in the 3-bet. Fang stack is, after losing that last hand, not quite in the shape it was a moment ago to be speculating against these middling stacks. So to say that this 3-bet is going to pretty quickly get through.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! Wow. Bad read once again.
Fang is here to gamble, baby. He is here to gamble. Rips it all in, 4-bet and jam with the ace-2 off. Does jam into the queens, unfortunately. But again, we've seen 32%. Where's the pocket queens?
It doesn't feel like it should have 32%, but it does.
It rarely doesn't, does it? It rarely doesn't. Does have the backdoor spades. King 8-4 flop. Oh man, there it is. Welcome back, guys.
Welcome, 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 welcome.
To the WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Championship, Day 2. We are nearing the end of Day 2. We will hear some sound from the feature table soon. I think it normally takes a few minutes to kick in. We've got some new faces here, by the looks of it, Jordan. We've had the 2 big stacks for the last few hours on the table. Blinds now are 150k, 300k, 300k big blinds ante. We have, I think, something like 24 players remain, something like that. I think that sounds about right. 24 players remain is correct. Do you see an all in here from Undergun +2?
Good luck enunciating that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try the surname, but Kanishi sounds about right for the first name. We do have Yang on the button. Ace-10 offsuit 2.1 million stack. This seems close. We have had some very nice folds from Ace-10. I mean, we had one before where they would have flopped 2 pair. Does make the laydown though, and I think from what we've seen from Nielsen Allen, yeah, we've seen him make some very tight folds. I don't think he's he's going to make the call.
Wanting to get him with 9-5. Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you guys are good. It's been a privilege to co-commentate here with Jordan Banfield, WPT Global Ambassador. Privileged to have him in the booth. Yeah, it's going to be both of us in the booth tomorrow again, if I'm correct in saying, Jordan.
Yep, absolutely. I think for one of the last days or the last day.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll have us both here tomorrow again, guys. So I hope you've enjoyed today. We've had some really, really fun hands, fun action. We are final 24 in this amazing historical event, first ever international event, poker event here in Thailand. We've got 353,000, just under 500. Sorry, just under 353,000 USD for first, which equates to 11,477,000 Thai baht. All players right now are locked up $9,960 US, which is 323,000 Thai baht.
A great payday nonetheless.
Actually, they've just got a pay jump, Jordan. Final 24 make 391,000 Thai baht, which equates to 12,000 US.
Whoa.
Pay jumps are big. Very big pay jumps right now.
We do have about 19 minutes left before we have to call it quits.
So yeah, this is a special event presented by PokerTalk, and actually the prize pool for this tournament is completely sponsored by WPT to celebrate successfully bringing the first ever international event to Thailand. So yeah, very unique event, very unique experience. If you have been involved, it's been special to be involved in the commentary, to be honest with you. And we've got one last final day tomorrow. Today we'll be either playing for another 20 minutes, like Jordan has just said, 19 minutes, or if we make, final 9. But I think there's not going to be too many busts out to make the final 9 in 20 minutes time. So we'll play another 20 to 19 minutes, and and then we'll call it a day for day 3 tomorrow, where obviously we'll be playing down to a winner,
which will be exciting.
All in.
All in announced from the button. Nielsen Allen does go all in with the Queen 8 suited. Hong in the small blind with 10-8 off. I imagine we are going to see a fold.
Hello. Excuse me. Can you move here because his car should be put there.
Low Chi-Wei in the big lands, 1.5 million. Can't see his cards. Is thinking about it.
Around 5 bigs. 8-7 off, easy fold. Nielsen taking the lead here with 5.6 million in chips. Everyone pretty much close in this table. The other table had a much bigger discrepancy.
Average stack you can see behind 13 big blinds now, 3.8 million chips. It's getting very shallow, which is standard in a turbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the team haven't given me any information on the times for tomorrow just yet. But yeah, obviously they'll announce it on the social media. Potentially they give me that information before we check out for today. But as soon as I have that information, but I mean, Jim, you just said apparently it starts at 6 p.m. That seems about right. I think the plan was to obviously start this event earlier on in the day, but I think not only does it have to finish by midnight Thai time, I think there's a certain almost duration of time where the tournament can only go on for. So I think 6 hours is the amount, which makes a lot of sense, right? 6 to 12. So I don't, in terms of the government laws, I don't think this tournament can go on any longer than 6 hours per day. So I don't know that like fully, but I assume that's the case, given that we started 6 p.m. Thailand time today, and obviously makes sense to start 6 p.m. Thailand time tomorrow.
750.
Ooh.
Hongir waking up with 4s and the button. Really close spot actually, because Nielsen Allen hasn't really been playing too many cards. If Hong has got any information on how he's playing, the information would have been he's playing very, very tight. So if you don't think he's actually opening here with 2s and 3s, then 4s almost becomes close to a fold. But I mean, they're playing late position. He's not got too many big blinds at this point.
Folds the 4s.
Ooh. Jim says it's scheduled for 6 p.m. Okay, yeah. That sounds good. Sounds about right, Jim. Appreciate that.
I can't imagine Lochi folding this one.
5 seconds.
does say the famous words of all in, does not fold the king queen suited, which is fair enough. Big blind is definitely not going to get in the mix with 10-3 offsuit.
475. Gave the peace sign, probably to the camera, and smiling. Love it. Nielsen, I think, priced in at this point, is going to have to just put in the rest.
Interestingly enough here, given the cards that have been folded, king queen suited is actually ahead here, 66%.
I was just about to say that. It's not, but because of the folds?
Because I don't think there was many kings or queens folded, and I think there was a bunch of maybe like straight draw, like potential, like maybe 3s, 4s, 5s folded.
Wow.
There we go. Adam says, do you know if there's any future events planned for Thailand? WPT specific events? I'm not too sure. But someone did mention earlier that there was, events in Thailand planned. So yeah, I assume just type it in on Google. I assume maybe a Hender Mob, maybe Poker News kind of has some information on there. But yeah, king queen suited does make the double up, low chi, up to 3.6 million chips. Neeson Allen still sitting pretty nice on 4.1 million.
Wow, look at this. 14 bigs is the chip lead, 13, 12. Absolutely insane. I think it's a hyper turbo. Oh, Jim, I don't know if you're referring to tomorrow or today. Feels like a hyper turbo today, though.
I think hyper normally live is 10 minutes, turbo is normally known as 20 minutes, and then anything above 20 minutes is a normal.
Ace queen, pretty nice holding for 13 bigs.
All in.
So there is officially, I've just saw, there is a Thai American. There was a Thai American left in, but unfortunately he has actually now busted. So there is officially now no Thai players left in the field. Ooh, low chi now after the double up versus the exact same player and Nielsen. Does now wake up with the king jack suited on the button. Nielsen does to go all in with the 4.1 million. Does slightly cover low chi.
Difficult spot nonetheless. I would probably lean towards the fold at this point in the tournament, but
I think so, yeah. I think king queen suited becomes a lot closer. I think calling pairs here is going to be better, just not dominated as much. You dominate some pairs, king jack suited here, you're either going to be dominated or flipping at best. So yeah, it does make the very, very good disciplined fold. Should take it down. Kanishi in the big blind, 7-4 offsuit. And if the average stack wasn't shallow enough, the blinds have now just gone up.
400K.
And I think this is a spot of. I was actually going to say they probably won't be able to play their level out, but I do forget that we're on a 30-minute delay, so. So yeah, although the players technically will be finishing off in 7 minutes, we'll still have another 37 minutes of action, given obviously we're on a 30-minute delay. So like I mentioned earlier, guys, buy-in for this tournament was just over $1,000. Players now locked up $12,000. First place being just under $354,000.
Lochi waking up with 9s here in the cutoff. Pretty nice hand when you have 10 bigs, or just under.
Yeah, I think we'll most likely going to see an all-in here. Obviously an option to min-raise, to try and get some weaker hands behind to either rejam, call from the big blinds. But I think, yeah, under 10 big blinds.
Just get it in.
Rice Bean says, watching paint dry, all in, fold, tank. Listen, it's live poker. They do have some time banks, only 30 seconds. But yeah, it's at this point, obviously, the pay jumps are very big money. Pay jumps are 2K, 3K, now potentially going to get up to 5K USD as we approach the final table. So it's just part of the game, unfortunately. The time.
Yeah, especially at this point in the game, right? Like, we're at a field. Just imagine being these players. You're at final 20 out of a field of 2,000 players, 2,300 players. That is a substantial feat, nonetheless. So there's going to be a lot of tanking and just waiting for that opportune moment. And again, with those opportune moments, there's going to be tanking because those pay jumps too. So yeah.
Jim asks, just out of curiosity, why is it delayed? Is it for the on-screen animation / info? No. It is standard for all streams to be on a delay, just to keep the integrity of the game, obviously, so people can't see people's hole cards, obviously, so you can't get in real-time information. Obviously, if you, let's say, can see other people's hole cards that they folded, even if they're not in the hand, then that gives away information. So yeah, it's the standard practice for live streams to be on at least a 30-minute delay. It's same with us when we stream on Twitch as well. Me and Jordan, I personally play on a 4-minute delay. That's what the maximum time a hand would take online. So sometimes a live hand can take up to 30 minutes. With the time banks, I don't think a hand could go over 30 minutes. So that's why, yeah, they've obviously tested it. 30 minutes seems the standard in live poker, but obviously maybe the likes of I don't know, big main events, you see maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, just to, again, to keep the integrity, but hands may take over 30 minutes. It'd be interesting, I've just thought then, be interesting to see, what do you think the longest ever hand is that's ever been played in live poker? There's surely got to be a hand that's going to took over an hour.
I'm gonna search this up right now.
Ochi in the hijack. Raising it up with the ace king does pretty much put half his stack in. Patrick says, hi Lucas, me again. Who's your best poker mate? My best poker mate, actually, funny enough, his name is Patrick. I'd probably say the closest person. I mean, I'm obviously good friends with Jordan, but in terms of someone that I was friends with, yeah, for a good few years since I've been into poker was Patrick Tardif, aka Egyptian.
Yeah, you guys worked together in GG too, didn't you?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, worked together there, and I'd say probably Easty as well. That obviously Jordan, you know, you worked with him in 888. He's a big Liverpool fan.
What a gem.
So he's a top lad. King Queen, actually at risk here, does make the call, does need some help. Queen and a queen only on the river. We don't see.
No help.
GG's to Jim
And Lochi
Blue.
was a short stack, I think. He won with the... What hand did he win it with just recently? I can't remember.
King Queen suited.
Was it
Best
King Queen?
pocket
Yeah.
twos.
Right. Good. Yes. Hit the queen right in the flop. Yeah. Yeah, and it's from 0 to hero over here.
How's Egyptian doing poker-wise last few years? Yeah, I actually asked them this question in Canada. Obviously, not giving away too much information, but he did have his best year so far last year. He told me so. Yeah, he's a crusher, man. He's doing very well. He's also in the WPT Global streets, and yeah, just to give another little shout out of WPT Global, man. Both me and Jordan stream, both me and Jordan play. Yeah, if you can, type it in, WPT Global, try and sign up. There's only certain countries you can play from, hence why the fields are really soft. There's not too many professional poker players on there. And obviously, there's a link in the description below if you can play on Club WPT Gold as well. You can use that link to sign up there as well. Jim, very good question. We've been talking about a lot of unique places to play poker. Egypt is somewhere I really want to go just to visit the pyramids myself. Obviously, I'm a big Liverpool fan, and Mo Salah being, I'd say, possibly one of the most famous people ever from Egypt. So, yeah, I'd love to go there. And if there's a poker scene, if you can potentially play poker, then yeah, maybe I'll go there to play poker.
Is WPT Thailand just one poker event in Thailand? Just one time poker event? Probably not. Now that they've gotten the rights to play in Thailand, I'm sure there'll be a lot more, but I don't think there's anything disclosed yet.
It all to do with obviously regulations, restrictions. That's why there's never been an international event held in Thailand. Obviously, recently there's been a bill passed where poker has been seen as a man sport in Thailand. Hence why this event's being able to go ahead. So yeah, it obviously all depends on government restrictions, laws, rules. But yeah, I assume if obviously this event has been a success, which it looks as though it's been, I assume that yeah, hopefully this paves the way of more events being in Thailand. Poker cash games in Thailand? No idea. Don't know if there's just been tournaments on this event or cash games. That information I don't have, unfortunately. Yang, we do see jams in the small blind. My prediction here, from how I've seen how tight Nielsen has been playing, I think we're possibly going to see a fold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to play in as many countries as possible, poker-wise. We actually had, I was saying to Jordan before, guys, those that missed it, we actually had the record holder on the table, on the feature table. He's cashed in 68 countries, Thailand's been his 68th flag that he's actually received and cashed for. When I talk about flags, you can basically, and if you cash in an event, you actually get a flag of that country on your Hender mob. So shout out to those guys. And yeah, he's got 68 flags, which is extremely impressive. Like Corey said yesterday, my co-commentator yesterday, you couldn't even name 68 countries, and yeah, I don't think I could either. So
No chance, yeah.
really nice comment here. Says very nice commentary, especially entertaining. All questions from viewers. Listen, man, listen. Me and Jordan stream full time. We love doing this, and I don't know whether this is your first commentary gig, Jordan. It's definitely mine, and I love doing it, man. Like the chat's been nothing but like positive, and we've had some really good discussions, really good questions. So yeah, it's answering questions is something we're definitely used to in streaming on our own. And if you do enjoy us, listen, drop us a follow on Twitch, on YouTube, Jordan Bamfield. Jordan is on all social medias, mostly on Twitch full time, and I'm the same. Robin Poker on everything. If you guys are wanting to see more of us, what Jordan, when are you next streaming on Twitch?
Oh, it's a great question. I think I'll probably do it after our the day after our commentary, so probably Wednesday. Robin and I are back tomorrow, so I'll probably be back. I'll probably be streaming the day after the last commentary, guys, which will be Wednesday. What about you, Robin?
I will be back streaming on Thursday. WPT Global runs a $530 buy-in on a Thursday. So yeah, I normally stream on a Thursday to play that in that event, the Thursday Throne. So yeah, I'll be streaming then. I think it's not cards, it's poker recognized as a sport, not all card games. Yeah. I think that's correct. I wonder if any people that were jailed. I mean, I guess that's getting a little bit too political for my knowledge. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously a good question. So I personally would love to see obviously poker legalized and the grow the game, grow this sport, which I do see it as a sport. I do see it as a sport, just similar to kind of on a game like chess is. I do get because it's gambling. Obviously, people kind of bump it into the same category as casino games, but I always say poker's against other people, man. It's a strategy game like chess is, and obviously the casino games are not designed for you to win too often. With poker, you can, like me and Jordan have showed that, like, listen, we've grounded from the micro stakes. We enjoyed playing just for fun, and yeah, we were intrigued to see whether poker is something we can do full time, we can actually win at. And yeah, last few years we've studied, we've got better at the game, and we've been doing not too bad for ourselves.
Very true. Do you ever get those people that when they ask what you do for work and you're like, oh, I'm a professional poker player, and they tend to laugh, or not laugh in like a discriminating sense, but they're always more shocked that you're a poker player? I think I love that.
Yeah, it's always a fun thing. When people say like you gamble for a living, it's like I don't see it that way. I personally don't gamble on any other things other than poker. Like I think I grew up with my dad not being a gambler, and yeah, we just see poker as more. It's a hobby, like any hobby, and this is why I'd explain to either friends or family that don't really get it. It's a hobby, like any hobby that anyone has. You pay money to pay the experience. So this event, people pay money to play the experience. Obviously, the hope is that you cash or you run deep or you actually win the tournament. But you should actually see it as you're paying for the experience. And this is what tournament poker is. Like, you can potentially play for like 2 full days. You can only min cash, but you can play for 2 full days with only 1 buy-in, and that's unfortunately not the case for the other kind of casino games. So yeah, I personally categorize it in a game or just like a hobby. Anything like I always say, you pay money to go to the cinema, you pay money to play golf. You don't expect any money back in return from them, but you pay for the hobby, you pay for the experience, and that's what poker should be. But it's also a game where you can study, you can follow the likes of me and Jordan and get some tips. Like, we're always open to answering questions on how to get better at poker. Like, I personally started my stream 4 years ago with a $400 bankroll, playing the micro stakes. I've studied, I've grinded, I've obviously made a lot of mistakes, and yeah, I've built it up to being in a spot where I can play some $500 buy-ins, maybe some 1Ks online or live. So. Do you ever see
It's
yourself
very
playing
true,
the
though.
big WPT event in November or December, Lucas? Yeah, so I played it for the first time a couple of years ago. I was lucky enough for WPT Global. We done a promotion where people signed up and with my code, and you got access into a free roll, and we actually gave away a 10k seat, which was pretty insane. And because we ran that promotion, they did luckily give me a seat into the 10k, which is obviously an unbelievable experience. So, but yeah, right now 10k buy-in is a little bit too much for me. I didn't play the WSOP main event this year, so hopefully if I have another year of doing well, building the bankroll, then I don't know. By December time, maybe we'll see. Maybe I can sell some action and go to Vegas and try and spin up the poker dream. We haven't saw a clash of two very strong hands just yet. Just for a while, actually, Jordan, have we? But this is definitely going to be a spot where I can't see a world where Jacks makes the fold. No, I mean that there is definitely luck in poker. That's why I always say poker's the only almost game that non-professionals want to pay money to play against professionals, and that's the only kind of game like that. You wouldn't have that in a chess. You wouldn't have that in any other sport, just because there's that luck involved, right? But that again, that's what makes it fun. If the best players won all the time, then it wouldn't be fun to watch.
10k bot is like 1k dollars, right? Close. I think it's close. I'm not quite sure. Maybe a little bit more than 1k.
No, so 39k baht, which is what they are. Sorry, 391k baht. Thai baht is $12,000. So yeah, that's going to be close. The buy-in for this was 37,000 baht, which is just over $1,000.
I'm sort of confused. Aren't we past the live time of past midnight?
Yeah, but because there's a 30-minute delay, so obviously they stopped playing 10 minutes ago, but
right.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Jordan.
All right, big spot here with ace queen to jacks.
对，没有，我刚才上来的时候也是啊，我也是，还走了一把，太难了，体会到的比较痛苦，很痛苦了。还是之前台下庆祝的时候，我在上来就痛苦在坐牢。
Sorry about that. Someone knocking on the door.
Oh, all good. We're still waiting for the cards on the flop here versus ace queen and jacks.
Jack's at risk. Jim, I don't know where you're trying to play from the well, but I would highly recommend WPT Global, not just because we're obviously working with WPT right now, but yeah, it's definitely a site which has really nice low buy-ins. Wow, we see the king on the turn. That is absolutely disgusting. What a sick way to end. Pretty close to the end of day 2. Yang gets it in. Pocket jacks ahead of the ace queen. Flops a set. The ace queen turns the stream.
Wow.
有角？哦 ，no， 我又要交盲了，我刚刚过交大小盲，又要交盲了，没盲交了，是吧？又要 redraw。
玩家们，我们现在暂停时间，我下面拆桌，把它弄上来。OK。
So comment in chat says playing cards is legal in Thailand if no money is involved. Poker with money has never been illegal, but needs government approval, but no one has ever been approved. Right? Okay.
Yeah, I just read that.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to obviously get myself to Thailand to play in a future event if possible. Like I mentioned earlier, I did spend a little bit of time after I took part in Game of Gold in Thailand, which was just amazing.
Good
Like
commentating,
qualifiers
too.
here. Appreciate that, mate. Appreciate the kind comments. I
appreciate
will
it.
for tomorrow make sure to see if there's actually any qualifiers in on the final table. I think that'll be really fun to find out if we can sweat any people that have gotten this for cheap. That'd be great. That'd be great to find out.
多分日本人も2人
そうですよね。
もういないと思います。
But yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words, man. It's been really fun. Obviously, like I said, me and Jordan go way back. Started the stream at a similar time. Yeah, obviously, we've just been together in Montreal for the WPT Montreal event at Playground, and yeah, hopefully this is the first of many WPT events we commentate together.
That would be cool, for sure. Even live events, too.
Yeah.
ここまで来たら肩が強い人が勝ちますよね。もうスキルもクソもないでしょこんなもん。
もうないですね。もうショートになったら入れるしかないんで。
いやもうてか全勝と。
入れるしかないんでもう。僕俺しか言ってないです。僕25万点からこの人なんで。
マジですか。
はい。
やば。もともと日本から。
So yeah, we are coming to the end of day 2. Few more hands to play. Looks like the level's coming to an end.
今多分260万ぐらいですよね。
そうですね。
Mhm.
こっからがでかいんでね。
そうですね。
はい。こっから ICM だいぶ効くんで。
They did stop playing around about 14 minutes ago, so I imagine we have about 16 minutes left to play.
Okay. Makes sense. Is that what happened yesterday with you
Yeah,
guys, too? Yeah.
Limit being played. Yeah, yesterday I think we broke after a certain amount of players yesterday, so I don't think we actually made it to the midnight mark yesterday.
Okay.
Seems like it's good news, great news for Thailand and Thailand poker, the Thailand poker scene in general.
Patrick says, is it just me or is the trophy massive? I agree with you. It's huge, but it's not like you bring it home. You just get your name on it.
Yeah.
Right?
They give you a smaller the trophy you saw there on the graphics is what you take home. But yeah, this is the famous Mike Sexton Champions Cup you see at all WPT events. If you do win, obviously the main event, or this one being the championship, you do actually get your name on the trophy. But yeah, it's far too big to take home, and even if you live in Thailand, I think to display at your house would be a little bit too big.
Cobain. Taiwan definitely is the best place to play MTT and cash game. No tax. And girls are cute. By the way, no lady boys. We're here for the games anyways.
That might be bad news for some, but not for us.
Yeah. Whoa, he's folding king queen under the gun.
Yeah, this may be a spot now where like people just want to make day 2. Make day 3. Coming to the end of day 2, they now know they've only got a certain amount of hands to play, or a certain amount of time. So don't want to bust late towards the end of day 2. Okay, yeah, does make the jam with the Jack 9 offsuit, 2 million chips. G-Way does make the fold, King 7 offsuit.
Big blind gonna muck it in the bin, or not muck, but just toss her in the bin.
Patrick says, "Do you watch Corey A Ring?" Yes, I do. I don't watch most of his stuff, but I do watch a few. And yeah, he seems like a great guy. He's actually obviously in a relationship with my good friend Abby Poker that I used to work with at Poker News. Again, she's a great poker content. So I think they're definitely going to be the new poker power couple. Yeah, both obviously absolutely smashing it when it comes to the numbers in their poker content.
Ooh, queens in the hijack here.
This is the only issue with how Nielsen's been playing here. He's been playing very tight, and obviously if they're getting information through how tight and how little hands Nielsen Allen is playing here, then it doesn't allow you to get too much value from the queens. But I guess we'll see if any players wake up with any hands behind. Oh, Low Chi Wei does actually wake up with a pair pocket sixes on the button. But this is what I'm talking about. Let's say if Nielsen Allen was actually playing a lot of hands, then potentially this might be a fairly easy call with sixes. But there's a chance that he actually doesn't get the value of queens. There's a chance that Low Chi Wei does actually make the fold here. You can see he's not happy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a crazy spot.
I think he will end up making the folds, just given the information we've got on Nielsen, how tight he's been playing, how close we are to making day 3. And just actual, like, he's just not happy. Like, you can see he's definitely put in a tough spot. I think when you tend to see, yeah, there we go. I think when you tend to see this, where when it's close, if a person doesn't love the spot, they tend to opt for the safe approach, which is something I'd recommend, to be honest. If you're unsure, especially with ICM, actually tight is right. If you think it's close, most likely fold is the correct decision. Kanishi in the big blinds, queen 7 suited should just be a fold.
Absolutely, yeah. What are the blinds at right now? 250?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Rosie in the chat says that's why you don't jam queens. Yeah. We talked before about someone in a similar spot did open the queens. or I think maybe it was the jacks. And yeah, that's personally why I just always min raise. Yeah, 250k, 500k there. So even with 10 big blinds there, just the best EV play is just the min raise. You want action with queens. I know most people are scared about maybe raising to see a call. They see an ace or a king on the flop, but it's trying to maximize the value with your big hands, and queens there most likely is going to win the most money by opening rather than jamming.
Mm-hmm.
Lamb now, under the gun +1, does make the fold. Ooh, low Chi-Wei in the cutoff. Just over 10 big blinds. Again, I'd love to see a min raise here over a jam.
Big hand here.
Sato and the button, 10-9 suited. Does look a pretty hand, but at this point, yeah, when you've seen an open to 1 million, you've only got 2.5. Not much fold equity. Low key raise. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna just toss her in the middle.
Yeah.
A nice little Pikachu card holder there.
Yeah, I like that. Were you more into Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh growing up, Jordan?
Oh yeah, definitely Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh came out
Yeah.
for a bit, and it had its trend for a bit, but I think Pokemon held its own and it still is a big thing. But yeah, what about you?
Mine was actually, I watched more Pokemon, but I actually had more cards. I have more nostalgia on Yu-Gi-Oh cards for some reason, yeah. Like Blue Eyes White Dragon and stuff like that. Just the nostalgia on that for me was just, yeah, incredible. Do you remember Beyblades? Did you have that in Canada?
Oh yeah, didn't ever get into it though. You?
No. They got banned from our school because like they were just too dangerous. So they were like really spiky. If you remember, I think I remember one of my best mates growing up. He was playing with it and it cut off some of his dog's nose. That's how they were. That's how sharp they were. Because they were just like spinning kind of plastic metal things, and yeah, they were dangerous, man. I'm not surprised they got banned. I remember there was a character in the TV series of Beyblade though called Kai, and I remember my mum and dad they had my younger brother and they called him Kai, so I was so happy.
So you played it a bunch?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I used to have these like little arenas where you used to be able to like play them in. Yeah, they were sick, man. Beyblades. I'll have to get myself some of them. I wonder. They'll probably be very expensive now, but yeah, it used to be like an arena. You used to be able to like launch them into, and like obviously, whichever one stops spinning kind of first is the winner. So yeah, it was a great game.
That's awesome. Yeah, I saw it, but never got into it. But it looked awesome. Crazy that they were sharp. Makes a ton of sense though. Frick, seems spinning like crazy.
Especially now, like you can't. It's just you can't have them type of things now. All the fun's been taken away in the world, Jordan. To see Chai Hong here jam at the 6 big blinds under the gun +1. A little bit loose under the gun +1, ace-6 off, but I mean, when you've been folding for quite some time, you pick up an ace, 6 big blinds, you're going to be in the big blinds in 2 hands' time. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Sometimes you're just... Oh, he takes king, queen.
Hong going to be at risk here. King, queen off, though. Is going to be behind. When you do jam 6 big blinds under the gun 1 and you do see a rejam, seeing that the king, queen offsuit holding the a6 is definitely good news. Do you see a board of the 7, jack 3, 2 hearts, 4 of 10, and the 10 on the river. The a6 does hold. Stack now up to 4 million. And Sao Hung is left with 1.1 milli. Only 2 big blinds, but I mean, the positive news is they've just been in the blind, so has a few more hands to play until he's next in the big blind. $14 players left.
Getting close.
They actually have just reached a pay jump as well, Jordan. So now everyone is locked up 721,000 Thai baht, which is roughly 222,233 US dollars. Pretty big money they're playing for now.
Yeah, that is a great payday.
So yeah, question in chat, where is the best place you have ever played poker? Mine personally, so far, I mean, apart from Vegas, like for me, Vegas will always be the mecca of playing poker. I actually played in Brazil in April, which was a special place to play poker, just given the obviously, yeah, the way the Brazilians play poker, the love they have for the game. That was definitely, playing in Sao Paulo was definitely a special thing. And obviously, yeah, just being to Montreal playgrounds was just something I've always wanted to do, always wanted to play, and something I definitely recommend.
Yeah, I feel like playing in Brazil would be crazy. That'd be such a cool experience for sure. For me, my best place, oh man, Vegas is tough. Like the Wynn is an unreal place. Just how they like structure everything is just so professional and so run so well. But yeah, Europe too is crazy for me. I'd say Europe's up there, just because it's so foreign for me.
Yeah, you said you played in Barcelona. Yeah, I've always had great things about Barcelona. Easties tried to get me to come to Barcelona with them a few times, but yeah, just not made it happen so far. But yeah, Barcelona's one of my favorite places I've ever been in the world. So yeah, definitely need to try and get to a live event there soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nielsen here, just doing a bit of Hollywood, and I don't think there's ever a world where he's going to make the call here. The 8-6 off. Pocket jacks.
Nope, not with the toast. Guy at the table.
Gonna take down a pot. As you can see there how shallow the stacks are becoming now. Final 14 players in this tournament. Very, very Good job, every single person still left to get through 2,337 players. We are down to the final 14. My guess is we only have a couple of minutes left. I guess maybe a couple more hands before the end of day 2.
Lochi waking up with 6s here. About 15 bigs under the gun.
I don't mind this. Everyone being playing super tight. Only issue is with 6s here, when you actually do get called, you're just going to be in very rough shape.
Yeah, you're only getting called by better. Absolutely. But with them being so tight at this table, we've seen some crazy folds. I could see 7s folding at least. 8s, I can't see 8s folding, but maybe that's the only pair that you would get to fold is 7s. But I suspect your calling range here would be 8s plus. This is a spot where I'd probably take King 10 with 3, 4 bigs. 4 bigs, I guess, but he does fold.
I mean, I guess that's why jamming 6s is like, yeah, so good, because you're getting hands to fold like King 10 suited, which shouldn't be folding, is obviously incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I did say he's going to be in rough shape. We are most likely going to see a call from Hong, and we are going to be flipping. Potentially last big 2 hands of the night, of the day. Ace King actually at risk. You're playing 2 full days, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, this is a huge spot.
Tournament life.
Yeah. And then you have a good stack going into... Oh.
Ace, queen, 2 spade boards, 6s. Does not get there. Ace king does double up. Low Chi Wei does go down to 1 million chips. And we do see Hong double up with the ace king offsuit. There we go, yeah. 1 final hand announced. Very good way to end the day 2. Getting the full double with the ace king. Obviously 6 is the opposite of that.
Oh, I think they're saying they're finished now.
And there we go, yeah, that was the... Yeah, that was the final hand, guys. I mean, at least it was a fun hand to end the day. To end the full day 2 of the WPT Prime Thailand Exhibition Championship Day 2. No, maybe not. Either that was the last hand or we're playing 1 more hand. But either way, we are coming to the end. It's definitely been great action today, Jordan. Yeah, obviously, me and Jordan will return for tomorrow, where we will have obviously 14
absolute
plays
pleasure.
remaining. Oh, it's been great. It's been fun. We've had some fun conversations. We've had seen some fun poker. We've had some really great questions in the chat. So yeah, we'll be back the exact same time tomorrow, guys. We do actually see on the outer table here a big pot brewing. Final hand.
This one inside.
Does look like a 10-6 queen 3-spade board. Looks like big blind does donk lead very quick.
On the turn.
Yeah, it looks like there was a cutoff open, big blind defends. 10 queen 6 flop, and yeah, the big blind does take it down with the queen 10. So there we have it. That was the final hand of the day, guys. This was Lucas Robinson, aka Robin Poker. Joins me.
And this is Jordan Banfield.
Yeah.
No, AKA.
Hope you enjoyed.
Jordan Ban.
Hope you enjoyed today. Jordan, what was your kind of favorite moment of the day that you've seen, do you think?
Oh, man, the 9-5 off for sure. Guy opens.
That was great.
Calls flop, king high board, and then check jams like 80% of his stack into a king high board against cutoff. Insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Hopefully we have more hands. Yeah, for me that was the most insane hand. It was just the one that made me laugh. We've had some high level poker, man. We're going to see some high level poker again tomorrow. 14 players remain. Day 3 begins tomorrow, 6 p.m. local time, which will be roughly around about 1 p.m. Central Eastern time. So yeah, we'll be back for the stream tomorrow. Both me and Jordan. We will see you then. Thanks for joining, and yeah, have a great evening wherever you are in the world, and we will catch you tomorrow.
See you later, folks.
Peace.